till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it, let's work. We were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes
Had to start that way, Raz. Welcome back to the LCS and the LCS waiting room. I've returned!
Welcome back!
And I'm happy to be back for another playoff series. Wow, an ovation for this one.
I'm gonna throw this at your
I know
head.
you're not used to them.
No, definitely not. So I appreciate what I can get. Let's talk about playoffs and how it's all broken down. Obviously, I was out yesterday, but a quick glimpse at the scoreline shows complete dominance out of Cloud9 as they take the victory over the Golden Guardians yesterday in 3-0 fashion. They're going to move on to play the winner of the matchup that we have today in Evil Geniuses versus FlyQuest. Still awaiting that upper bracket matchup, though, between Team Liquid and 100 Thieves as well, which comes next week.
We're gonna have good ones out here, like Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves. That one's gonna be sick. That was the finals rematch. Of course, new players across the board for Team Liquid there, but that when those two teams go off against each other, you always have good games, except for the final. That one is.
That's why they got new players.
That's true. No pressure, Whippo.
Well, as we work our way through the bracket, it also means that we will, time and time again, be saying goodbye to teams as they exit the playoff postseason. So, Raz, my friend, I'm going to hand things over to you. Well, they waited. They happened.
They
and
showed
now
up
they're
very
exiting.
briefly.
Raz, I'm going to hand it over to you to eulogize and pour one out for our good friends over there.
Of course.
At Golden Guardians.
Of course. When I think about this team, what do you think about? First of all, the fact that the golden colors, black and gold, so I'm just going to be using this one, tropical, because guess where they're going?
On vacation.
Cancun.
To some tropical place.
Exactly.
Amen to that.
So, this is for you guys out there. Blaze Olive, Lost, Ole, you say all your names. It was a tough series, so me saying your names probably just as fast as that 3-0.
Oh, Lordy.
Oh, God.
What about Pride Stalker?
Ooh.
Say goodbye to all we had. I'm taking this with me.
Okay. He poured out half of it.
No, that wasn't
taking the rest with him.
That wasn't the worst singing.
Yeah, you're good.
That may. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Raz has
We
got a
always sing
voice.
karaoke. Yeah, he's not bad.
Raz totally has
I
a
love
voice.
karaoke. You just.
Loved that eulogy. Thought
you
you were
gave
being
up on the
being
name?
BM though when you said a Blaze Olive, lost.
There was
I
also-
thought you were just being a jerk and telling him that he lost the series, and then I was like, oh wait,
There was
yeah, okay,
also
now
a
he's just
pause.
listing.
There was a pause where I was like, did he just forget what other players are on Golden
That's what,
Guardian?
I thought he would, because he said, oh, I'm gonna name them all, but then he didn't say licorice or a fried stalker. And I was like, what?
I realized going down the names was not an effective strategy. The last time we had that conversation, I was like, all right, I'm just gonna actually have to say
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
what I last remember them.
Earlier today during read-through, I think I said after Mark had a commentary that I don't want you to ever do my eulogy. I'm gonna follow that up after that performance with Raz.
Oh,
I'm
no,
sorry,
it's down
I
to
don't really
me.
want you to do my eulogy either.
Look.
So Emily, that means that
If you need
it's
a
on
singer for
I'm
you,
precious,
if you need a
man.
singer,
Come on.
You can be the singer.
I got you on
need
that
the
one.
choir,
People
yeah.
are entering and exiting just kind of like, with a light acoustic guitar, something like
Perfect.
that, or a piano.
I'm not gonna be.
into it.
That one's gonna be awful. So,
All right.
so good
All
luck
right,
with that.
let's get into some community conversation here. Lord Danny wanted to say welcome back to the LCS fans. It was nice to see you guys for the first time. I mean, absolutely. It's been amazing to have the fans here on site. It's been amazing to be able to go out and kind of feel that energy, but even through the screen, right? Because for those of you who aren't totally aware, us in the Analyst Desk studio, we are actually separated out from the main
Sad.
arena. But being able to witness and watch the games still with that echo of the fans behind and kind of that rise and fall, it just makes it so much more enjoyable to watch.
It's
Yeah.
amazing because, like, even when you hear the mic checks for some of the players, just like the fans in the background, the players that actually have to raise their volume a little bit more so they can hear each other, and like also hearing from the players after these games where it's like, yeah, we have to calm each other down.
Yeah.
Just some of the things you have to go through with fans in the arena.
Right, well, as great as it is, right, for us as spectators to have fans back around, we obviously know for players it means something a little different. Before we came into playoff, a number of our newer players shared their thoughts on what having fans in the audience would mean to them. Let's listen in.
I think I'd feel very good to be playing in front of a crowd. It would be a very new experience for me, and I really like new experiences. It might be scary at first, but after like maybe a day or two, it'll feel very, very natural.
I never played on stage with fans before, so I mean it'll be pretty cool. I want the fans to come and see, so I think I like it a lot.
I mean, obviously, if I want to hear the fans, I want them to cheer for us, obviously, because I never had that experience, I think, fans cheering for us or anything. So, I don't know, it will be cool to hear them.
Few of the players taken to the stage today. Of course, the EG members have now played on stage in
Yes.
that loss, so I kind of wonder how they'll rebound from that because they've also felt the other side of having fans. There are the fans who are there to support you, and then there are the fans who are there to support your opponents. And I think both kind of pull at something different inside of you.
I mean, you saw Danny's tweet, like Danny himself in there. I think JoJo and Danny both performed really well in front of fans. Like I don't think it fazed them, and it also seemed to help them.
I was going to say the same thing for Danny. He looked great. He had an insane team fight, a couple of them. He was one of the big reasons that this series was even close against Team Liquid, where a lot of people were expecting a 3-0. His performance in the mid and late games has always been good, and I think some people get hyped up when fans juice them up, and Danny's always been, it feels like a big-time player. Even in that playoffs last year, when he got that insane pentakill, it feels like he responds well to pressure.
And if I were to take anything from the mic checks, it's probably hyping them up too much. I remember in the first game that they ended up getting the win versus Team Liquid in that series, JoJo's first question as they were about to end is like, can I rise Realm Warp into the like next
Fountain.
the fountain, right?
Yeah.
And everyone's like, no. Wait till game 5. Billiken said, wait till game 5 for that to happen. But no, like I think they feed off that energy.
Right,
which is great to
absolutely.
see.
You don't want to be celebrating early.
Not early.
That's what
Yeah.
that keys
Exactly.
into right there. But with fans, you definitely want to kind of showboat a little bit more when you have the space to do so, a little bit of extra flair. We're going to be using the Telestrator a lot today, which I'm
Let's
super
go.
excited about. Emily, you're the first one at it. No surprise to anybody that it's once again an EG-focused State
Yeah.
Farm neighborhood tactics.
Let's talk
Let's
about
go.
set plays and minion waves, my two favorite things. So first of all, we're gonna start with everyone's least favorite duo of Renekton and Nidalee. There's been a lot of talk about how bad these two are. What I'm not gonna say is that they're bad, but what I am going to say is that you have to have very specific set plays that you are looking at to make most of your early advantages, because otherwise, if you're not using that like Renekton stun into Nidalee setup to dive the top wave, especially on third wave where you're setting up the cannon minion, you are going to end up falling behind, and TL's comp in this case is going to outskill you. So what I'm going to be looking at here is actually JoJo pushing out the mid wave here. Nidalee can look for a play up here. And Renekton is obviously pushing in against this. So a few things are going to happen here. First of all, they are going to ping out the play first and then call it off for whatever reason. So here's where the ping goes out. You can see it up top there. And for whatever reason, they do not end up going for it. Another really cool thing that happens here that I don't think necessarily affected why they went for this play or not, because it looked like they called it off initially, is that Bwipo took minion dematerializer. So right here, as this blue cannon creep is coming in, whoop, I don't know if you saw it, it disappears, right? Because he actually vacuums it out of there. I thought that was a really cool adaptation to knowing that they are going to go for topside dives here, right? So they already initially looked like they'd kind of called off the play because they had pinged it out, and nothing happened after that. But I wanted to point that out as something that EG really needed to get ahead. They kind of had the setup for it, and they didn't take advantage of it. Now I'm gonna flip side to a really good EG play. I actually think this is the best Baron setup I've seen from any LCS team all year. So what we're gonna see here is that this wave has already been pushed out, set up, and push on bot side. JoJo is actually gonna be catching a wave that pushes in here. And what happens when you want to set up a good Baron play is that you want to make it so that the team is always responding to you and they have to make a decision that costs them somewhere on the map. So in this case, it's setting up your side waves so that they're going to be crashing at the exact same time, pushing on those inhibitor turrets. And additionally, if you don't catch them, they could crash into your inhibitor turrets and take them. They could also just cost you golden experience, right? So as soon as JoJo pushes out that wave, he's rotating out. They're gonna, catch TL here. And TL have to come into them and make a play. Because as these waves are stacking on the sides, TL is just gonna keep going, and EG are just gonna keep baiting Baron. They push them out here once, right? So they're chunked out. They have to be forced in again because the camera's gonna point down. We have a minion wave crashing in top or prepping to crash in top, and then we have another minion wave building here. So again, EG set this up perfectly where they can just keep baiting the Baron and TL have to respond. Again, they're gonna come in here. And this fight does not go well for them. They get poked out. Inspired, even with this Victor zoning here, is able to come in and set it up. So afterwards, EG are just gonna be able to take this Baron. And I wanted to point out both of these plays as like one where EG kind of should have set up a play to make the most of their composition, and another where they honestly had like what I think, I don't know what you guys think, but it was the best and like cleanest Baron setup I've seen in a really long time from an LCS team.
I thought that looked really good. If you can get both opposite side waves going and still have control of your Baron, you obviously did something very well. So that was cool to point out.
Yeah, and through multiple segments we have all season long, we've showcased the fact that this team sets up plays early on. Of course, the one example that you showcased was interesting that they weren't able to do that, but a lot of the times they are pretty active in how they play around the first 14 minutes of the game. And when a plan doesn't go to play, like when he's on Rise and Jojo Pion doesn't necessarily see something, they're still actively looking for the next play. And that's what makes Evil Geniuses, for me, at least when we see them during the regular season, just the most active early game team. So I would love to see more of that. What makes their first 14 minutes great in comparison to what you showed, what didn't pan out necessarily during their series in Team Liquid.
Now, it's these stats right here, Raz, that you're presenting, coupled with some of that mid to late game set plays that Emily's kind of walked through, especially considering that they put those things up against Team Liquid, that makes me fear for FlyQuest's chances in this series.
Exactly. Hey, the funny thing is, the stat that we're not showing you, which is champion kills per minute, which is like a game-long stat.
Right.
Evil Geniuses is actually incredibly low. So their early game is really is quick-paced. They look for plays, they find them. But when they have those advantages, they are actively slowing the pace of the game down. And so it comes back to that Baron play that you were talking about, where hey, they want to find something that is transferable from game to game to game. Set plays that hey, if they have control around Dragon or Baron, they're gonna force you to come into them rather than chasing you down. That's the type of evil geniuses that I'm looking for today. It's FlyQuest that need to combat that.
Vulcan coming in with a little bit of swagger before the rest of FlyQuest files into the arena, getting set to do battle in a best-of-5. I do have a lot of curiosities about how these teams match up, especially considering everything we've heard from players themselves talk about EG. Remember, a lot of people pointed at that TL-EG matchup going like, that's closer than you think it is. As a 1 versus 4 seed, it played out closer than I think a number of people expected.
Yeah.
And again, I think that's why they should be a feared team in this lower bracket on the side of EG. But we also haven't seen a ton out of FlyQuest recently, right? And so a lot of our questions around them are, what have they been doing since regular season to now? What investment have they made into, analyzing what EG has shown so far in the playoffs, and how will they come prepared to the stage today?
Exactly. They came out the gate running. They were the first team that were on point in how they wanted to play as a team. They ran into a lot of hiccups, especially in their final game, the tiebreaker versus Evil Geniuses, where they fell flat. So they need to learn from that.
We talk about preparation. There's a couple ways in which that shows. Obviously, first and foremost will be the draft, but Mark, level 1s have become more and more prevalent and impactful, it seems, here in the postseason.
Hit me with that.
That was terrible
Oh,
there.
Nice, well done.
I'm gonna throw
And a
something else
left-
at you.
And a left hand, one-handed catch.
You've been beating me up
Clean.
all morning. You keep doing that. No, so on the point about prep, FlyQuest, who hasn't played yet, so far in playoffs, we've actually seen that it's been extremely important how people are playing level 1s, because some games are getting decided at level 1, it feels like. And for FlyQuest, if you've been playing the regular season, people might not have been going that hard. We're going to take a look at a couple from last week. This is the Nautilus Blitz mid. It's been going on forever, and some teams have struggled on how to adapt to it. What some teams do is they just sack mid, and you cannot do that because people are going to spill over to the next point and have the inside track, and you can't just double up here and then sack mid because you won't see it coming. And so this is exactly what C9 do. They kind of just abandon mid lane. Blabber's going to lose his flash, end up dying for it. FlyQuest, please find a different way to deal with this. We'll see in one of the later clips how EG looks to do it, but this is what happens if you don't protect your mid lane at all and still put someone on that point alone. So he gets absolutely screwed over here for Blabber, and then the game's just a total snowball. EG, here's one of the ways that they try and deal with the Nautilus Blitz mid. Even though it doesn't happen, they overload this one point where you usually spill over to. This will be the best track for Nautilus. If you blitz mid and then try and bounce over here, that's where you almost always go. EG wards up, stacks up here, but then they leave the cannon down here to find another point. Just to put a ward there to see, okay, well, if they weren't at our stack, we still want information somewhere. So that doesn't end up happening. There's no Nautilus Blitz mid. Instead, TL just kind of like run over and then do a late invade. But because they had that ward, EG from their stack can actually go into that brush. And then they camp there for a period of time, waiting for TL to back out. This is one of the times that they get first blood. And so teams are being very intelligent now in the level 1s. This is just a free kill because they stacked for the Nautilus Blitz mid, but they covered another option. And you do this kind of option select where you can still react.
Every time that one makes me recoil like
I
I'm
know,
watching a
it's
car
really
crash.
good.
I'm watching a car crash.
No, he ends up blowing up. And EG, I think, knew they were underdogs against TL. And this is, I think, something that a lot of teams need to do is when you think that this other team might be have an advantage against us in a full best-of-5, find ways to win games from level 1. And here it is again. TL are now doing their own brush camp against this potential invade, but they have 4 range on the side of EG. And so even though Leona gives her body up, Vulcan kills himself, you still win the fight from here with just how much damage you have and how much range you have. So after they kill him, they can just chase down Team Liquid. They force a ton of flashes, and they end up winning this game basically off of this just because their whole comp is built around early game tempo. So this is something I think FlyQuest need to be aware of moving in to EG. Crazy level 1s, but also they should look for their own. Don't just go point defense. Try and actually get an advantage as soon as you get into the game.
What I love about this the most, it kind of reminds me of the last playoff series. This was a while back, but like that was when Santorin was on FlyQuest. And FlyQuest success when they went up against Cloud9 in that series was based off heavy level 1s. That's what I love about playoffs is because when you know the team you're going up against and that you have to prepare a full best-of-5, you can tailor a specific strategy if you're not favored in that matchup or if you just think that they're too heavily focused around their bot lane or their jungler. Create something. So that's what's really fun about Evil Geniuses in this case.
I'm also glad you pointed out that, like, typically teams that do this are, think that they might be the underdogs in a matchup or need to find a way in. What I would really love to do is erase the idea that level 1s are, like, always cheese.
I
Right? Or
hate
it's a
that
bad
so much. I'm with
strategy.
you already.
I'm with the cheese
I'm on
connoisseur.
board.
I was just like,
I'm on
whoa,
board
okay,
immediately.
there's a
No,
lot of
I am with
anger
you.
coming
That
over
has
here
been
suddenly. Whoa. I
silent
agree,
frustration
but
of mine.
yeah.
Yes.
Damn. Okay.
There we go.
I just hate the word cheese. It's a strategy.
Anyway, yeah, it's a good strategy. And you know, like, I really love when teams like EG come to the table, and even TL said, like, you know what? Like, they got us here. We were not prepared for how strong they would be level 1, and they showed us a variety of different looks. They're gonna make us go back and take a look at our early setups and be like, okay, where are the holes here?
You know who the king, I would say, of level 1s historically has been on FlyQuest's team?
Afro?
Yep. Like in the CLG days,
Yep.
in those
Yeah.
CLG days, like in scrims and on stage, it would always be a level 1.
Always cheese it. No,
Always
screw you.
a level 1.
I hate the word cheese, but I do love a cheese
I love
plate.
the word.
A little bit of
I love
Gouda,
the word
okay?
cheesing, and I love
Gouda's a good
cheese.
cheese.
Everything
Some
about
Swiss.
it.
Yeah.
Poke holes in their
mad about
strategy
it.
with some Swiss.
It's an effective early game strategy, okay?
Goat.
Screw you. Just because it worked,
Goat
you're going to call it cheese all of a sudden. It's the most infuriating thing ever to reduce strategy down to something so simple. All right, enough out of us. We've got plenty of thoughts, and we'll come back to hear a few more of them on the FlyQuest versus EG matchup. But for now, let's hear from the players themselves.
A lot of the games that we do lose, we kind of lose to ourselves. We either pick bad combination of champions, little miscommunication, don't go in at the same time, you know, it's like normal team things everybody's suffering from, and then you just have to solve it.
I mean, obviously, when we play against FlyQuest, we need to not get too cocky or not too ahead of ourselves, even though I know we should win against them, but we still need to take the game very serious and have a good plan and win.
I do feel good. I do think like we have a lot of talented players. Everybody's really good, laning phase wise, especially you know Takui always you know performing on his champions and stuff like that. Jose Diodo, you know. So I just think we gotta just pick a style and go with that.
I think it's pretty impressive that Afro can be like playing at this level for such a long time, because a lot of the time LCS players will come in and then play a few years and then peace out, and then Afro has been here for I don't know like 10 years now. So it's impressive he's still around, and it feels like you always hear how great of a teammate he is, and you can see in his play that he's like a very smart player. I do think I'm 10 times better than him, but it's impressive that he's still playing well.
Here in playoffs, there's some players that level up as the series goes on. Namely, a person that does it a lot, Doublelift does it a lot, so he can play like complete ass, you know, for his second game, and then he'll you know amp it up the rest of the games. So he does that a lot. And only certain players can do that. So sometimes you'll see it, sometimes you won't. And then other than that, once a team shows like their hand, you know, the first couple of games, and then you ban the one champion that their whole style revolves around, then it just crumbles and you get the, you know, the 0-3 sweep, reverse sweep, sorry.
I love hearing from all the players ahead of the matchup. Fun to poke fun at.
Doublelift catching some streams there.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Doublelift roast, but also kind of hyping him, being
Right,
like,
that's the thing.
he might chain feed for a little bit, but then he's going to carry me, and it's sick.
Exactly.
I also like to call out on how much sometimes a single strategy hinges on 1 or 2 picks, and you
Yes.
get rid of that, and the team just falls apart, and they don't have a plan B that actually works.
Where those reverse
Aurelian
sweeps come
Soul.
from, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
But
Catching
that's...
strays too, what the heck?
Oh my goodness. So often where reverse sweeps come from, right, is something gets identified in those first 2 games as, oh, it's the Hecarim pick. Remove that, and all of a sudden all of their, you know, agency in the jungle goes away. I want to start in the jungle matchup. Serendipitous that I chose Hecarim there. Jose Diodo inspired. 2 guys that we've had a ton of excitement around. I would argue near the latter portions of the split, ramped up and started living up to a little bit more of the expectation that we had of them. Of course, one being the former LEC MVP, the other of which, having been in the LCS for over a year now, we've been waiting for that moment
Yes.
for Jose Diodo to turn up.
Yeah.
And we're finally getting it.
Yeah.
And that's something that we've been searching for a while. The fact that Jose Diodo came into the league and FlyQuest just wasn't the team we wanted them to be, and so we were promised the high mechanics, incredibly active early type of player. We're getting it now because the team is on board with it. You know, you bring in Aframu onto the squad. Takui's been such a damn good player for him. And so a lot of the times these scraps that have been happening for FlyQuest, he has been able to show what he has wanted to show for the LCS audience.
Yeah, I'm so happy we have this stat right here, right? The mid-jungle procs. Jose Diodo's jungle proximity in general was a lot higher, and I think that is due to how much time he likes to spend in lanes. And I'm so glad that also shows how much Tukui has helped him
Yes.
evolve in this position because Tukui's mid lane pressure is so excellent for Jose to be able to play around, whether he wants to counter jungler or whether he wants to gank lanes.
I think just Jose Dieguito as a whole tries to play the game very differently in the early game. He'll also hover around bot lane. Afro is one of the best supports about setting up ganks for his jungler, whether that be how to Thresh Lantern someone in, how to pull a wave so that's pushing into them so the gank can happen. Like, he's so good about coordinating, but that does mean that usually his junglers spend a lot of time around him. And, on the flip side, Inspired feels like EG's like, you do what you want, Inspired, and you come when you want, and you run the early game.
Yeah, and that's why, Inspired has a lot in the arsenal. You can go towards bot lane, that's been performing. Mid lane has been a little awkward for them throughout the full split. They haven't been on the same page as much as they wanted to. It's all coming together now. So I think Inspired has a lot more going for him, as you can see, as he is being able to just go top lane, mid lane, bot lane. Whereas I think FlyQuest, their success hinges a lot more on their second all-pro mid laner in Tukui, who has been performing, fairly consistently throughout the split. So it's going to be interesting to see how he can go up against Inspired here.
Now, y'all can correct me if you disagree, but a lot of that kind of early game agency that we talk about, and the team rather just kind of unleashing Inspired to do whatever he wants, feels like it's in large part due to, yes, his own ability, but two, that he actually has more threats across the rift that he can play towards and have confidence as win conditions versus the side of FlyQuest, where I feel like, in large part, you're leaving top lane to its own devices, and you're more likely going to focus around either the mid lane or, together with your mid lane, going to the bot lane on the side of FlyQuest.
Exactly. And what you just saw on your screen, I think really plays into the experience he's had. Even though he's been in competitive in the LEC for I would say a little short period amount of time, right? He's still in his breath, as young as he is, has a lot of, I would say, top of the line, championship type of experience, being able to get that MVP in that split with Rogue. And now he's coming to Evil Geniuses, and you're finally being able to see, he's a damn good carry jungler. I know that sometimes teams are blessed with having a lot of options. Some teams can be cursed with having a lot of options when you can't really agree with where you put the resources. I think finally Evil Geniuses are on the same page of where those resources are going, and it's going to Inspired.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the one thing I wanted to point out, since I did talk about that set play that they didn't go for, Inspired had a phenomenal series in the TL game, right? Like, he was so essential to how well they did early, and I was super happy to see how well he was working with the rest of the team and how well they were working around his early game plans.
Well, we've talked about junglers. Here's where I'm going next. I'm going to the mid lane, if in part because of that duo jungle proximity that we have with the mid lane on the side of FlyQuest and Tukui being that second all-pro for us. But likewise, we've got the rookie in Jojo Pyun, who, yes, performed quite well in his first series, but the playoff pressure continues to build now, this being an elimination game.
And one thing we haven't even mentioned is that Jojo did a lane swap in their last series, and they made the most of, how dominant his laning phase is.
I'm really excited to see the mismatch of their champions. Yes, they all play the standard boring control mages, but once you step out of there, it's a lot more scaling, team fight, and enablers for the side of Tukui, where for Jojo, it's about roaming on the map, 1-3-1, individual playmaking, and I really hope they don't go for that mid lane champ pool. I would much rather see them pushed into both styles, where they're playing to their strengths, more than we'll take scaling.
Ignore the 4 in the middle of that graphic.
I hope they'll get deleted off their screens. You can only play the one on the left and right.
That's hilarious. And the funniest thing, too, is some of the things we've seen little snippets of is what makes these two players different. The fact that Jojo has been able to play that Lucian and then go up top lane, kind of covering the weaknesses of Evil Geniuses and how, a lot of times they can't counterpick for top lane. Hey, if there's a hole in your champion pool, all right, we're human swapping. I'm going top lane. Another thing, too, is what trounced FlyQuest was Jojo Pyun's.
That is such a great shot.
Was how Jojo Pyun played Syndra. When he went up against Tukui, he just took Ignite. He's like, no, I'm beating you in lane. Because that's what made him different from Tukui, where Tukui will play a lot more safe in lane, at times can fail in lane, but his team fighting has been what made Tukui a strong player.
And I think that was how they won that tiebreaker match. Jojo Pyun exposed Takui. They sent a lot of ganks his way too. The roams from Vulcan, and that's something that people had a spotlight on him in the last week. Was you need to be more aware that you're going to get more attention because people are noticing you, Takui. You're actually good now. People are game planning, and we've seen the effect that happens, like with Summit, when people actively start game planning against you and sending more resources your way. So Takui will need to step up in this series.
I mean, we had a pro to pro. I had a pro to pro with Vulcan, where it was basically just him saying you're spotting the inter. All he was trying to do was catch a flash.
No.
He was trying to catch a flash, but he caught a kill on Takui instead. So it's playoff time. You need to play a little safer, respect those timings a lot more, because as I said, the success of FlyQuest in this series heavily hinges on Takui having a great series. You can make the case for Kumo, who has been teetering off as the split has gone on, but I would say Takui and of course Aframu and Jose Diodo and how they set up the map is how FlyQuest will win this series.
And I am curious to see how FlyQuest adjust from their previous matches because, like Mark said, they are targeting mid-jungle, right? Because if you destabilize Tukoi, as we've talked about, he's such an important component of Jose Diodo just being able to go around the map and do whatever he wants. And I am curious to see how EG decide to attack that as well because I think their mid-jungle is a lot different, right? Because they just kind of have Jojo being like, we know you're an insane laner, like you're just gonna lane and do super well, and Inspired is going to invade or whatever around that pressure. And so I'm really curious to see how the two of them match up.
You may have just noticed Vulcan getting up and out of his seat. A quick note to those of you at home, small audio hardware issue, so small delay on stage.
I thought he was rage quitting already.
Yeah, that's it. Done. Or somebody pissed him off.
The little warm-ups weren't going well. He's like, I'm out. I'm out.
I'm done. My Tom Kench isn't.
My Flash Nautilus altar.
It's not working right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, remember we did get that look in on him doing the Flash Nautilus ult stuff that one time. Okay, a couple questions I have for you all. First and foremost, who do you think is going to be the most important player to victory for the side of FlyQuest?
For the side of FlyQuest, I definitely think it's Tukoi.
It's Takui.
Yeah, for a few reasons. We've talked about how important, for example, Afro's leadership is, etc. But I do think mid lane stability is super important for this team. And additionally, not just in the early game, but he needs to be in a good position where he can come around to late game team fights, especially with the champions that he likes to play, because typically they are some more scaling mage picks where he's contributing a lot in 5v5s.
A line on that?
A line by it, but what do you have to say?
Oh, I was going to say, I agree, and then X Factor. I think the most important member on FlyQuest is Afro in a lot of ways for all the leadership and shot calling stuff. But if they're going to win this series, it's going to be because Takui is able to outperform JoJo over the course of the 5 games.
Got it. Also, peep those playoff blacks.
Yeah,
New jerseys.
I
just want to call it out.
sick.
FlyQuest looking fresh as hell right now.
It's good.
For good versus evil, they're supposed to be the brighter colors.
That is true. Hey, they got the pink flowers, though, and I'm a big fan of that.
Those
So good on
jerseys
them
are sick.
there. With a couple minutes to go before we dive into the game, I do want to get the predictions for the series, and I'll follow up with some other individual questions if we have the time. I am going to start here with you, Emily Raz, for the first time ever. You've
I
escaped
never have
having
to go first.
give your prediction first.
Huge.
Okay. I'm not going to drag it out like
Massive.
Raz always does.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go
Boom.
3-1. Well, okay, here we go. Here's how I'll drag it out. We talk about predictions being not as a actual prediction of what's going to happen in the match, but as a confidence meter kind of in the team. So I do think EG will flub a game. But I do think based on the most recent performances of both of these teams, EG is looking a lot better. They should be well coordinated enough to attack FlyQuest where it hurts.
Honestly, brilliant Raz cosplay.
I
Say
love
you're
it.
not going to go long and then go long
Let's
anyway.
go.
I'm a fan of that.
That's that is so classic.
I like
Raz.
this. The adaptation is happening
I'm
there.
glad he approves
Yeah,
too,
you
you
know,
know?
yeah,
So
I
my
get
point,
that.
my point, I'm gonna make it sweet, simple. If you have dinner plans, make it quick. 3-0, I
Or
would say
don't,
for evil
'cause Raz
geniuses.
might never stop talking.
So, talking about each game in the series.
Yeah.
All right, go on.
I was like, am I going to sit here all night? So I got a really nice package from FlyQuest, a lot of nice merch. I wore it on the
Came in
dive.
wearing that
Sure.
hoodie.
I
Yeah.
was wearing it
You
today
wore
as
it
well.
today.
I saw Trisha outside, the
Yeah.
CEO of FlyQuest.
Big compliments.
Yeah, it was a nice
Got her
little
perspective,
conversation. And I
nice.
said, don't watch the predictions because it's a 3-0 for EG.
Oh no, a 3-0 as well, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Who
That
you
is-
got, Dash?
I would also predict that EG is going to win this, but I would be on your page with spotting FlyQuest a win in this series. I do think they'll be able to take a win.
Good thing that FlyQuest have going for them. First pick Lee Sin is starting to become a trend here. Not only do we see it from Closer,
First pick Ari's
Blabber.
there over there in the LCS and
there
stuff
it
like
is.
that.
Hey,
So
Caps
only
destroyed
time
him,
will
Ari.
tell. I'm being told that the audio issue is resolved and the players and teams are ready. So we're going to get ourselves out to that arena and get this elimination playoff match underway. Enjoy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Everybody out there, make sure you make a lot of noise. We haven't had it for a long time, so I just want to see the energy.
What I want to hear from the fans in the arena is like if I make a solo kill or something, they're chanting my name or something, I think that'll be dope.
Thank you guys for all being here. I hope there's gonna be a banger match, and I hope you will enjoy us.
Hello fans, thank you for watching League of Legends. I'm really happy to be here, and I think all I want to do is just show you guys the best League of Legends that we can ever provide you guys.
Hi fans, thanks for cheering for us for FlyQuest decidedly. I think we were doing like really well this weekend, and the fans are really hyping us all up, even though we are losing. I'm really excited to be on stage again and being with the fans.
Thanks for showing up to the studio and be loud for our games.
I think FlyQuest shouldn't really be in playoff. They are just fine. I think they don't really stand a chance against any top 4 team.
Here comes Danny, though. Thomas taken out. Corda J's taken out. It's a triple. Oh, it's a quadra kill for Danny.
I do think like we have a lot of talented players. Everybody's really good. So I just think we gotta just pick a style and go with that.
Oh, circle, but it's just not enough. Sponge is alive, but not for much longer. Jose finds the outplay, and that's the ace for FlyQuest.
All your work from the split, it goes to one series. It's like if you lose, you're like out till next split, and nobody wants to lose.
I don't think we've ever lost against FlyQuest this year, and going into the best of 5, I don't think that will change.
Welcome, League of Legends esports fans, to our second elimination series of the playoffs here in spring 2022. I am Captain Flowers. This is your friend and mine, Mr. Sam Kobe Hartman Kinsler. Sir, are you ready for what I am hoping is not a 3-0 today?
Yes, I am. The battle of good versus evil, FlyQuest versus evil geniuses. And let me remind you that this is a continuation of our very last game of Super Week, where we had FlyQuest versus Evil Geniuses for the tiebreaker, and Evil Geniuses won that. So they are coming into this one with, I'll say, a little bit of momentum, a little bit of a head start there, having won the most recent matchup. We'll get into the pick ban immediately for this one, though, because we already have some variations here. Jungle focus, both Volibear and Lee Sin taking out 2 of the premier jungle picks.
Yup, those junglers getting targeted here a little bit. The support role as well. Nautilus and Tom Kench both off the table. LeBlanc, the first ban of the entire draft there by FlyQuest, so don't want to have to deal with that one there. In mid, EG gets one more.
And if EG don't ban away the Ahri, we could be setting up for a similar champ select as we did in the last game as well in that tiebreaker, because that's what Tukui went right to, was the early pick on Ahri. And if it hadn't been for him falling victim to some of the early mid ganks from Vulcan, the support ganks, then it would have been a completely different story. So we are going to get the trade back the other way this time around. This time around, FlyQuest don't make the same mistake. They get the Zeri, and they give EG the options for picking up Ahri. Last time around, Danny with the hands on the Zeri, and he made them regret it.
Priority on the AD carry role here for FlyQuest, a pick for themselves, a deny against the Geniuses. EG locking in that Ahri. Those of y'all who tuned in for the LEC finals today, we got to see some Ahri play over there. Some pretty impressive Ahri play, actually. So I'm curious to see if JoJo can keep it on the same level.
And Inspired is kind of the last member fighting for Rogue, since Rogue got 3-0'd earlier today.
He's got to carry the flag.
Rogue lost, but maybe Inspired will win. And he locks in the Xayah for his teammate there. Definitely a very prominent answer into the Zeri because of the lethality. Muramana build that we go with Xayah on has some really strong burst damage, as well as a lot of scaling options and very much anti-dive. So very mobile carries picked up for EG. Thus far, not super long range, but definitely very mobile. They both have ways to avoid Jarvan.
Yeah, well, let's see what else they want to lock in next to this. Okay, the Yuumi picked up. How are we feeling about this first half of the draft for FlyQuest?
Yuumi on Zeri Flowers. That is some peanut butter and jelly level of combinations. Definitely very scary later on into the game. The Yuumi obviously scales incredibly well, and it also enables melee carries. Maybe one of the reasons there you get the little hover over from JoJo, taunting with the Yone pick, because melee carries are very good late game options for FlyQuest to pair with that Yuumi as well. And it's going to be an early lock in here for Vulcan. I think it's incredibly important for EG to lock in these CC champions for Vulcan. These champions where Vulcan has the ability to be the initiator for the team, and grabbing either a Nautilus or a Leona. And since Nautilus is banned out, Leona is the go-to pick for him. No surprises here.
Yeah, I mean, when we think back to the series that EG had against Team Liquid last week, it was that first game with Vulcan on the Yuumi as opposed to being on one of these Engage, one of these CC, one of these champions that can start fights off that looked the worst for him. So I'm glad that EG is saying, you know what? You can have the cat. We don't want it. Give us Leona instead. Feels much better. Viego banned out along with the Vex.
Yeah, Vex is a protection ban for the Ahri. It's one of the predominant counter picks into Ahri. LeBlanc is already banned out by FlyQuest, so that is one of the other big options that people choose into the Ahri, especially with Veigar as well being taken off the cage, and Takoi's Zoe being whittled down here. They are really putting a bit of pressure on his champ pool.
And I like the fact that they're focusing mid like this because they've already showed their own mid laner. They'd love to leave that last pick of the draft for a top lane counter pick as well. Trundle's the final ban.
And there's still a couple things you can do into the Ahri. The Syndra is a pretty good option. That's in fact what JoJo used last time around on the other end of this matchup. So Takoi could go with just the reverse rematch here, him being the one with the Syndra into JoJo's Ahri. Or you can go with attack damage, very strong lane dominant carries for mid lane, like and rush a Hex Drinker, like a Lucian or something like that.
Well, we're going to get our jungler here for EG. It's Xin Zhao locked in. Of course, they did us the favor of hovering both the Nidalee and the Renekton for fans, because we all know how much fans enjoy seeing those two champions. And now what's FlyQuest going to pick? It's got to be a blind top laner for Kumo. Impact will have that counter pick here. So what does Kumo want to take?
They could also just pick mid and answer mid here, because they know they're playing into the Ahri. But it's going to first be the Ornn picked up, and now the drum roll. What is it going to be? Syndra or Lucian?
All right.
I would say they need some AP. Probably not going to be a lane Nocturne.
I would expect not.
Definitely.
Velius, are you out there somewhere?
So Zeri does do some magic damage, but probably going to be some more AP here.
All right,
there
very standard stuff. Orianna. Is Orianna probably like the most standard mid laner in League of Legends? I feel like
100%. She has been most viable through the most number of patches, I feel like, for mid lane throughout the history of League of Legends.
That's what I was looking for.
Let's get into it, though. EG counter pick on top side. So many options when you get blind picked here with an Ornn. What does Impact want to try and answer with, though? Gwen is, in fact, locked in.
Okay.
Very good versus tanks. Gets to scale up early on. Gets to pick Conqueror. Very, very strong chase down on this champion. And Gwen is also pretty good into combinations that use Yuumi plus Zeri. The W is very, very effective in these scenarios and gives you the possibility of playing that front line. So they've got the Gwen Xin Zhao front line for EG, the ultimate immunity front lines, and we'll see if this is going to be enough for EG to continue their win streak versus FlyQuest.
Or can Kumo be able to land some of those clutch Ornhorns? There's no Braum or any sort of protection there against them, so Evil Geniuses are going to have to be aware of exactly what they're team fighting around in this one. I am excited to see how it goes. I'm excited to see how top lane is focused, because whenever you have a carry like Gwen, whenever you have one of these champs that can take over the game in 1v9, I expect both junglers to have their eyes wandering up there.
Definitely agree. Super exciting matchup here. Number 1 of EG versus FlyQuest. Let's get into it.
So it's so much better with the fans in here, too. You get the lights, the sounds, the entire experience of Summoner's Rift in a playoff best of 5 here. Remember, we are no longer playing for an easier road to the finals. We're not playing upper brackets. This is lower bracket weekend. You either stand up here or you fall down till summer. Ain't no more second chances. Let's see how this level 1's gonna shake out here. Inspired stepping up. Not gonna place a ward down anywhere just yet. All right.
Leave everything on the Rift, Flowers. This is it. You said it. Elimination matches from here on out. Lower bracket run. Can Evil Geniuses or FlyQuest make it all the way through? FlyQuest have been biding their time since Super Week, practicing, crafting some sort of, not evil plan.
A good
to
plan.
take down their nemesis. Exactly. A plan for good. A plan for the trees.
You sound like an Ivern skin new voiceover.
Well, the Lorax is basically the mascot of FlyQuest. So we'll see here. Impact actually getting a little deeper
Is that the
into
Green
enemy
Eggs and Ham
territory.
guy? Oh, wait, never mind. We got Impact getting into a little bit of a scuffle with Kumo, but it's Impact who's left worse for wear after that. Down to about half HP here. Doesn't drink any of his potions. Kumo's going to go over the wall. Blue buff just gets picked up here. Impact can't do anything more to interfere with it. So, all right, everything just sort of goes away without any extra summoners or anything being blown at level 1. The big deal is just Impact losing a potion's worth of HP. It'll make those early trades at least a little bit more survivable there for Kumo, maybe be able to wear him down a little bit.
Plus, the Evil Geniuses bottom lane do pull for Inspire to get Xin for a little bit of a quicker start there. Jose got a little bit of burst damage on that blue buff, but it is going to be bottom side start here for Inspired, pathing up towards the Gwen lane on the top side. Make sure he doesn't get ganked early on.
Ooh, nicely done.
Jojo, I mean, there's a big reason why there was a magnifying glass put on the mid lane for this matchup. Last time around, the game that we mentioned from Super Week was Takoi falling victim to every gank, and thus far, he's falling victim to every charm from Jojo, who is notorious for trying to play every lane matchup as aggressively as possible, and him being the one with the Ahri, with the Assassin here, finding some very strong trades through the minions as he pushes it up.
JoJo's a lot of fun to watch because of that aggro. I always like seeing guys who want to push their advantage like this, and he's going to crash that massive wave into the mid lane tier 1.
And your reward for playing that aggressively early on and trading all of your corrupting potion charges is that you get this recall, this early recall to get back where Takoi has to keep farming up the rest of the minions here, and he can walk all the way back there for Jojo, saves his teleport, gets his Doran's ring purchased, and this is why Inspired path up towards the top side to the Gwen.
Oh boy, Kumo, you might be in some trouble here, buddy. Inspired, dashing in after him, flashes in, wants to get the knock up, wind becomes lightning, and Evil Geniuses strike first.
Yeah, Kumo becomes gold for Inspired.
Alchemy, my friend.
He has cashed in. There we go. Looks like one part of Rogue is going to get some kills early on today. Inspired going to be able to finish up with his red quadrant now as well. Honestly, this is an ideal start for this EG lineup. They got the kill on the top side for Gwen. Impact gets to go back, teleports right back out to the lane. No summoner spells now for Kumo either. And Gwen, even early on versus a tank, can be threatening because of the Conqueror, because of the chase down potential on the dash in.
And I also think just the difference between Impact and Kumo as players can't be understated here. Impact has been one of the veterans of this league for quite a while. The guy plays pretty much every type of everything, and Kumo's really yet to prove himself. So the fact that you're playing into this matchup that you're not going to ever really have an edge in, you're playing against a guy who's just world class. The job is hard for Kumo. This is a tough one, and it is a steep hill to climb, and it's going to stay that way, I expect, unless just some monstrous things happen for FlyQuest. But right now, it's Evil Geniuses' 800 gold lead here so far, winning in farm across the board, except they're in the jungle. Jose Diodo is farming a little bit faster than Inspired is, but considering Inspired made that gank work up in top side, he's perfectly fine with that. EG's early game going A-OK.
Yeah, very curious, too. He is leaving his red buff up. Inspired has yet to take his first red buff, is leaving it for way later into the game, going to super delay the pickup here because he's transitioned fully down to the bottom side for the spawn of this dragon.
Well, Inspired will be down there near that. He's got Vulcan roaming with him. Jose Diodo's clearing out his Raptors. Now, he has already used his combo there with the EQ. Inspired moves in, should be able to steal away that big chicken. Yeah, and Inspired skipping his red buff is level 5 now to the level 4 of Jose Diodo.
It's really intelligent, actually. You know, he leaves his red buff up there to go link up with Vulcan on his support roam timer. The level 3 Leona going to provide so much more on the support roams than the Yumi here for Afromu, and so they bully off and they steal away most of the Raptor camp there from Jose. So as you were mentioning, Inspired not only got off the first gank and got the first kill here, but he's also ahead in experience over Jose and looking for another gank.
Well, Jojo lands that point blank taunt. Takoi tries to get out, but there is no way home. Inspired is making this early game look easy.
That is an LEC MVP for you right there. Inspired is on fire this game.
Looking very, very good here. Unfortunately, both the kills did end up on the Xin Zhao as opposed to the Ahri or the Gwen, so not ideal in that respect.
You say that, but come on, we're just...
All right, everybody likes to be a fed Xin Zhao. I will give you that one, but now Jose Diodo is seeing if maybe he can return the favor up here in the top side. Impact doing a good job there, immuning the first part of the damage in the combo. He gets his level 6. Impact is trying to fight back here, needs a little bit more from the needlework, but no, sir. Jose Diodo gets on the board for FlyQuest.
Yeah, Impact fighting there for the level 6, clearing out some of the minions, does get access to his ultimate and actually causes Jose to go for the flash to make sure they can get the kill. I think they were a little bit worried about the arrival of Xin or somebody extra here to the fight and wanted to quickly finish the kill. In the end, they get it though. So FlyQuest fighting right back here. They're still down 1,000 gold due to the early presence from Inspired, who has now hit level 6, but getting something back for themselves on that top side, and Jose now has some money too.
Jose getting some of that money, getting on the board for FlyQuest, not just allowing Evil Geniuses to have total control over this early tempo. Feels really good. Still no neutral objectives taken here in this game. No early Drakes. Rift Herald hasn't spawned yet. We're only 7 minutes in, but only 7 minutes in, that 1,000 gold lead for Evil Geniuses does feel very nice. Looking back into mid lane, Jojo has rushed Mercury Treads, wants to make sure he has the extra tenacity up against the likes of the Yumi ulti in the team fights, up against the likes of Ornn. Plenty of magic damage all over the place here too. Zeri has some innate magic damage, so a lot of value to be derived just from the stats of that. But EG is once again on the invade game, and it's Inspired and Vulcan working together. Inspired level 7 off of another chicken steal.
See what they can do off this Vulcan roam. Looking for Jose as he goes for the zombie ward, and he might become a zombie soon.
Oh no, Jose, nice sidestep away from the charm, and now the shockwave back. Evil Geniuses goes for the play, but they do not get the kill.
Jose, fancy footwork, dodges the charm, and that means his life. If he is hit there by the charm, he is dead. Huge, huge dodge from him, avoiding that invade, avoiding the Xin plus Leona combo there that is lying in wait. Gets out with his life and can transition up to the top side to finish off his clear.
Very nicely done, Jose. Gonna have to keep that up if you want to keep Evil Geniuses from getting further and further ahead. Inspired now looking towards the enemy red buff. Should be able to get this one without any complications, but Jose Diodo will go after the Rift Herald while his red buff is being taken away. So if you can secure that one, things will be all right. But we're already seeing the on my way pings coming out from Evil Geniuses. They're aware that this is what's going on. They've got the ward there in the pixel brush. They can see exactly what Jose is up to. You can see Takoi already making the rotation over into the top part of the river just to be able to shadow Jose and help him, but they know that they cannot strong-arm this objective to completion, so Jose has to give up on that one about halfway through the Herald, go back into his own jungle, farm up the Gromp. Top lane's not looking too good. Kumo's stuck underneath the turret with no help, so they know they're outmanned and outgunned if it turns into a full-on.
And again, we got to keep highlighting this because it's so critical. These Vulcan roams. Vulcan had roamed up towards that Rift Trail to ensure that they could do it. He is now on his way back to bottom lane to make sure that Danny doesn't get dove, but these differences here between Leona, between Yuumi, are a lot in the early game here, where the Leona gets a priority, can go for these offensive roams, looking to create these plays, does reward them with an early Rift Trail. Now back in lane here versus Johnson and Aframu, who, to be fair, the Yuumi side does scale extremely well, and is allowing the Zeri a very nice CS lead, but they're getting targeted with yet another roam.
One of the things that I am concerned a little bit for FlyQuest here as well, you mentioned during the draft when we saw Xayah locked in, hey, this champion is great against dive. There's not really a ton of range outside of the Ornn ultimate on the side of FlyQuest. Everybody has to play into that range of Xayah. You're going to walk near feathers. You're going to walk close to blade callers. And if Danny's able to pop off in the way that we've seen him pop off before, this could be a very dangerous Xayah come 3 items.
Yeah, definitely could be. Especially dangerous, though, when you're facing Yuumi on top of the Zeri with so much mobility. So we shall see if FlyQuest can get to their scaling breakpoints. You know, they have the Yuumi. They also have the Ornn, who will be able to hand out upgraded items. Of course, post level 13 there from Kumo.
Well, Impact lets him.
Yeah, they want to be able to build around those team fights, but it is a difficult road ahead of them because Evil Geniuses with the early lead, definitely positioned to push that lead. Inspired still with Rift Herald in hand. This is going to go a long way, knocking down some plates and getting some of that tower damage they need to start opening up some extra space to work with.
And just because we haven't mentioned it yet, I am just going to go ahead and bring up the fact that Danny is playing Lethal Tempo. He is playing Noon Quiver as his mythic component item. So this is not going to be your Eclipse, Muramana, poke style of Xayah with the tier and everything like that. Looks like we'll get more of a traditional DPS crit-based build. And Inspired will be able to pick up this first Drake here for Evil Geniuses. 11 minutes in, not exceptionally quick, but it gets Evil Geniuses 2 out of 2 neutral objectives thus far. Honestly, the whole early game feels great for him. What is the plan for FlyQuest? I feel like we're not seeing a plan.
Yeah, I mean, their plan is scaling. As we went over, in all 3 of their lanes, they do have a strong team fight that they can rely on later. Bottom side, pretty good farm so far for Johnson, and as long as they do not fall victim to these Ahri roams from mid lane, then they should be able to keep it up and be on a pretty smooth pace here.
So allow me to ask this then. This is the way I think I should have phrased my last question. How much are you willing to give Evil Geniuses in this early game as FlyQuest before you say, okay, our scaling's actually in a little bit of trouble now?
Yeah, not a lot because EG don't have problems scaling over there either. I don't think that's going to be the big issue. It's going to be around fighting and around stacking up the rest of these neutral objectives here. EG already with the first dragon and has Rift Herald in hand, so FlyQuest are going to have to retake some territory here at some point, you know, bring the Ornn down because they are going to scale Gwen into a monster as well. Will become a split push menace, and FlyQuest may struggle to put together their 5-on-5 later on in the game. EG have a lot of pick potential because they've got Leona roaming around and on top of the Ahri, who's looking for so much mobility from the mid lane. Jojo constantly pushed up, and if you can take that mid turret with the Rift Herald, this is where it starts to get very dangerous. They've constantly had wards throughout the red quadrant of FlyQuest jungle. Here, here, here. There's always been Leona and Xin through this bottom jungle. And if you take that mid turret, then guess what? Ahri also gets to threaten that bottom lane, gets to threaten that Yuumi combination.
Well, the Rift Herald was not able to secure the entirety of the turret, but importantly, Inspired did get that one dropped down mid lane, grab the plate money while it was still available. Only 45 seconds left on turret plates. Evil Genius is bringing Vulcan back down into the bottom lane. Danny's going to keep on picking up a little bit more plate money as well. And when I'm looking back at the numbers on the mini-map, never mind, there's no time for numbers on the mini-map. Got it! Because we got charms, and the charms hit their marks. Inspired is on a killing spree for the Geniuses.
Got him! Takoi with the flash, but Jojo already charm in the air. Gets him with it after the flash. That is brutal for Takoi. Oh my goodness. The last matchup versus EG, he gets brutalized by Vulcan with the roaming supports from ganks from support. This time around, it has been him in combination with Inspired going for all these ganks, but this one was well set up by JoJo, and they see him on the wards as well. So they've got full vision. They just cleared these wards, and Takoi goes back the dangerous route, flashes there. Right through this corridor, there's not a lot of area to dodge. No. So JoJo with a pretty well aimed and calculated charm there. Very, very quickly picking up that kill. It's a little bit, this one probably should have gone over to JoJo, I feel like, for the rewards, but Inspired yoinks that one as well. 3-0, all the kills on EG, all on Inspired, and almost a 3K gold lead here.
Well, but are we done yet? Takoi's still trying to get away. JoJo has flash, but he doesn't have his ulti. Takoi's gonna walk away from that one. But I'm loving the focus on the FlyQuest mid laner from Evil Geniuses, because back to even what the desk was saying is, hey, what's the win condition? Who is most paramount to a FlyQuest victory? Right there in mid lane, shut him down. Keep him out of the game. 0-2 and 0 Orianna is not an ideal game state for Orianna.
Yeah.
This is what Evil Geniuses have figured out is the secret to success, and it's working.
Well, it's very difficult to pick when you have 3 lanes like this that don't have a lot of playmaking for them in the early game, and then Jarvan's got nowhere really to go for a lot of setup. And so FlyQuest have kind of been bleeding resources here through the early game. They're kind of hoping they can get to this point where they can really get one of these structured fights where Jarvan plus Orianna combo, Shockwave delivery on top of an Ornn ultimate from Kumo. They're hoping that they can try and get some territory back, because EG, they run Summoner's Rift right now, Flowers. So they're going to take every neutral objective on the map. There's no mid tower for FlyQuest to even start their plays from, to have some defense from. So Rift Herald number 2 will be picked up in advance of the next dragon, and it can be a rotation from Evil Geniuses down towards that dragon with plenty of time to go. FlyQuest, though, they overload bottom side with Zeri, Yuumi, and Ornn, so it might just be split map. Maybe they trade.
Well, Jose Diodo will jump in and steal away the enemy Gromp. He'll look towards that enemy blue as well. FlyQuest sieging up on this tier 1 turret that has no plates. They will get that one for sure. Second Rift Herald of the game is summoned up here. Top side, are they even going to get the charge? Yes, okay, so the charge ends up killing off the last 5% of the turret's HP. FlyQuest still have players in the bottom side. They're just Johnson, but now he's going to make the recall. And FlyQuest get back to base to defend the tier 2, which is still going to take the charge damage here from the Herald. No, it's not. Nicely done. Kumo made me a liar, and I'm happy.
The Ornn assassin, Flowers.
I was not expecting Assassin Ornn to just show up with the shank and stab Shelly.
Just bonk Shelly on the knee with the hammer there. Takes out her kneecaps and can't charge. Honestly, it's a pretty interesting choice from FlyQuest, though, because we were thinking, oh, maybe they'll trade sides. And they will give up the 2-tower push to the Rift Herald in exchange for Dragon to stop the Dragon stacking. But they actually did not do that. They made the call that they don't have the extra power to be able to give up any more gold in the form of a second tower. And they're just like, you know what? We actually are going to have to give up this dragon. It's just dragon number 2, and in favor of denying the gold of secondary tower there. So they recalled and reset in order to defend it. It's a calculated choice here to not give up even more gold to the side of EG. We'll see if it pays off, because it does put more pressure on the next dragons that do spawn. Takoi.
Oh boy, Takoi just gets hit with the Everfrost, follow it up with the charm, follow it up with the damage, follow it up with the first kill on somebody not named Inspired for Evil Geniuses. JoJo's in there.
Oh boy, Takoi is at it again. No flash on the Orianna, no mid lane for FlyQuest, Flowers. There's no safety at all here. And this game 1 is, I'll just say it right now, a complete flop for FlyQuest. Let's see if they can mount their dream team fight, though. Honestly, they just keep on bleeding more and more resources over to EG. And EG are not going to slow down. Remember, as much as FlyQuest have drafted for some strong 5-on-5 and some strong scaling for later with the Yuumi, with the Ornn possibilities here, and if Orianna can combo Shockwave with Jarvan, it's EG already have a lot of answers, and with all the towers down, it allows them to have Gwen start to split push. Impact's got Unleash Teleport ready, has Ghost ready, Riftmaker's already done for him as well, and the rest of the team is going to be able to threaten the 4-1 quite substantially here. Even JoJo can go lurking around, and you can get these scenarios where it's the trailing split push. You know, one of them showing on the minion wave, the other one hovering behind, and really taking advantage. So see what FlyQuest can do to try and get some wards out on the map and get in position of the objective beforehand, before it spawns, to try and set up their battle lines. Next dragon will be Soul Point, so it's not the most critical. You don't have to fight on it, but it does mean that's the last one before Soul. And here's the teleport.
Oh.
This Ornn is gonna get out!
He's going home. That's the thing with Gwen. She's got no CC. She can't stop it. But Impact will be able to follow Kumo to the ends of the earth. He'll chase him back up into the top side. Now, Kobe, I want to ask you something here.
Top lane tag. They're gonna chase each other all over.
So I'm curious your thoughts here at the inventory of Jose Dioto, because he's going for a full Zhonya's Hourglass second after the Kim tank. And while this active is powerful, I personally believe Stasis is far and away the single strongest active in League of Legends, and it's not close. Is that worth having what is essentially not good stats for your champion when you're only on 2 items?
It's the Malrong strategy, the Chem Tank and the Hourglass combination. I think it's pretty cool. Now, it does...
in this game state, when you're down 4,000.
Honestly, like you're saying, the Zhonya's, the immunity is the best way that you can be tanky. Actually soaking damage in this scenario, because your opponents are so far ahead, you're not going to be able to out-soak damage there. The Ornn is going to be the one on the front line, you know, trying to actually soak, so... I kind of like it. It also does mean your flag hits a bit harder with the AC ratio there too. So
Super flag.
It does necessitate some accuracy with your combination, but we'll see if it actually plays out here for Jose. You do sacrifice regular tank stats, you know, like health and normal resistances that you would be getting from building
get a little bit armor.
regular tanks. So we shall see.
All right. I just always like to get people's opinions on something like that when it's not super common. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I have been loving some of the plays that we've been seeing made with it in the EU LCS. It has also had flops over there as well. So depends on the play. Stopwatch is such a you know, instance dependent item. It's not about the stats on the item, obviously. It's about how you use it.
Right. If you fat finger the thing in lane and you get no value out of it, all of a sudden it is worth literally 0. Perfect execution of it in the middle of a team fight can change the entire flow of a game. So we'll keep our eyes on Jose, keep our eyes on his stopwatch and subsequent Hourglass, but we've got about 45 seconds until the third Drake of the game spawns. Evil Geniuses still sit on the cusp of almost a 5,000 gold lead. They've got both the Heralds so far. They've got both the Drakes so far. Things are looking dire for FlyQuest. They're looking to make a move on Impact, who has no summoner spells, but he can just skip back over the wall. He'll make his way out and makes that entire FlyQuest play not work, or does it? JoJo having to get away now. Johnson coming in, providing a little bit of damage. There comes your Ornn Horn. Kumo's ready to slam him on back. Inspired gets caught out, but he flashes away. Jose's ready to follow. Shut down over to Kumo. Evil Genius is on the run, but Kumo's going to be killed now. Impact rampaging through, looking for Takoi, trying to chase him down a little bit more, but now he's got to be careful. Johnson finds a bit more damage on the back end, but no more left to be found. 1-for-1 trade, but the jungler on Evil Geniuses is dead, which means objective power is not there.
And FlyQuest come alive. We start to see a little bit of what is possible and what we're alluding to with the late game Ornn and Yuumi combinations. Kumo there with the long chase. He had actually started recalling up in the brush, and EG lost track of him up there, so he was in a flank position. Still only turns into a 1v1 though, or 1-4-1, and here is that Dragon Soul Point.
Okay, Jose gets out of the pit, back over the wall. Evil Geniuses, they're gonna start this one up. They know that Inspired is on the way, so they can do this slowly. They're still standing on top of the Scuttle Crab vision of FlyQuest, so Fly knows what's going on. Jose Dioto wants to try to go for the smite still here with the blast cone over the wall, then take his own EQ combo back to safety, or does he? Already throws the flag in the pit, decides, okay, Inspired's there, we're not doing this anymore. Just wanted to be ready in case the jungler wasn't there for some reason, but it doesn't work out that way, and now one more is sold for EG.
I've got good news for FlyQuest. The Ornn now is level 13, so next level gets to start handing out the upgrades, blinging everybody else out. Here's another look at that replay and the very beginning of it, and how long they had vision of Impact and the chase that Kumo went on to end up behind the rest of the team. So you'll remember this is a very long chase, and Kumo had flash for, Impact there. And then EG kind of lose track of him as they all circle in here thinking they're going to get the pick on the blue buff. But it is the Cataclysm start there from Jose, and you know the Ornn is behind him, but Vulcan is now under attack.
Vulcan at half HP. Jose the Odo keeps up the chase, but he ends up losing a good chunk of his own health as well. Flash coming out from Vulcan. Counterattacks with his own Solar Flare. Johnson's now under pressure as Jose the Odo and Takoya are both at half HP. Impact soaking here on the front. Evil Geniuses have disengaged. They tried to get something back, but neither side has the firepower.
Late game Yuumi, baby. The Yuumi heals come through. Last time I looked, the only one with grievous wounds was Impact with the orb. Looks like they have yet to pick up another source of it as well. So if Impact is not diving the target with the Yuumi, then they're going to heal a lot, and FlyQuest will be able to take down.
Oh, Kumo having to get away from that one. Evil Genius has some good CC underneath the turret. Gonna keep that tier 1 alive. Impact approaches from the right, looking for Johnson. Johnson should just be able to jump away there with the help of the Yuumi, skip over the wall, no problem. Jose the Odo has his own gap closer to get out, but now Kumo has no flash, no teleport, no ulti. Inspired's gonna keep moving towards him here. Wind becomes lightning over the wall, maybe. Nope, Kumo should be able to get out of that one. Vulcan's gonna continue looking, seeing if there's an angle to cut anyone off here. Has JoJo and Impact right next to him. They will force a flash out of the FlyQuest jungler.
The long chase here. This blue quadrant of the jungle, Jose does get the last laugh. Flag gives vision, able to smite away the Gromp. Now they know that he just used one of his smite charges. Maybe there was a threat there towards the Baron. That's why we saw that blue trinket go down. So Scryers used by FlyQuest to make sure it wasn't a quick transition over to Baron. And again, they continue to scale on up here. Ornn will be able to hand out the next upgrade pretty shortly here. 2 items power spike on Zeri acquired for Johnson with the Titanic as well. And the Yuumi healing will continue. Darksteel was picked up as well for Aphromoo, so if FlyQuest win one of these team fights, they're actually able to use some of this frontline and hard engage that they do have to create some space for the Zeri, then they will definitely be able to stack this up as long as they can keep Takoya safe. That flash down on Takoya has been a death sentence this entire game, my friend.
Oh, yeah, it's tough stuff when you're on a champion like Orianna that does not have that inbuilt mobility. Now, is worth pointing out that we also have our second Ornn upgrade here on Johnson with that Trinity Force. That one's been buffed up by Kumo, who's done a good job not falling too far behind Impact. Yes, he's 30 CS down, but as the matchup of Gwen versus Tank goes further and further into the game, you expect Gwen to have more and more control. Jose the Odo gonna get slowed down there by the Xin Zhao W. Now walks forward just to have that threat to be able to keep the tier 2 turret alive for the side of FlyQuest. FlyQuest still have only taken one single turret this game, the bottom lane tier 1 turret. Everything else still standing and still standing pretty strong. Impact keeps applying pressure into that bottom lane as JoJo and Danny have moved back into more of a neutral position around mid. JoJo clearing out some of these wards in the topside river that FlyQuest has placed down. But for FlyQuest, eyes are on Jose the Odo right now. He's the one with Aphromoo attached to him. He's the one making the engages, making the plays. And he's the one who will be leading the charge when FlyQuest try to make their move. Danny gets jumped on, goes up into the ulti, keeps himself safe, and now the re-engage is coming out, but Vulcan has bit off more than he can chew, and Takoya is on the board.
The FlyQuest juggernaut continues. Flower, that scaling was lying in wait. They flopped in the early game, but they're right back on their feet. And here comes the flank from Kumo. Ornn is on the way, has ultimate available.
Here it comes. Remember, there is no defensive ultimate available for Danny. His positioning must be very, very safe here. Evil Genius is going to fall back, but FlyQuest still have control over Summoner's Rift for now. Vulcan's still dead for another 7 seconds. The Soul is spawning in 20. We got ourselves a game here, buddy.
It's definitely time here for EG to be able to get back for the spawn of it. I wonder if they rush into it. Vulcan's right back up, and they're heading actually back out towards Baron right now. They might be looking to trade it. The pings go down. They're heading towards Baron, thinking they can possibly give it up for a rush on the Baron. Can they give up this soul? It looks like FlyQuest should be able to transition over in time, though.
Yep, FlyQuest will make their way over here. Evil Geniuses are starting it up. Vulcan is going to find that control ward there so he can clear that one out of the way. Now, what's it gonna be? FlyQuest, you gotta go in there. You gotta stop this. Baron down to 3,000 HP.
YOLO!
He's ready to go in for the smite steal, ready for the coin flip, the 50-50. Johnson's going to be pressured now here at the very start. Gwen is immune, but Impact is still staying alive. Yodo getting himself back out. Johnson's going to be taken low. Johnson's taken down. Jojo Pune with a solo, looking for it on a Takoi, but Takoi will triumph. 1v1.
Oh, and now it's EG with the reset here. They've got the extra person advantage. The bottom lane killed off from FlyQuest. They barely had enough damage to finish him. Inspired going back in. Did the deed. Now there's no Yuumi to heal up FlyQuest, and it's all on Jose to try and get that steal.
It was very important for Takoi to win that 1v1. That's the only way FlyQuest got a chance to fight back here. They are still in a 3v4. They're still dealing with EG, who have this advantage in terms of men, in terms of health, but now they've already decided to go in. It's Kumo. He's after Danny, who still has his ultimate, but he wasn't able to use it in time. Shut down over to Yodo, and FlyQuest have stopped the Baron. What else will they be able to find, if anything at all? Inspired and Impact standing and fighting and taking down the enemy top laner. Jose re-engages for a nice three-man shockwave, but the follow-up is non-existent. Impact standing and fighting a little bit longer. The needlework won't do it. Takoi goes with a killing spree, and Jose Yodo goes in for Inspired. He finds the escape through the audacious charge over the wall, and Jojo is back out onto the map. FlyQuest now have control over the topside river, and FlyQuest are now the ones who finally get to breathe in the face of the EG Baron.
I, for one, am ready for Baron round number 5 already. Let's get right back to the party here. FlyQuest, they get the revival from Aframu. Yuumi gets out there, heals him right back up, and they stop EG from attempting the Baron again. Down to 3k health a second time. Let's take a look in our Rocket Flip the Switch replay at the beginning. This one was where the second initiation, Impact teleports out. They're trying to keep Jose Deodo away from the Baron, but then Impact went over towards the Krugs, thinking that Jose went that way, and Jose had looped back around towards the rest of them at Baron, and they just assassinate Danny. Ornn right in. Jose follows it up, and FlyQuest are able to kill off the AD carry, so EG kind of falling apart with the plan at that point, but then the fully stacked Conqueror there on Gwen, they melt through the tank. Takoi's got the Shockwave to buy time for on your minimap. You see Aframu about to arrive. They know they've got the Yuumi on the way to continue the chase and pick up the extra kills here for FlyQuest.
And then Inspired barely manages to find that escape there onto the Krug. And with Jojo Pune back out onto the map, that meant that FlyQuest couldn't go back for the Baron themselves. But we were dancing around Baron so long that we're now down to below 2 minutes before the Drake spawns again, which will create another one of these cross-map states where EG has the threat of soul at any Drake that they're able to claim, so the pressure will be on FlyQuest. But it's FlyQuest now going for the Baron themselves. Evil Geniuses, they know what's going on. The Scryer's Trinket in the pit's going to show him, but it gets immediately removed. Control Ward over the wall sees Baron at about half HP. Inspired poking there where the wind becomes lightning. Jojo looking for an angle to come in and try to stop these guys. Impact also on the flank. EG, they got to fight this right if they want to have a chance. There goes your Ornn ulti, but it only finds Vulcan. That is not the ideal target. FlyQuest trying to get away now, but Takoi is already dead. Kumo's going to be taken low. Inspired is tanking up everybody, and he's doing it for a damn long time. FlyQuest have collapsed under the might of Evil Geniuses. Kumo's going to waste a little bit more time, but here comes the snip, snip. EG just got 4 for nothing.
FlyQuest get too full of themselves, Flowers. They can't afford to group up inside the Baron pit and let EG get their flanks off. EG thrive on the flanks, and FlyQuest needed to fight the front to back. Honestly, they just got swarmed there. Takoi gets assassinated, and EG are gonna push right through.
It was a nice fight back in the mid-game from FlyQuest, but when the Ornn ulti only hits Leona, hell no, that ain't gonna work. Evil Geniuses, they'll take that big win, they'll march it straight to the Nexus, and they'll take game 1.
Fun little roller coaster we go on for game number 1 here, Flowers.
Got a couple loop-de-loops in the middle.
I'm glad that
I'm glad
you got to see what the Yuumi Ornn scaling is capable of in some of these later team fights. But rushing into that Baron, allowing EG to circle from all sides.
Like sharks.
Like sharks. Looking for the win, and then instantly, nice push from EG afterwards. They punish them at the Baron start, clean up all the kills, and finish off this game running straight to the Nexus. If you remember back to the beginning of this game, though, big props to Inspired for the early ganks, the early start to this match, as well as JoJo for playing his mid lane extremely aggressive. You know, they went for the early Ahri pick here. That's what they traded for the Zeri. And JoJo, true to form, always trying to punish and play up very early on in the game, getting those summoner spells out of Takoi, and then having Inspired come and multiple people come through for ganks. Nicely punished.
They're going to have to get some Secret Service agents for President Takoi because he is just getting focused a lot in these matches versus Evil Geniuses. They seem to have this idea and have this plan that as long as they can keep him shut down, they're going to find the win. It worked for them in game number 1. They brought it all together, and we're going to break down all that back and forth action at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. They got it done in the end, EG did, but it got scary for a moment, considering how well the game started in favor of our red-sided team. Let's take a look at the draft, though, to kick things off, figure out what each of these teams came into came into the series, rather, when it came to strategy. In particular, I want to take a look at FlyQuest, because this is the team that we hadn't had any data on in the postseason just yet.
Looks like they're going all scaling, baby.
Yeah.
That's the strategy, 5v5 team fights. We've seen some people trying that in this playoffs. There's been teams that have gone back to more stable team comps. And I think for a game 1 draft, I can see what they're thinking here. Like, let's see if EG has enough early game that we need to change our play style, because otherwise we'll just go late in team fight.
Yeah, we've seen EG go early game in drafts previously, and also, honestly, FlyQuest have won a lot from their late game scaling and 5v5 team fighting. So I'm not surprised to see them go in this direction.
Yeah, my biggest concern a lot of the times when you have Yuumi drafts is I feel like you need to have a stable or even mid jungle. Otherwise, the strategy is just going to be, okay, we have a winning mid jungle. We'll just, every time we have push, we'll threaten bot lane. We don't need to dive. We'll just push them off the wave. We'll force them to use TP. It's just a losing position in the team with the better scaling. In this case, yes, FlyQuest are just praying for a mistake, which they inevitably got.
They got some mistakes.
They inevitably got that.
Yeah. Well, why don't we just start taking a look at highlights? Because we're going to get to some of those mistakes that seem to elongate the game and breathe some life into the FlyQuest side of things. Because for a large majority of this game, it was EG with agency being ignited by Inspired in the jungle.
Yeah, and it won't show it in these clips, but it was like a pretty significant early game advantage, about 4K. Inspired and JoJo were just running rampant in the matchup, specifically JoJo. JoJo was just catching him with every charm. It was tough to watch. But as the game went on, it got a lot better for FlyQuest.
It got sloppy, I guess is what you'd say.
Yeah.
EG should have been controlling the pace of the game. They got into some standoffs around neutral objectives, and that's where FlyQuest comp can shine in these front-to-back team fights. It still was never like back fully in their favor, but there was a period of time where I thought, okay, after this, it seems mostly like FlyQuest has stabilized. They have the better late game team fight, team comp. Like maybe they can find their way back in the game from here.
Yeah, especially for some of these team fight setups here, especially where like, you know, EG, I was talking about how good their Baron take was, and they mess it up. This should have been FlyQuest's fight. And then that
Target
happened.
selection. Target
Kill the
selection.
Leona!
You have 5 targets in front of you, and the one you choose to Ornal is the Leona.
It's unlucky.
It was not the right call.
And while you're rushing down this Leona, you're leaving your flank exposed to JoJo Pyun, who then solos out Takoi. And so instead of having a straight front-to-back team fight, you have allowed yourself to get flanked around by forcing yourself into the objective. They didn't need to play it that way.
When you're in a really tough position like that, you don't want to just splurge all of your resources, all of your ult onto one target. A lot of the times, pushing the person who's coming out of flank, in this case, the impact, would probably be the best way, forcing them off your flank, having them marked out. Because at the end of the day, you're the one with, Yuumi heals, better scaling, better front to back. You don't want to just like go on a Hail Mary. So that was a tough call. But at the end of the day, they weren't the ones in control of that game. It was Evil Geniuses.
Right, that was still a comeback scenario, but you did feel like we were on the precipice of a FlyQuest victory if, for example, that fight goes their way. That felt like it was the turning point. Unfortunately for them, missed execution. Oh, I need a little bit of that done right now. What the heck?
Where's the EG
Is
stat?
that? Yeah, somebody after this segment's over. Ooh,
no.
Raz.
Yeah.
Raz, you little you certified? Okay. Either way,
I got
Evil
your back.
Geniuses. Oh, okay.
I got
I'm all
you.
about this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mark's not into it. I'm into it.
He tried that earlier off camera.
We talk about that. We talk about that agency that EG had in the early game. It all started in the jungle. Inspired and
Yeah.
Jose Deodo.
What was that?
I'm awake now, Raz. Inspired Jose Deodo was the matchup that we put the biggest spotlight on coming into the day, and Inspired, particularly in the early portions of the game, Emily, got a lot done.
Let's talk about his jungle pathing, right? Because everyone loves jungle
I
pathing.
love jungle
Or
pathing.
it's just me, but whatever. So this is gonna speed through. Inspired's clear. He gets the leash here. One thing they pointed out in cast is he actually ends up skipping his own red. And so when we talk about junglers being efficient or what efficiency means for a jungler, a lot of it is just time. What are you spending time on? They get the kill immediately up here. Now watch, he does Krugs, and then this is gonna be his first back after this. He immediately goes and, here, I'm gonna pause here just because I wanna point out that bot lane backed, and this is gonna be really important because Vulcan is back on his roam, and a lot of the plays they're gonna set up are going to be Inspired coming around to Vulcan, right? So he instead invades, takes Jose's birds, does his own birds, and then loops back around for this kill mid, and then
murder.
finally does his own red. So I thought it was really fun. I love when junglers do like some creative pathing. You can disagree with it if you want, but I think he very efficiently used his time to get his team ahead.
I think the important thing is even if it's not standard clear, it's never like he has nothing to do and he's just hovering in a bush. The reset to catch the next spawn of his Gromp and to keep his farm going, yes, you're gonna let the red buff get a little under-leveled when you finally pick it up, but because he was always getting something else done, whether it be vision control or ganks, it never felt bad, I think. And that's what makes Inspired so good is even when he's doing these non-standard plays, he doesn't actually end up falling behind.
Something that Emily has also pointed out, but is just a consistent trend with him, Inspired, is those birds, man.
Yeah,
Emily,
he loves them.
exactly. The fact that he will always time the enemy birds.
Yeah, so I always call
And
it,
he'll come and get
Burbs.
I will say, yeah, it's
Kill the
my
burbs.
fault. I always call them birds in my
Yeah.
jungle pathing like
fine.
spreadsheets, so that's my fault.
At
They
least
are
you don't call
raptors.
them wraiths still. Those of us who are around for a very
Oh,
long
yeah.
time.
Do you remember
it took a
Papa
while
Wraith?
to get rid of
I
those
still
kinds
call
of things.
Gromp white as well. though.
Exactly, right?
Oh
yeah.
my God.
Lord. Okay. Yeah, efficiency, though, is absolutely the key word when it comes to jungling, just as a role, and it's great to see Inspired live up to that word in this game number 1. Moving on to game number 2, though, FlyQuest with side selection is going to stay on the blue side. And Mark, I think this is interesting because all throughout the postseason, we have seen definite favoritism from different teams for different sides of the map.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, we talk about salty runbacks and stuff. This is one of those games where I'm looking at that draft from
You okay
FlyQuest.
with it?
I liked their draft. Takoi, who we shined a spotlight on in the pregame, got abused in lane and then did not play the team fights, I think, particularly well on one of his signature champions in Orianna. And like, this is one of those times where like, you just need to step up. Like that, we can get you a better matchup if you want something slightly different. But like the overall game plan of let's go a little bit late, but let's just stabilize early game, that is tough. If they want to get a little bit more bridge champions in there, fine. But I think the overall game plan looked okay to me.
Exactly, and I would say the bridge champ that I would look forward to is probably like a Leona, a Thresh, something there for Afro to get plays started and to be able to protect mid a little bit more. I think the scaling options were there already existed. And when you add the Yuumi, there's going to be more, quote unquote volatility about like, okay, so they have mid hunkered down, now they're gonna kill us bot lane. We want to stop that from happening.
We're talking about the possibility of a salty run back. I'm going to throw this question at you, Emily. If you're on the side of EG and you see that coming to fruition, do you allow it? Are you okay with that? Or do you think there's something that they can subvert, on the side of FlyQuest?
If I'm EG, I'm looking at my own mid-game mistakes because I feel like they could have snowballed their own advantages harder and not gotten so caught up in bad positions at neutral objectives. So I'm probably fine, and I also think EG are fine with red side, too.
Oh, very happy, clearly, with that. They had side selection coming into this matchup. They chose the red side to start, so they'll be happy on that one. Heading to game 2 in just a moment, but during the 2022 Spring Split, use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-store client, or in-client store, rather, and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to a League of Legends event, or a set of 9 Player of the Week statues and a MasterCard prepaid card. Entry period, though, is from March 26th to April 23rd, so make sure you get those in before that date hits. We'll see if FlyQuest can find their footing and answer back in game 2 right after this.
This is lower bracket weekend. You either stand up here or you fall down till summer. Ain't no more second chances. Never mind, there's no time for numbers on the mini-map. Because we got charms and the charms hit their marks. FlyQuest trying to get away now, but Takoya's already dead. Kumo's gonna be taken low. Inspired is tanking up everybody, and he's doing it for a damn long time. FlyQuest have collapsed under the might of evil geniuses. Kumo's gonna waste a little bit more time, but here comes the snip snip. EG just got 4 for nothing.
They give us love. They give us joy. They give us lessons in sharing. So give them some love back. And what says love better than something you can chew on? Use your MasterCard to make secure purchases from anywhere. So your gift will end up in the right hands or mouth. Because being there for each other is priceless.
What's going on?
Jake from State Farm, the perp just confessed. I think. I don't know.
What?
Oh, can't afford streaming anymore, so here we are.
Oh, don't give up what you love. State Farm has options to personalize your policy so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Oh, that's great. The subtitles would be nice.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Oh no! That was not even fair.
What if respawning was refreshing? Here's to the round between rounds.
This game is rigged. This game is out to get me.
This is a league built on speed and precision, where everything needs to perform at a pro level, especially your hardware.
They blocked the road. They want to complete the final piece of the puzzle. They don't have enough damage for it, but who cares? It's all a formality, baby. The winner of LCS Lock-In.
Even if you're hard stuck plat, like me, forever. Roccat, the official mouse and keyboard of the LCS.
for game number 2. Game number 1, you described it best at the end of the game, sir, was quite a roller coaster. EG was dominating the early game. The mid game was League of Legends, and then it ended.
You gotta put your arms up when you scream when you're going.
Yeah. Woo! All right. Well, now we're into game number 2. I'm curious to see how FlyQuest specifically wants to adapt in this, because one of the things that you brought up when we were talking about things in that first game is, hey, we've got a Jarvan, but none of these lanes feel great to gank.
And the setup, I think, is one of the big things. FlyQuest, I don't think they can afford to have so many of those kind of soft and non-volatile lanes early on to be able to have options. And for me, I always will think of Aphromoo as such a big, prominent figure for FlyQuest for creating plays for them. So this last time around, he was on the Yuumi early on, not a lot of agency at all, just kind of sitting there along for the ride, along for the roller coaster. I would actually really like to see FlyQuest, if they prioritize Nautilus or Leona for Aphromoo himself, to be able to start plays for the team, because he has actually been extremely good so far this spring when handed some of those playmaking supports. Maybe even the Thresh thrown in there as well if the rest of the supports start to take bans. But so far, looks like all the supports remain open, and we just get, again, the Veigar ban coming out again versus Takui to complement this LeBlanc one that has been a mainstay.
Well, hey, Nautilus got through the draft this time. It's Volibear banned away, it's LeBlanc banned away, but instead of the Nautilus ban, we have a Kali banned out instead, but FlyQuest opt to lock in the Ahri.
And the reason you're leaving Nautilus up here is because Nautilus is the premier pick into Zeri with the point-and-click ultimate, so if EG don't grab it up, FlyQuest are kind of manipulating this. They're saying, all right, we'll take the Ahri and give you Zeri, but we are going to counter your Zeri with a Nautilus. I will remind you, though, this recipe is the exact recipe that Evil Geniuses beat FlyQuest with back at the beginning of the season. This exact draft. FlyQuest, they went with the early pick on Ahri, and they gave up the Zeri plus Nautilus combination to EG. And they regretted it.
Well, they do at least get the Leona on the side of FlyQuest. So we are going to have Aphromoo on one of those playmakers, one of those engagers, one of those champions that can lead the charge. Xayah drafted there for Johnson. So there's an easy way to avoid the Nautilus kill button if that's what he wants to target. Hold on, I gotta, before we go any further into the draft, crowd, you guys gotta not be so easily bamboozled. I know it's been a couple of years, but if they're hovering Zed and Fiddlesticks, they're probably gonna play Nocturne and Lee Sin. I'm just trying to prime you guys for that.
Live a little, Flowers, dream a little, huh?
Or Victor. We got Victor instead, so at least, hey, that's Victor from Arcane. Now, to end the second part of the bans, how is this going to change up, you think? What's going to be a little bit different? We have both our mid laners picked this time, both of our bottom laners, so it's all jungle, all topside focus.
Yeah, I actually expect them to try and ban out a little bit of jungle here for Jose, seeing as how EG will be able to get their jungle pick first and then have the double from FlyQuest. So, yeah, they are going to target him. Nocturne is the first jungle to catch a ban.
Nocturne removed from the table. We saw a lot of Nocturne here in the LCS studio yesterday, to the dismay of some, as it was locked in for all 3 games by the Golden Guardians. Weren't able to find a win with it, but we're not going to get to see it here this time around. FlyQuest, we got some Jose Dioto fandom here in the crowd today as well. Wanted to see him pop up, bring up the Tuki time. But Trundle banned out now, so we're going to continue seeing these junglers targeted here. Does EG want to make it a double jungle ban from their own side, or do they want to throw something up there towards that top lane and once again just try to hit Kumo a little bit, give Impact the ideal matchup?
Lee Sin, Jarvan, and Xin Zhao all still available. Viego is the one that takes the hit here, though. It is Jose Deodo's most played champion this split, with 8 plays, double that of the next most common for him, so strong target ban there. But Jose has not had champion pool problems. You know, as we said, Lee Sin, Jarvan, Xin Zhao all available up right now, so both junglers should be able to get something comfortable.
Okay, last ban, what's it going to be? Aatrox. All right, was not quite expecting to see that one here, but that'll be the final ban of the draft for FlyQuest. Evil Geniuses fully expect to see the jungle picked here. Leave that last pick of the draft for impact on counter pick once again.
Yeah, Aatrox is kind of an interesting one because a couple patches ago, he got a little tiny buff on the sweet spot damage, and ever since then, I've seen a lot more of it in solo queue and in champions queue for these players, but not so much on stage, and EG will get the blind pick for impact here this time around. He's going to be the one piloting the Ornn. Personally, I really like, Alawi as a tank buster into it, but EG are gonna...
Okay.
Oh, okay.
This is so fun. I love this. This is the ultimate skill check / you're a noob. If you can win both sides of the same matchup, you are the king. The other guy is now a peasant. He cannot talk.
Well, he can talk, and what they'll usually say is jungle diff.
Solo queue excuses.
Yeah, exactly. But those are the most reliable ones. There's the Jarvan again for Jose. This time around, though, because FlyQuest kind of played off what we were talking about. They have more setup, more options for Jose to work with. So this time around, the Jarvan pick can actually do something. Jarvan can play either to Aphromu's Leona, which we wanted him to grab either Leona or Nautilus. Good change of priority there for FlyQuest, or he can play off of the mid lane here. Takui this time is the one with the Ahri. This time he's the one with the CC setup on Victor. And it is basically a reverse of fates here. EG taking the scaling this time. FlyQuest taking some of the playmaking here for early game. Inspired with the Graves, though. Interesting, has fallen a bit off for jungle Graves. Yep. And yet, in some of these matchups here, really can, especially with the way that Inspired's been playing, to link up with support. If he links up with Vulcan and goes for these invades early on, you can create these pretty heavy CS leads over something like a Jarvan. Yeah. While the Jarvan will look for a lot of these gank angles, Graves, the whole goal of this last pick and how EG want to play the game is farm-oriented and denying enemy camps to them. So we'll see if this time around EG are tasked with keeping their Ornn and Victor lanes a bit stable early on, under the face of a lot more ganks from the Jarvan.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see how Inspired and Vulcan play together with the Graves having the damage and the Nautilus having the setup because of the way we saw them playing together in game number 1 on those invades. Inspired sacrificing his own red buff to be ready on that timer. I'm ready to see it. Let's do it. FlyQuest want to strike back here. Do not want to let Evil Geniuses go up to that 2-0 lead. Eyes on the junglers here. Inspired and Vulcan working together. Aphromu being unlocked to rotate around and do stuff in the early game.
All right, Flowers. All right, FlyQuest. All right, fans. We had our warm-up game. Let's see what FlyQuest can do with some real early game potential. They've got Jarvan with possible setup for them towards the bottom side of the map. So if Jose starts again on blue side, this time around, he can threaten off of Aphromu's Leona, off of this Ahri play. But honestly, I'm still looking at the mid lane because JoJo plays even these sides of matchups super aggressively. He always looks for, even when he's on Victor, these aggressive trades early on, trying to get you with minion damage through the laser, as well as harassment at the same time, and trying to chunk you out. So I want to see if that is punishable by a Jarvan who has so many different angles you can go after. And we can already see it. So much focus from the players as well around mid lane.
Yep.
Both sides of them trying to ward the ramps. And Takui wants his Jarvan to gank. This is the surest sign that you want an early gank. I'm starting Sweeper, and I'm clearing out your gank path for you. Red buff level 2 Jarvan is renowned for going for those early ganks. it can make some mid laners kind of second guess themselves, but look at that. JoJo is full confidence. He does not second guess anything.
He is aggro Victor.
Still goes for the early trade, tries to punish the sweeper.
I love the fact that he's willing to play aggro even in those matchups. Takui trying to keep him back as much as he can, but JoJo will not be stopped that easily. Over on the other side, Inspired just doing the full clear here on Graves. Impact taking a bit of a whooping here from Kumo early on, down to 100 HP up against the Gwen.
Now I'm the one with the scissors.
Yeah, Scissors beats Ornn.
True. Scissors cuts down gods, I guess, is
something like that.
Is our takeaway. There's Jose, though, off to his level 3. This one will not circumvent the vision of Evil Geniuses, though. It's kind of curious because they did clear out with the sweeper the other early ward that EG placed, and yet it is kind of going to be telegraphed here. Now they see the flag go down as well. Inspired's going to actually take that fight as he knows he's got his mid laner pushing. JoJo could be the first one to this jungle skirmish, and that's what matters most. I want to highlight the mid laners. Here it comes. I'm telling you, this is #1 possibility when you go for a jungle invade. Smite fight?
Well, I think they're going to try to burst it with abilities.
Oh!
There it is.
He got it.
It is going to be secured there by Inspired, and now he's dealing with Jose Diodo here in the 1v1. Both of them got about 300 HP. Laser over the wall from JoJo. Inspired's not going to go any closer, is he? Nope, dashes right back away. JoJo trying to be able to help out his ally, but was a little bit too far away there. Jose Diodo, the one who ends up having to use his flash, and Impact is still stuck underneath the turret the entire time. He was not able to rotate over to that. The fight was super interesting because Graves can't shoot through the red at the Jarvan. Jose did a really good job of just waiting up until it came down to that 50-50 smite there, but Inspired had the burst.
It matters so much, too. This is actually the most exciting way for me to start games as a jungler. Inspired gets his level 4 off the Krugs and is going to chase Jose out of there, but that smite is very hard to hit. You saw Inspired, he canceled his auto that was going to hit the red buff at 520 HP. So it would not knock it down to the 450 for smite.
Oh boy.
He waits around here, the W is active and the Ghost is active. So it should be fine. But he waited, he checked his auto, and then on Jose's actual combo, when Jose threw down the EQ, Inspired still hits the smite. Timing it with his opponent's combination. So very difficult smite to actually hit there as the extra Jarvan damage was coming through, but he did it. And then it was actually smart by Jose kiting around away from the enemy mid laner who he knew moved first and was able to get out with just his flash being blown. But we shall see if that flash down on Jarvan is punishable now. That is one of the big takeaways from that early invade, plus being a little bit down on camps.
Well, it is Kumo to be the first top laner to teleport back after going home for a purchase. Only got an amplifying tome, though, so not a very good base off of that one, but didn't really have a choice after the gank from Inspired in the top lane. Now Impact's going to go ahead, go back to base, refuel himself. Both of our mid laners have also already gone back for their first purchase. You can see the 3 starter items in the inventory of Takui, while JoJo has only gone for the Corrupting Potion and the Doran's Ring, then going towards the Amplifying Tome, getting on track for building more completed items after. But now here in bottom, we'll see if Jose Diodo can really find anything to do. Doesn't look like you're going to get much of a chance to do that here. They're seeing if maybe they can bait Vulcan and Danny to try to go after Johnson, but that ain't going to happen. Also worth noting that Johnson is playing the other style of Xayah here in this game. I checked the match thread in between the games, and there were people both calling both the Xayah builds bad. Some people were saying, quit Xayah is bad. Other people were saying, tier Xayah is bad. So now we'll see which one of them ends up getting more vindicated after game number 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, they both have their pros and cons. The tier 1 is definitely not bad. There's so much burst damage with Muramana. I think Muramana is so busted if you can
it's so strong
on any champ that can incorporate this item. Level 6 advantage there for Kumo. I also think there is a place for the crit builds to touch on it, especially if you are going to play into frontline like that, and you are going to actually have space to get your autos off, then the crit build still does decently have a place, but there's so much burst and so much range, and you get a lot of armor shred with early Shurelya's on the Muramana Eclipse build that both of them have some decent use cases. JoJo with the ultimate here just to clear the wave and get his back timing synced up with that of the Ahri. Remember how important the Ahri roaming around and the Ahri lane priority was last game? JoJo trying to deny that to Kui. And I've talked a lot about how JoJo likes to play all these lane matchups always aggressively, no matter what champion he's on. If he's on a scaling control mage, doesn't matter. And it shows in his runes. He almost always goes Airy, Scorch, and Absolute Focus. He also has the Time Warp Tonic for the kind of bait plays and the surprise plays for the instant healing. He actually went Minion Dematerializer this time around as well to help out with that wave control against the Ahri, as Victor really early on trying to focus on those waves. But here we go, Inspired Flash.
Flash from Afromu there to try to go after that Graves. Inspired's reaction time was good enough to get him away, but FlyQuest invading the enemy jungler here. Jose Diodo does have the smite on that one. Now Inspired's in some more trouble, smites the Gromp, dashes back over the wall, won't stay alive, and it's Takui getting first blood for FlyQuest. JoJo's coming over, but Vulcan's already in even more trouble. Johnson's gonna grab another one for the FlyQuest side as Evil Geniuses cannot respond.
Give them the playmaking champions, Flowers, and the plays will be made. FlyQuest with the invade. Your boy Afromu. When this man is on a playmaking support, when he is the point man for this team, they look so much more proactive. He's such a good shot caller. We've listened in on the comms so many times with him over the years. The seasoned veteran there for the team goes for the play, and FlyQuest invading on the Evil Geniuses side. Remember in Champ Select, this is what we called for. It's basically a switch of the first game where EG are going to have to play a little bit more careful in the early game, trying to scale up a little. Jose hit the knock up there, and then after move forcing the flash for flash there, threatening his E. But it's really about the re-engage. And EG call up their bottom lane and then try and fight their way back into it. But if you've got the early move from this Ahri, again, Takoi right over the top side of it, they get the lockdown on Inspired this time around. They know he has no flash, so Takui is able to finish him off there, gets the extra charge, and by the time JoJo walks all the way around, it's too late. Can't get there in time. FlyQuest have dealt their damage. They have gotten their kills. So it's EG trying to defend a little bit too aggressively there before they have mid lane rotating over and not being able to track the Ahri.
Oh, and here we go again. It's Jose Diodo over the wall. It's JoJo in some trouble. Flash away from the Cataclysm. Nicely timed to avoid the damage.
Exactly. Saw that. Here we go, though. Kumo actually getting dove as well.
Sound the Orn Horn. It's time for trouble here in top lane. Impact chasing after him. Kumo's got the ghost, and he's on the run. Inspired's too slow. He can't catch up. FlyQuest has backup coming in. Kumo, the great escape. Is it complete? Now, wait, I don't think this is over yet. Inspired still walking over the wall through the fog. Impact's here. Vulcan maybe looking to join up. And the entire time, Colonel, I'm trying to sneak around. I think I have to use the bush.
I love the mind games from the observers right there. Actually playing with the crowd reactions. What bush is he in? Really nice jukes from him. I've also always been told, Flowers, that it is dangerous to run with scissors, and yet Kumo pops the ghost, runs as fast as he can with them, gets out alive. EG gonna start up that Rift Herald in response though, and look at this roam timer on the supports. Both supports making their way up. It is level 6 ready for both of them as well. This one could be fireworks.
And we got to see ultimates used in the top side too. Both Ornn ulti and Gwen ulti are not available. Vulcan goes in after Afromu, but Afro's not concerned. He's ready to go in. Support is so easy, dude! Takui gets a kill on JoJo Bune, and FlyQuest is still looking to find even more.
Charge.
Inspired is on the retreat, and Takui is on the chase. Impact's in the middle of everybody, and FlyQuest just destroyed Evil Genius.
This is why best of fives are far superior, Flowers. You get to see the adaptation in the draft. They switch it up. This time around, more early game here for FlyQuest and more aggressive plays. Afromu, you said it. They target him, and he's like, great, I'm going all in.
Perfect.
Right next to JoJo here. Is you gonna hook me in? I'm just gonna E over to your carry. He locks up JoJo with the E into Q, into ultimate, and JoJo gets annihilated. Jose Diodo followed it up with his EQ. Takui was able to follow through on the Ahri, charging through as well. And then finishing up, chasing down the rest of these kills. FlyQuest have completely reversed the tables here. And I believe that that Rift Herald went into the ground. Since EG were the ones to hit the smite, EG were able to kill the Rift Herald, and yet nobody was able to pick up the rewards.
We got ourselves a series, my friend. FlyQuest striking back beautifully here in game number 2 so far. However, there is still no Drakes taken, so that's one thing that at least Evil Geniuses can say.
And I want to shout out Jose for the 100% kill participation on the Jarvan. And the perfect supportive jungle style, all 5 assists for
the opposite
himself.
of what happened with Inspired in game number 1, who had all of the kills. Jose only rolling assists in this one, as Kumo goes in for the 1v1 against Impact. And honestly, the trade goes pretty even between the two of them. Oh, wait, okay. Kumo tried to get a little bit extra there on the back end of things. Impact's gonna chase after him a little bit more, just get that wave shoved up. Has Inspired right behind him here, so in case he gets ganked as he tries to shove this wave all the way into the turret, he knows he's gonna have backup. Kumo just continuing to try to farm up whatever he can, poke onto Impact if he's able to. Impact saying, all right, you sure you don't wanna come kill me? Look, I'm right here. Come get me, buddy. Come get me. Get the Ornn. Oh no, I'm so far up. What am I doing here?
You make a good Ornn. Oh no, I'm so far up!
Here they go, but Impact barely stays alive, and Inspired gets the first kill of the game for his team, while mid lane, it's JoJo dead again.
All right, I'll be Inspired then. Get off my Ornn, boy! He's able to get that kill in time. Kumo down, Danny trying to defend the blue side, though.
Well, Afromu's right there with Jose. Jose can't deal with Danny by himself, but having Afro next to him, he sure can. Danny cleanly takes the blue buff and gets away to safety.
Meanwhile, you got Impact up there. He didn't even recall, okay? That is a dangerous Ornn right there. He stayed to proxy an extra minion wave, and with the blast cone, he's even able to get out with it. The deed has been done.
Chad Ornn recalls whenever he feels like. FlyQuest, though, with their 2,500 gold lead, they've got enough control over the bottom side of the map to get themselves the first Drake of the game just about 14 minutes in.
Okay, so we set it up as a reverse champ select from game number 1. There's one key difference, though. EG didn't go all in on the scaling. They didn't pick up the Yuumi. They went with Nautilus to kind of still have playmaking and go 50-50 with it. Nothing needs to be said about that replay.
Yeah, Vulcan's just standing there watching like, ooh, all right, no thanks.
So the EG isn't quite, the scaling isn't quite as significant as the FlyQuest was in the last game because of the power that Yuumi really gains over the duration, but we shall see what Inspired's able to get done with this Graves. It has become, quite popular to go with the Gore Drinker build on him, even though he is range. It's very short range, so you can always still get pretty high value out of the active as well.
6-1 FlyQuest, 2,500 gold lead. Nice early game. Things are looking solid here. Item completion's big. 9 Dark Seal stacks. Thank you, Mr. John Madden himself.
Yeah,
Of League of Legends.
You like that circle?
Yeah, that was
most
really nice.
wobbly. To be fair, we've got a tablecloth up here on the desk, and so it's not great mouse traction, you know.
You're blaming it on a tablecloth? Just own it, man. I can't draw circles either. They always look flubbly wobbly.
Happy little circle there for you.
Exactly. Happy little circles.
I do want to see him upgraded actually into the Medjais. To continue the snowballing here, though. And as you are also fond of pointing out, when you upgrade into Medjais, then you get the Mythic passive bonus as well for very cheap compared to any other completed items.
Right.
So you really can kind of leverage the early lead that a 4-kill Ahri does have here with all of those stacks, getting quite a lot of value. Topside focus again, Inspired. Really going and focusing on Impact's lane to make sure he can constantly push in here on Kumo, and there's no kind of reverse scenario. They don't want this Gwen to get accelerated in scaling at all because it does become a problem a bit later on.
And hey, the big thing I'm looking at here, one of our biggest differences in terms of individuals in this game, Takui was not properly focused and shut down in the early game. This is not a 0-2-0 Orianna, it's a 4-0-1 Ahri. He is in a great spot to be able to make the plays that can carry this team and carry this game.
Yeah, and Jose has done a great job in setting him up in a lot of those endeavors. Remember,
Absolutely.
A lot of these skirmishes and the invades on enemy jungle, Jose and Afromu playing their parts this time around now that they have a lot more options with this setup. And here we go once again.
Tukui goes in, forces out the flash from JoJo. Without that, the charm would have landed and trouble surely would have followed as Aframu was right there for the follow-up CC. Mid lane tier 1 goes down, but EG's coming in, double flash over the wall to get away. But now it's Jose who has to escape as well, and he buffers the combo to get out of the CC.
Nice timing there from Jose on the flag and drag. EG no Ornn ultimate, and they want to go in.
Jose's ready to try to turn this one around, but has he got in too early? Yes, I believe he has. Inspired's got the kill, but one immediately comes back as Johnson claims JoJo. Kumo's trying to buy time in the middle of everybody as a double kill goes over to the FlyQuest AD carry. Can they make it 3? Not quite yet, but Kumo gets it done. Danny's looking to fire back however he can, but Johnson wants to return a couple autos of his own. Danny is trying to skate around and keep on fighting this, trying to keep FlyQuest from getting any more, but he's down to 100 HP. Danny, I don't know about this one, buddy. I know you like moving fast, but it's time to haul ass. Inspired, trying to walk right. It is! It doesn't just rhyme, it's correct, damn it. And now Inspired has to go back into the pit. He'll look for the Rift Herald himself, but FlyQuest is winning the fights.
Oh man, I love to see it though. He's squeezing out the extra little bit of damage. You can tell the confidence in Danny. There were questions about some of the young players and the players that have not played in front of crowds before, but Danny has really thrived in this area. Here's another look at it. Jose goes in early, and he did use the Gore Drinker on entry, so didn't have the Gore Drinker later to try and heal back up. Does get bursted down early. Still buying time and getting the engage for his team because Kumo and Johnson arriving. And look at the burst damage from this Zaya build with the Q plus E combinations on those Blade Callers coming back through. Plus Kumo on the front line here. Once you stack up your Riftmaker and your Conqueror, just chewing through the front line. I still love it though. Danny, trying to make the most of this Zeri pick. He catches a few strays with these, with the Qs and the poke damage, but he plays it on the edge, and that's what you want out of an AD carry, to play and get the most damage that you can without actually going down. Also, shouts out to Danny for playing a lot of Champions Q this week, because that has been a big discussion over especially the last couple of weeks, and he was actually the centerpiece for a part of it with a post on it. But after his post, he actually has queued up for almost every day of Champions Queue this week leading into this series, taking it very seriously and trying to improve as much as possible for stage play here. So definitely positive stuff there to see from him. EG off the reset though, should be able to retake some vision here on the top side of the map, if not provoke Shelly.
Man, this is looking pretty dire for the side of Evil Geniuses, though. That is now the second Drake in the pocket of FlyQuest. So they got both of those early ones. 4,000 gold lead before 20 minutes. Jose is going in to try to grab this second Herald, but it's not going to live for a terribly long amount of time, so they need to take care of this as quickly as they possibly can. Should last plenty long enough to get it, I would hope, now that Johnson is up here. Remember, it would despawn at 1945. It's not aggroed. 1955. If it is, they clear it with 3 seconds to spare.
Plenty of time. And they also get the top turret here for Tukui. All the gold onto Ari. Again, focusing so much gold on this Ari. Love to see this possibility here. And even so, a lot of these extra kills off that team fight, going in the pockets of Johnson there for this Zaya. So they're going to have a very nice mid-game spike here. I think FlyQuest feels so confident here in game number 2 for this turnaround Flowers to even up this series.
And they should. They have done a great job in this game so far. They're playing the team fights better. They had the better early game, and they're answering well when EG tries to make their own moves.
Now, we should caution against the level 13 Ornn handing out his upgraded items down here for Impact. Next level should be able to upgrade for Danny and see what the Zeri can do with a little bit of extra power.
Vulcan and JoJo are going to defend the mid lane tier 2. Danny and Inspired doing the same thing here at bottom lane. You can see Tukui taking his spot up there in top to be able to provide just a little bit more pressure elsewhere on the map. Jose and Aframu backing up a little bit. Keep in mind that second Herald is in Jose's inventory. It'll still be there for another couple of minutes wherever he decides to use it. But the first 3 turrets are already taken down. All those tier 1s are gone. So I do want to see FlyQuest try to use this Herald to grab a complete tier 2.
And they're just going to keep up with the 1-3-1 split push here. Nobody able to answer it. Both Unleashed teleports are ready for them. Both mobility summoner spells going to be ready very shortly as well. And so they use this to take over vision on the map, slowly clearing out more and more of the EG vision. Jose here pathing through, cleaning this blue quadrant.
Jose will continue making sure that his team's got a good setup in terms of vision in the enemy jungle. There goes that Scuttle Crab, as well as you can see through the emotes a story being told of who should have got that crab and who did get that crab. I always hate when AD carries do that. It's my damn crab. They get to take the wraiths and everything else as the game goes forward. Just leave the crabs.
With the jungle item, you get bonus experience. There's a real argument
Yes,
for it.
it's very important. The jungler needs to get the crabs. But now, Tukui is just going to keep on farming up here in bottom lane. He's got Rabadon's Death Cap as his second item. This is just the I'm going to kill you item. This is not utility. This is not any sort of extra value in terms of anything but the damage you are doing to enemy health bars. And that tells me he knows his job is to carry.
Yeah, and he's going to want to look at the right targets. This is the other thing it says. This is, instead of going for some magic penetration to go through Graves or Ornn, who both have picked up magic resistance, he's saying, hey, I don't care about that. I am going to these priority targets. I will, in these team fights, find Zeri or find Victor. That is our win con. It is me assassinating them. That's why I'm going Death Cap. I've got 10 stacks on my Dark Seal. I'm going to do it. I'm going to take out the threats from EG, and I'm going to work around their front line, not through it.
And the thing I want to bring up about that front line and the itemization there, Impact not opting for the tier into Fimbulwinter build that we see out of quite a few Ornns these days. Instead, just wanted to go straight for the Force of Nature second. It helps him in the 1v1 against the Gwen, as well as providing him protection against the most fed member of FlyQuest in Tukui. But now Jose Dioto and Afromu are coming down to the bottom lane. The Rift Herald's going to be summoned up here. The tier 2 is still at full HP, but with multiple FlyQuest players nearby, Evil Geniuses, will they even be able to hold this? Jose Dioto's going to step up. Herald's going to take a little bit of damage here. Impact loses about a third of his HP, but EG keep the turret going.
All right, able to keep it alive, 15% health or so, but at what cost? You know, all of this work earlier that was done by Jose, by FlyQuest to clear out the vision. They take your whole blue quadrant, they increase their gold lead, they keep up their siege here. They still have plenty of poke, and that ultimate doesn't actually get anything out of EG, just the dash from Danny is going to be enough to zone them off that turret and finally get the objective. Plenty of time to pull back to the dragon as well. I believe EG would probably not want to risk a lot on just the Soul Point dragon.
Yeah.
Wait another 5 minutes for the real big daddy.
Well, the thing is, I'm starting to wonder, Kobe, when do you fight for EG? Because we're at the point with a 6,000 gold deficit. Every fight feels bad. You're having to take low percentage plays now. Which is the one that you finally say, all right, this is where we bite the bullet?
The one where your opponent makes the biggest mistake.
Okay.
There is no way that you set it up to have that advantage. And so what you got to do in these situations is set yourself up for opportunities and then be ready to jump on them when they go. When you get that call, when you see someone out of position, you don't ask questions, no hesitation. You hit that engage, you go. You've got Nautilus, you've got Ornn. You can find these picks. You have Victor scaling. You are going to be able to have damage, you know, in this game. He's actually gone Shadow Flame plus Sorks as well. So he also here for JoJo has all burst damage. You know, he's not trying to work through people with magic resist either, looking for the squishier targets there on that Victor. So if you've got Nautilus and Ornn locking somebody up with CC, they will get deleted. That's what you're saying.
Yep, Tukui and Johnson both have no protection against that magical burst. You can see Afromu is going to be very tanky against it, so obviously he doesn't want to unload the damage into the Leona or the Gwen or anything like that. So mid laners needing to target enemy carries will be the story of our next big fight wherever it breaks out. There is 4 minutes until that soul spawns for FlyQuest, and EG will be forced to answer them. But until then, FlyQuest will continue taking up space, occupying enemy territory, removing the vision of Evil Geniuses, and giving them less map to play with on Summoner's Rift. Kumo now pretty far pushed up, but he's not really worried. Inspired is down here, but Inspired and Impact together will have a tough time dealing with Kumo trying to chase him down when he has the Ghost available to run away. FlyQuest now starting up the Baron. It will be seen by this tricky little ward from Evil Geniuses that lets them know what FlyQuest is up to. Tukui just playing the back part of the pit here, ready to intercept if anybody walks over, but FlyQuest does not have the manpower to take this out once Evil Geniuses knows what's going on. However, they do have the power to keep the split push going on the other end of the map. You pull them left, you strike right. You pull them right, you strike left. FlyQuest is trying to run them all over the map as Danny shows up in the bottom lane, gets the ghost out of Kumo. But again, you pull them one way, you go the other, and the remaining players on FlyQuest are right back onto the Baron, again demanding an answer.
All right, well, the answer is here from EG. Everybody's coming over. Impact has teleport on the Ornn, and they're starting to fight.
Jose Dioto has made his way in onto the enemy mid laner. Jose Dioto is going to be taken low, and Danny's going to grab the kill. Now Kumo moves forward, looking to find something here. Afromo with the flash over the wall. FlyQuest lose one.
And they would have lost more, but they charmed Impact so he couldn't activate the second part of the Ornn ultimate, so the ram didn't come through. FlyQuest avoided big disaster there, yet still give over some gold. The one kill here, the pick, going into their hands, getting the extra money. Vulcan surviving was the most surprising to me, as FlyQuest had to bail out of that one, but very good punish there from EG. And rest assured, they've got objective bounties on the map as well. So if you start to drop some of these team fights, the rewards, the comeback will be very swift from Evil Geniuses. Plenty of objective bounties up, especially if this fight occurs around Baron and the Baron starts to get low. That thing will slingshot you right into first place.
But, my friend, if you're on Evil Geniuses right now, there is a tick-tock in the back of your head, and that is a 1 minute and 31 second counter on this soul. The dragon doesn't have the ability to wear down health bars like a Baron does when you start it up. It doesn't give you such a good collapse angle as Baron does if the enemy team begins it and you're able to swoop in and stop them like EG did. EG will need to be able to answer FlyQuest here because a 6,000 gold lead feels a lot scarier when everybody has that constantly replenishing shield on top. EG do not want to give this soul away.
Certainly not, and they need to get there pretty early. If they can get here early and get into these brush down around Dragon by the river, then you actually get to utilize your Nautilus Ornn combination. And that is basically a guaranteed engage combo to be able to isolate some of these backline members and try and pull this game back. Otherwise, FlyQuest looking like they are going to even this one up. Almost a 6,000 gold lead. They're drooling at the spawn of the Dragon Flowers.
They're ready to go.
It is the complete opposite story. They are so ready for this one.
They've got stopwatches on both of those carries. Johnson, Tukui, both with that aggro drop. Johnson's got his ulti there too, so double aggro drop, flash up on both of them. FlyQuest are ready to rock and roll here for this Drake. EG are not first to the scene like you were talking about. FlyQuest have bottom side river priority. Jojo's just gonna pick up the blue buff here, so at least he'll be able to spam some spells for the Evil Geniuses. Impact has to walk back away, does not want to continue eating poke there. Afromo finds Zenith Blade onto Inspired, but now Vulcan's ready to find a little CC onto him. Danny chases after for a bit of additional damage, but no major cooldowns spent by either side. FlyQuest falling back away. Zeri Laser not gonna find anything there. Jose Dioto back into the pit. The Drake is alive now. FlyQuest have control over the pit, but EG are moving up as a unit. Tukui still here on the flank. He can come around from behind and try to find this angle. There's your Afromo solo flare. Immediate aggro. Johnson ultis on a rampage. And Jojo Pune is down. But Evil Geniuses are fighting back with Danny. Afromo's going to be taken low. Kumo comes in looking to find any bit of damage that he can. Afromo's going to be killed, but Johnson's unstoppable. A double kill back over to Danny. It is a 3-for-2 in the favor of FlyQuest.
But they've got their jungler here. EG only have 2 members, but they have the jungler. They have the Smite Flowers, and there's a ward on that dragon. Inspired's opting for the objective. He could just blast cone in there and yoink that away. He has the Smite. There's no Jose here. Careful about getting it too low.
Kumo trying to zone Inspired out. Danny stole the red buff away for HP regen. Trying to steal it with a laser over the wall, but no, sir. That is Dragon Soul for the side of FlyQuest.
Ooh, I was wondering if Inspired was just going to come hover around the back of that dragon pit and hope that EG kept damaging it, because they had a ward on it and they could see the vision. But walking around the front there actually just gets chased off, so well done by FlyQuest. This Leona ultimate and Xayah combination get the flash out of Danny, but then look at the kiting here. Johnson immediately kills down Jojo Pune, but Danny is able to survive in the back of that Jarvan Cataclysm, pumping out damage, so they salvage the fight. Takoi with his Zhonya's flash is able to get away from Inspired, but the extra kill barely chased down there. And this is where I thought, okay, after the bottom tower, maybe they hover around behind the dragon. That ward you see in the pit, unable to be the difference maker though. Now it is Mountain Soul, worn by FlyQuest. And this is the time for them to march forward. 1-3-1, push up both sides of this map. Get these lanes going, then you can collapse to threaten the Baron, threaten that fight here, and actually make use of this big advantage you just acquired.
And looking at this damage dealt last team fight, obviously your eyes get drawn to the biggest damage bar in the graph, which is the 6,117 damage for Danny. But even more so, look at that little itty bitty thing right next to it. 469 for JoJo because he got exploded at the very start of the fight. That's not what is acceptable for EG to win these fights. JoJo has got to put more damage in than that, but FlyQuest is already over onto the Baron. EG has to come answer. A TP is going to be used from both sides. EG's getting close, but the Baron is already down and secured by Jose Dioto and FlyQuest. Impact summons up the horn, fires it off and finds two, but there's no way for anybody to follow up. Jose Dioto buys a little bit of time, but he's still taken down. Vulcan with the engage into the dredge line, and now they're looking to find the damage here on a Johnson, but he's going to go dominating, finding the kill back on a Vulcan instead. Shut down onto Danny too. It's looking bad for the Evil Geniuses, and the bad guys lose here in game number 2.
FlyQuest get the Baron, they've got the Mountain Soul. They're not done yet. Inspired here trying to delay their pushes. But FlyQuest right up the mid lane here, they're gonna get paid early.
FlyQuest pushing up. They know that it's only Inspired and Impact. They've still got everybody except Jose. They're not going after neutral objectives. They don't need a smite. All they need is a couple of sledgehammers to knock down these buildings, and they'll do just that. Mid lane inhibitor, first one to fall.
Takui and FlyQuest and Johnson have not died a single time this game. It's actually insane here. The carries for FlyQuest, both of them deathless at this point. And we'll see, they burst down this Baron and then wait for the EG collapse, and there's a couple of breakpoints of hesitation here. You'll see the first, after FlyQuest basically get out of the Baron, but then Ornn kind of splits the team and Jose flashes away. This ultimate from Victor is chasing him into the back of the pit, and so he jumps in. EG get the first kill. This is the first reset. Vulcan then flashes forward, but Kumo provides so much threat with this Gwen, cuts off the opponent, and Johnson with his ultimate plus flash survives and gets the burst damage. Kumo then just runs the front line out of this fight, allowing Takui to pull up the damage from the back line here. And the chase off of that re-engage here from FlyQuest allows them this. 1-3-1 with Baron and Dragon Soul Flowers. You gotta say, FlyQuest hitting right back in this series.
And the one player who doesn't have the Baron, because he was the sacrificial lamb in Jose Dioto, is not one of those split pushers. So it's not affecting their macro game at all to have him lose the Baron. Not like if they would have lost it off to Takui or Kumo. So now that pressure just keeps flooding towards Evil Geniuses. FlyQuest have everything they need to close out this game. They just need to do it cleanly. They've got 30 seconds left on the Baron. Let's see how much they can get with it. Top lane, tier 2 has fallen. It's Takui continuing this push up here. Danny's ready to try to defend it, but meanwhile, bottom side, you gotta respect Kumo in the split push. 4-man effort up here in top. Can't get a whole lot of damage down onto the turret because EG read it properly and clear out the wave.
It's good lane allocations from Evil Geniuses. They know nobody else can actually clear the wave effectively versus Kumo because Kumo threatens to dive on them, except for JoJo. With the range of Victor, lasering through these waves, even through the Baron-empowered minions. And Danny can hold the 4 push on top side, so EG delaying pretty well on this, even though FlyQuest have them surrounded with the Mountain Soul, with all of the extra gold lead here. FlyQuest looming, looking to finish the job.
And we've got 1 minute until the Elder Drake spawns. So if FlyQuest aren't confident in their ability to just brute force down the Evil Genius's base, they can always go for that too. Impact getting away as he's down to half HP as FlyQuest continue putting the pressure on here in the top lane. Johnson and Afro Moo gonna step up here a little bit. Johnson goes for some poke on Danny, but doesn't get a lot out of it. Kumo stepping up here, just using the power of that W. Gwen is immune, and it means she gets to hit turrets whenever she wants. But when the W's down, it's harder to stay alive. Inspired goes in for a little bit more, and that's the shutdown over to JoJo. Evil Geniuses continue their defense. 20 seconds on Elder spawn. JoJo's dead for 50. No, not JoJo, Kumo! Now you got Vulcan walking away. Now you got Jose Dioto in trouble. Now you got him thrown up into the air. Now you got him barely getting out. But Danny picks him up, and Danny ain't done. The charm doesn't hit, and Danny's still looking for a little bit more. He cleanses it off, but Evil Geniuses are a 5v3 situation with Elder Dragon on the board.
Flowers, this is an objective bounty comeback too. This is gonna be Elder buff, execution plus huge gold for Evil Geniuses. That was way too far from Jose, and it's going to cost them big.
Both FlyQuest carries still alive. Johnson almost has the flash. Takui has his. Evil Geniuses have the Elder down to about 6K. Inspired has Smite. Jose Dioto still dead for another 15 seconds. Kumo's alive in 5, and he will have the Unleashed TP. Evil Geniuses still working the Dragon lower and lower. Elder claimed by Evil Genius.
Oh, it's not over yet, Flowers. FlyQuest, they can get the Soul, they can get the Baron, but EG still fighting at their gates. Jojo punishes Kumo first at the tower. Kumo going in with W to try and get tower damage there, try and immune him, but the Everfrost slow was enough to keep him in range for the Ornn to force the dodging there, and they barely finish off Kumo first. Then the re-engage was the most puzzling thing. So this one, you can tell the thinking that goes into it. Okay, I've got this huge advantage, you know, I've got the shield, I can put on my W here, I'll get some tower damage. But he goes a bit too far, the slow hits him, so then he has trouble dodging this follow-up slow from the Ornn ultimate. Inspired is on him, the extra damage, Inspired flashes for it, they know that they have to make the play here. This is the crazy one. Jose goes in, they still have the Nautilus ultimate available, and so the hook here, back in from Vulcan as well. Jose gets locked up. Nautilus ultimate down as he's trying to run away. And EG, no, we were doomed. And yet this is our chance. We have to jump on that chance. Flowers, to your earlier conversation, when an opportunity presents itself, you have to jump on it. They get really hypey and try and jump pretty far there, but in the end, now they've got Elder Dragon buff, the execution, the uber buff that allows you to win team fights no matter what, and they can use that to try and get the Baron. They've got to force it down early though, because the split push is already enabled from Gwen.
Kumo's moving down bottom lane. Nobody's going to contest for Baron. FlyQuest is saying that is an int. We don't want to do it. Do not fight them while the Elder is active. So Baron goes back over to Evil Geniuses. Impact will be sent back to the base. He'll stop the push coming out from Kumo, while the rest of EG say we don't have to go back. We have the Baron, we have the pressure. We'll take the tier 2 in the top side, grab another objective bounty. Mr. Kobe, a game that was an 8,000 gold deficit with a Baron for the side of FlyQuest has shrunk down to 1,500 gold with a Baron on Evil Genius's side instead.
Objective bounties are a hell of a drug, Flower.
Oh, indeed.
Man, that team fight's so much punished now, and EG, their pockets are full. They all cashed in. Look at this, filling out inventories all over the place. Still wearing the Baron buff. 1 second left on the Elder. That one times out. EG really got the most out of that punishment. Huge, huge rewards from them. This changes the entire complexion of this series. Now, Evil Geniuses in game number 2 here. If they could push this one back over the line with the impact flank here, it would be tremendous.
That is Omega tilt if you're FlyQuest and this game ends up going over to Evil Geniuses after having the lead that they did, having the game state that they did. You can see right there, we were having a lovely walk through the Blue Mountains, and all of a sudden, we're right back into the prairie, my friend. The gold lead has shrank. We're down to an 800 gold advantage for the side of FlyQuest. Yes, they still have the Mountain Soul too, but Evil Geniuses are all armed up with Ornn items. Johnson goes up into the air, lands back down now. Evil Geniuses continuing to push up, continuing to use this Baron for the next minute and 20 seconds. Backing away now as FlyQuest are able to make their defense. Everybody's getting away. Danny continues falling back. Danny is 6 items, by the way. JoJo's at 5. Almost caught up to Takui, who, although he has 6, one of them is the Medjai's, which, as you already mentioned, is that cheaper price point item. Unless you're at 25 stacks, it's not the same as a full-blown big-ticket item. And there's Lord Dominic's completed for Inspired as well. That's going to bring him up to full build.
Yeah, it's end game. EG fully caught up. There is no more gold lead. There is no more gold difference. The only advantage that
literally
remains
and metaphorically
is the Mountain Soul on FlyQuest. And EG, huge, huge comeback from them. the composure of this team on stage in playoffs in the lower bracket is huge. And this is one of the teams that incorporated not one, but two young North American players. Danny, rookie last year, and JoJo coming up, rookie this year. And Evil Genius has had the confidence in these two players. You know, both of them North American at that. JoJo hailing from Canada, Danny from the US, and let's see if they can actually push it over the line here, because they now have retaken full vision over the map as well.
And that's one of the things that I find interesting, too, about the conversation with fans coming back, audiences being here, how different that is for these players on stage. For young guys, for new guys that have never experienced that before, like JoJo, like Danny, it's always a question in the back of your mind, hey, are they going to rise to the occasion? Is this going to make them feel the hype and just get that lightning pumping in their veins? Or is it going to be a, what's going on here? Is it going to be a nerve situation? And both these guys seem to be in their element here now. They have been pivotal in making sure they're able to weather this storm. You already talked about how JoJo is having the right assignments, giving himself the proper setup to be able to defend against the split push from FlyQuest. Danny has been aggro as all hell in these team fights.
He's got lightning in his veins,
yeah,
that's for sure.
And it's part of why they've been able to fight back. Evil Geniuses, though, they still have to fight through a FlyQuest that has controlled the game up until this point. FlyQuest, you can see just how things have changed in the state of the game by the way they're moving. They're not so far forward. They're playing cautiously.
All right, well, we've had first Elder Flowers, but what about second Elder?
Ooh, that's even better than
Delicious.
first Elder.
Let's see it. 13 seconds left on the arrival of that dragon, and FlyQuest will be the first ones to the scene.
And remember, Elder Dragon is not as strong as Baron. He does not have nearly as much threat as Baron does. He's very easy to take down very quickly with fewer players. So just having Jose Dioto and Johnson down here near this is enough of a threat to demand an answer from EG. They're going to keep JoJo up in the top lane. He'll be clearing waves against Kumo, just like you talked about earlier. He'll be the one using the wave clear at range. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Jose Dioto goes for the engage. Takui using the ultimate here from the Ahri. We're going to see if they can get any more value out of that one. Nice use of the unstoppable there on the Ornn burp to be able to get away from that one. I couldn't remember the real name, so I improvised. Whatever.
That's a good one. I've never heard that one before. This man burping out fire.
Well, FlyQuest have control over the bot side river, though, and that's the important thing here. Kumo's trying to walk it on down, just maintaining that sort of questionnaire, what's a mystique? That's what I'm looking for. Where is he? Is he in the fog? Has he teleported? Now he's going to teleport down, and now we're going to get the matching TP coming out from JoJo. Elder, half HP. The Smite fight can decide the game in an Elder Dragon fight. Kumo is here on the flank. He's ready to approach from the side. Both junglers hanging out in the pit. Danny's already popped the glance. Kumo coming around. It's going to be secured by Inspired, and Jose Dioto is already down. Kumo's going to try to fight in the middle of everybody, but Inspired and Danny are ready to go. The guns are locked and loaded, but Kumo has the scissors to snip them apart. Another double kill back over to Danny as Takui tries to retreat, and Afromu is shotgun food in front of the graves. Evil Geniuses get the objective. They get the fight 4 for 3, and they're pushing into the bottom lane.
Critically, they keep two Elder Dragon buffs on two ranged champions here, Inspired and Danny, looking to push this one home. They want to get some of these inhibitors down right now. Takoya's got to give him the distance, has to play cautiously here. There are 15 seconds left on Jose Dioto's arrival. He will have someone to help him defend Nexus turrets if he can buy 10 seconds.
Oh, those turrets are taking a beating. First one is already down.
5 seconds.
Danny is ready to go. He's looking for the FlyQuest mid laner, and look no further. Danny has arrived. He's over to Evil Geniuses, but can they keep fighting? Inspired. Good luck, buddy. I'm going after the Nexus. Jose Dioto wants the body block, and the Nexus will survive.
Jose blocks the shot, and Johnson comes in with the ulti. The feathers fly, and FlyQuest live again. Oh my goodness, Baron is up. Flowers, take a drink quickly, because we're gonna get We're gonna get right back out to it, buddy. Stay hydrated for this one. This is now 2 members of EG down. It is a one-man advantage for FlyQuest, and they're running straight up mid.
Oh, the crowd is fully in support of FlyQuest. Hands were on heads, butts were out of seats. People are ready in this one. This game has come down to a knife's edge between FlyQuest and Evil Geniuses. The Elder has been removed from Summoner's Rift. The Baron is up. and it's FlyQuest who have access, Evil Geniuses who don't have the men to fight back. So now it'll be Fly wearing purple again.
2 teams, good and evil, Flowers. 3 Barons, 2 Elder Dragons. What more could you ask for? 46.5 minutes into it. One of my favorite pieces of LCS history of all time was an 86 minutes the dream game. With the state of League of Legends, I don't think that's even possible anymore. But we're gonna get as close as we can. We're gonna try.
This was my last water bottle. I will die.
Quick, someone get some water bottles. Chuck me up a water bottle for Flowers here.
Please don't hit us in the head, though. I do not want that either. Now, let's go ahead and keep track of what's going to happen in the game state now, because FlyQuest have the Baron. It is difficult for Evil Geniuses to push. It is difficult for them to fight. One important thing, however, this Baron will not last until the Elder Drake spawn. It'll fall off about 50 seconds ahead of time, which means Evil Geniuses will be able to meet them in open ground for yet another Elder Dragon fight.
Hell yeah. I actually, 3rd Elder Dragon is my favorite. Don't tell 1 or 2.
You just said the second one was your favorite. That's not an answer, that's a giggle.
Yeah, that's an evil laugh. You don't have proof. Where's the proof?
Somebody get the VOD. All right. FlyQuest have set up, though. They're going to utilize this Baron to make sure they have control over the bottom part of the map. They're going to set up in the enemy jungle, clear out any of the vision from Evil Geniuses, make Evil Geniuses have to check blind. We are at 6 items on carries. We are at the point where face checking gets you deleted if you are not immediately ready to respond and have your team at your back.
All right, item slots become a premium later on into the game. And so this is one of the rare times where you also get to talk about these little bad boys, the upgrades. Never mind, we're not gonna have time because the fight is starting already. Gwen already gets the W, can back off. Pretty decent chunk of damage dealt to Impact here, but he does have a Warmog Seer as the last item, so can just back off, heal up, and regen.
I love the Warmogs in late game situations like this, allowing the tanks to pretty much always be at full HP unless their 100 is zeroed. Impact has 5,500 health here on the Orange, so at least he will be able to survive for a decent amount of time. Mid lane inhibitor under pressure. FlyQuest going after that one, and EG have nothing to say.
The one thing FlyQuest have to worry about, they do not have flashes on Takui or Johnson at the moment. Don't get too risky until you get at least Takui's flash back for a big play. They are slightly more vulnerable at the moment to the Ornn Nautilus combination. That's the only way they drop, if those 2 backliners get locked up. And so I think it's a good call here from FlyQuest. They just get the exposed inhibitor. They don't want to risk it without the flashes on their carries, and they will get their recalls off. We're going to get 50 minutes here, baby.
And I would like to let everyone know that I was just informed by our lovely producers in my ear that the longest game in the LCS in this Spring Split 2022 was 48 minutes and 55 seconds before just now. So we are going the distance here in FlyQuest versus Evil Geniuses. It's going to come down to one big fight. It's going to come down to one big execution. It's going to come down to a part of the game that players and teams often don't get to practice, and it turns into utter chaos.
These late game moments, these are where real moments of composure come through for these players on stage. A steady hand means everything in the late game because one pick, there's so much damage flying around, can mean the difference here. EG trying to work through the fog of war up to Elder Dragon number 3. Keeping Takui here, split pushing the Ahri on top side, so safe. He cannot get picked by Jojo. Jojo has to just wave clear up there on the Victor. Doesn't have the offensive option. And Takui here, couple of angles. Look at these wards for the teleports. Looks like most of them are pretty defensive for both of the teams. Bottom side, though, you see Kumo lying here in wait behind this brush. He comes through for the flank. Teleports will have to come early.
Evil Geniuses is just going in immediately after the Elder. They are daring. Where's Jojo? Where's Jojo? Takuya's already arrived. Jojo's not here yet, but Kumo's going to be taken very low now into the stasis. Inspires nearly killed. Johnson goes in and he finds it already. Multi-man knockup coming out from Impact. Shut down over onto Johnson, and it's Jojo getting it done. Now Jose tries to stay alive. Impact at 100 HP, but he's got the Warmog. Remember the Warmog. Kumo is in the enemy base. A teleport coming back. Will it arrive in time? Impact is there, but Kumo does not concern himself. FlyQuest take game 2. Wow! Wow!
That's what I like to see.
What a game 2!
Takui with the first teleport. The couple of extra seconds there on the arrival of the mid laners. And then Kumo with the big heads up teleport into the base, away from the fight.
Of course
it
ended like that. Of course, in a game where we had 17 Barons and 90 Elder Dragons, it came down to a teleport into the base to end the game. I couldn't believe that Impact's teleport actually completed. I thought Kumo killed that second Nexus turret in time to stop it, but it didn't even matter, man. Ornn just cannot stop a Gwen at that point in the game. Let's take another look at how this went down. You could see EG just went straight into the Elder. They weren't messing around. They said, let's go. Kumo nearly died here, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah, especially with a champion like Gwen. If you don't finish, then it means nothing. He's able to kite back. You see this healing and shielding that comes through, and then even though they get the burst shutdown there, Jojo on arrival, the Victor is able to blow him up. Already the teleport is channeled, and they just give up. They abandoned the team fight in favor for the base race. Jose, low health on the Jarvan, throws out the flag, tries to look around and stop any of the extra backs. And as you said, even if Ornn comes back to stop me, there's nothing he can do. One knockup is not gonna do it. Kumo finishes the job. Huge heads up play from him. When you are this deep into a game, 51 minutes, the Uber objectives are on the map. Keeping your eyes on every single opponent, every single teleport, and having the presence of mind. Teleports in there, up to the
There's not
minions.
enough eyes, man.
Well done. And it was orchestrated really well by FlyQuest too. They start the fight, teleport flank by Takui here on the back side. They put the pressure on EG, try and take their eyes down towards the dragon instead of worrying about their base.
51 minutes of battle, the longest game in Spring Split 2022.
Ready for number 3?
So far. Kumo and FlyQuest bring it back here in game number 2, which means it's time to break down that game. State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. An absolutely wild game between FlyQuest and Evil Geniuses, with FlyQuest somehow managing to even it up. Heads up play by Kumo. There is so much to get into with this matchup because of how back and forth it was, so I want to start diving into elements as quickly as we possibly can. We're going to start in the draft because the teams themselves recognize this. FlyQuest copying the homework of EG. They said, hey, we really like 4 of the 5 champions you took, and we'll stick with the Jarvan.
It was hilarious to me, just the idea that they didn't just take their homework, but EG also took FlyQuest homework.
True.
Like, they didn't acknowledge that, like, hey, by the way, we really like the Ornn from game 1, you know, having a scaling mid lane, having the Zeri in the bot lane. So these are the drafts from game 1. Do a little magic trip, swap a Rooney, and then there you go. You're going to see...
Yeah.
Rooney.
Okay,
there we go.
That was clean.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm working on my magic trick
Yeah.
still. But yeah, there you see, like, they just basically swapped sides, and based off how this game went, we are seeing how important it is to have a draft more like that one. The RE drafts seem to be doing much better.
Okay, well, but you say that, and this game, I feel like, didn't necessarily indicate to me that any one composition is ultimately stronger. Yes, FlyQuest built what felt like an insurmountable lead throughout the game, but EG somehow managed to bring it all back into contention where we get into a situation, a TP play towards the Nexus makes the difference.
Yeah, it's just wild because from both teams' perspective, the late game insurance is coming through because mistakes are being made. And so, like, when those mistakes come through, suddenly you have a full item Zeri that's just cutting through people. And so this one was the play that was a nail-biter because Evil Geniuses are allowed to come through and contest it. Of course, this is the earlier Drake in this game. But these fights, a lot of the time, were decided by Evil Geniuses all being allowed to come through, not contested by an RE charm or, of course, like the control wars to kind of make it tough for them to fight for Drakes.
I would much rather be the team that has like a 6-0 RE, a 5K gold lead 25 minutes in, and then accidentally gives the scaling team a chance back in. I would almost always rather be that team than the one who was losing their inhibitor mid lane and then found their way back in the game and still ended up losing. So like I think you end up under so much pressure when you've given up soul because you were behind the whole game. Your elder is not that strong. You have to fight these Baron timings.
Yeah.
Your base is open. Like
You're balding by the 40-minute mark.
Yeah. I mean, I think the big thing about picking a scaling composition, it was at this point in the game, by the way, where I was like, FlyQuest can't possibly throw this game, and then this fight happened. If you're picking like a super scaling comp and a lot of people are like, oh, it's about capitalizing on your opponent's mistakes, well, yeah, but it's also about not giving up a ton of stuff on the map. And that's what ended up happening around a lot of these neutral objective fights, which is also what got EG back in.
And I'm not like systematically opposed to the EG draft. I'm just saying, based off the 2 games from this series, early game has been very important, even if the games do end up getting a little scrappy.
Absolutely.
And that's why I'm saying like the RE draft seems to be the more important of the 2 thus far, because both times the RE team has jumped out to a big lead.
Absolutely, fair enough. And with you on that point, that of course, the Elder Drake that was picked up. Emily, I know you wanted to see this.
Want to
Grand
see this.
Canyon.
Anyone that knows me knows I am a gold graph connoisseur. That is an interesting one. Yeah, you can see exactly where EG looked like they had it. You know, they were on the Nexus.
And that one lost
That's a mountain
fight.
I don't want to hike. Oh, no. I'll say that much.
I will not be fighting you.
That's a tough climb.
Yeah, nothing about that looks easy, and nothing about this game necessarily looked easy for FlyQuest when it came to the late game. I say that, though, and I have to give credit where it's due. Kumo with the heads-up play on the TP towards the Nexus. I thought the gap in the top lane was going to be the difference maker in this matchup for EG as a whole. But in game number 2, it goes the way of Kumo and FlyQuest.
Just look how close it was. That Kumo actually just barely survived. He Zonya's in, and then you were talking about, Mark, you thought the TP was going to be there for him to like escape and kind of maybe reset, come back into the fight. Now he sees the inhibitor that they took earlier on paying off, and so he finds the play here.
Both teams having a chance at the Nexus. I guess Inspired got body blocked with the Graves. One of the problems with the Graves around turrets and things is that can get in the way. And that was an instance where the body got in the way of him ending the game. Luckily, Gwen doesn't have that
That's
problem.
actually a good point. I kind of want to, in our own time, go back and watch the FlyQuest Nexus moment.
Yeah.
And
Jose
see if there's
Theodo body
any,
blocks.
yeah, but I want to see if there's any, like within that whole sequence of play, like is there anything that EG could have done differently to end it there to get that extra auto or not? I couldn't tell you to
You know who's going to be also looking back at that? The man right now in front of you. He's going to be looking at the box.
Is he though, or is he looking forward? I hope he's not looking back because he should be looking forward, right?
No, in the reflection of his glasses, I see that backdoor attempt.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, actually, they're really looking into something. Okay, let's talk about game number 3 now. All evened up. EG gets side selection, and now they are going to stay on red side. No surprise here. Both teams seem very happy to be in the positions they're in. Let's look ahead to game 3, but I want to add the context of mid lane picks back into the conversation.
Yeah.
So, Mark, let's head over because we showed this graphic top of day. Takui, Jojo, Pyun. They're shared and singular champion.
Yeah, so far we've seen the RE twice. This has now been shared between them. Oops, that's the wrong tool. I'm used to this. There you go. This is done over there. Both times this has been played and this has been played, they got slammed in lane. And I said I did not want to see this mid lane pool. We've seen it twice now. It's looked terrible. Just
there it is.
Just pretend it doesn't exist.
There it is.
Start playing more of these, Jojo. Play the skill matchup. I want to see them actually go toe-to-toe against each other because early game has looked very important.
And yeah, like the fact that Tukui from level 1 took Sweeper was like, I want you to come to my lane, get me ahead, we will win this game. He was so, like, he was dominating after that. And
Look
then
at the difference.
For a really long time, Jose Deodo, I think he ended with like a 90-something. I can maybe get stats in my ear in a minute. For so long in this game, he had 100% kill participation. So you see the massive difference. Here's what happens when Tukui takes over that mid lane matchup.
Yeah, and remember coming into this series, you hear from the string of interviews, one from Aframu talking about players that, you know, scale up in the series. They get better as the series goes on. He was name dropping Double Lift, but in this case, like Takui, game 1 to game 2, drastically different. Of course, people will point out the champions, but he was just getting destroyed in lane, and it was his player error. And in game 2, so much better. I'm interested to see if that's just a momentum shift in the series.
I think it's very rare that in a best of 5 with 2 games played, we can sit here and, for the most part, say I'd be happy watching the same 10 champions get picked in different amalgamations, because I want to see this whole kind of problem continue to be worked out on stage, save for the mid laners, like Mark mentioned.
No, Victor.
No more of that shared champion pool. None of the ones
Get
in the middle,
Victor and
please.
Orianna
Everything
outta
on
here.
the sides. All right,
Still
well,
on
both
fire.
teams ready up for game number 3. Our very own Azael sat down with FlyQuest Jose Dioto for this installment of Grubhub Dine Together. Take a look.
So when you get home from LCS, you have a favorite meal that you like to have after the games?
My teammates bully me a lot, but I tend to order the same food all the time. So I go like chicken Milanese. It reminds me a lot of like home and like having this like sweet taste of win. Basically the dish is like breaded chicken.
Yep.
So you eat it with either mashed potatoes or vegetables. When I came here, I was like, okay, I might need to adapt to another food. But then I was like looking at places and I found one that it was like the exact thing that I really like. And I'm like, what? This is so cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to be able to have like a lot of options. I mean, that's one of my favorite things about living in LA is that you can kind of get food from everywhere. So you have a lot of options no matter what you're actually feeling.
So what do you think about the dish? Do you like it?
Yeah, it was really good. Might have to try it as my post-cast meal. Let's see if it works as well.
Should I go with my main?
Why not try something new? Something cheesy.
No, something spicy.
Just hurry up and pick your Grubhub order.
Done.
Champ's like starting.
Here we go.
Let's go! Guys, we are in this.
On time, lowest price, or we'll make it right. That's the Grubhub guarantee.
Initializing legendary moments.
Take a look while you can, because if you blink, you'll miss it.
I'm sure you've heard the news.
Gold, gold, and more gold.
Here comes the big play. Oh, that's perfect timing. You can see this one coming. They get what they need. They got the mid. They got the support. They got the top.
Are they gonna give you some fun League of Legends? Yes, sir.
Yeah. Welcome to the LCS.
FTX, official cryptocurrency exchange partner of the LCS.
Sequence complete.
What is going on?
I can't afford streaming anymore, so.
Sure you can. State Farm has rates that fit your budget.
Oh, good. Because some true crime would be nice.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
playing best of fives, and then, for me in particular, you just, after the first game, it's like you figure out the bottom lane's play style, what they want to play, and then I'm like, okay, bro, just pick me this champion, and, we're going to win. It can be whatever. Bard, whatever.
Just give me whatever, man. We're going to win. I like that. I like that. You just need time to learn.
It's the reverse of the Dardoch meme. There's a Dardoch meme where there's a clip of him and he goes, just give me whatever, let us lose in peace. Afterwards, like, give me whatever, we're going to win.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. The opposite. But now both teams today are battling for a shot to stand on that grand finals stage in Houston. And you can join them there too. Head over to lolesports.com for more info on how to grab your ticket or scan that QR code you see on your screen right now. Regardless of how you do it, the most important thing is that we not only have butts back in these seats, but in the seats that we have been missing out on for 2 years in Texas. Our first live event back since 2019. First big live roadshow event. Like, we had people here, but in terms of like big theatrical fireworks and all that, this is the first one in a long time, man. I'm ready for it.
All right, well, I am ready for game number 3 after that last one. Both teams showing they are definitely better when they have early priority and options for the jungler to move to in the first 10 minutes of the game. So I expect both teams to prioritize those types of matchups a lot more in this game, in this series, because as crazy and long as that last game went, and EG made a big comeback off of that pick towards the very end of it and extended the game a whole bunch. Prior to that, FlyQuest had dominated so heavily in the early game with those playmaking tools for Afremu, for Jose to set up Takui and get so many of those early kills. Let's see about this one. Ari gonna find herself on the fans for the first time of this series. And that brings into the question, what are you then trading for the Zeri? If Zeri does indeed get left up, or if they make more holes in this pick ban.
We still have those tanky supports on the table as well. All of those still ready to go here. Leona banned out by FlyQuest. So they're saying, all right, we are not going to take that. Not really concerned about it this time around for ourselves, but we don't want you to have it. Do not give that over to Vulcan. What is EG's final ban going to be? They could leave the Zeri open, try to get it for themselves again. Danny is obviously very comfortable on it, but considering FlyQuest have first pick, they don't want to give it over. They'll ban it out instead.
All right, then your choice gets very interesting here because we're dwindling down on the other half of the engaged supports, the Nautilus, and they actually pull the trigger here. It has been so big a difference for both of these teams when either Vulcan or Afremu are on one of these playmaking supports. And then you're left with, now that Leona and Nautilus are both off the table, yes, there's Tahm Kench. There is also Thresh, gives you some versatility and is kind of difficult if the Nautilus player knows the timings on the hooks, but definitely still an option. The hover over is also, finally, Vulcan, one of the most memed on supports for him, for sure, is his Tahm Kench days. Looks like it is gonna be locked up as the duo to try and keep that Jinx safe.
Exactly. They draft it along with the Jinx, who traditionally struggles if she's not able to drop the threat from the enemy team. Tahm Kench provides that escape mechanism that does not naturally exist in her kit. Now, FlyQuest, what are we going to do here? First half of the drafts have been heavily focused on jungle and bottom lane so far. Volibear has been banned away in the first couple of games, and now he's back and he's ready to go, and it's Jose Diodo that'll pilot that one in the jungle here in game number 3.
And if we trend towards the similar way, then the early game power of Volibear is so dominant. This champion, not only can you smash most of these early skirmishes, but also once you get ult, looking for dives on the lanes that you can open up with your ganks. Very powerful pick right now. G2 using it very effectively earlier today as well. A couple of hover shout outs here. It's funny how infamous a single champion has become, Flowers.
I mean,
one simple crocodile. The most infamous champion in all of League of Legends nowadays. The Trundle is picked up, though. I do like this option into the Volibear. The Trundle does have problems early, still though, in the head-to-head versus Volibear. But later on, once you do get access to your ultimate and a red smite, then you have options for your front line there as well. And the pillar is actually very effective versus just the Q from Volibear.
Yeah.
It will, because Volibear is one of the newer champions, get refunded once he gets interrupted on his Q, and so he doesn't stop him for too long, but it does put a stop to that initiation that he's going for in that instance.
Of course, later on, Volibear will be able to jump over it with the ulti if it's placed too early in a team fight or something like that. But hey, shutting down Volibear early is the name of the game, because early and mid game is where that champion shines. Now, second half of the draft, it's all about solo lanes, because that's all that's left to pick. So Veigar banned out by Evil Geniuses. Ornn banned out from FlyQuest. We're going to get our first game in the series with no Ornn available. Corki, the other ban here from EG. They don't want to allow FlyQuest to pick that one, have the safety of that range in the mid lane if they're going to blind pick it, if they want to allow JoJo to have that last pick of the draft and go for the counter pick. Now, FlyQuest, what will their last ban
Are they just going to leave the Victor up then? Because Victor looks really good here now. And it's like Victor, Syndra, Orianna, those three type of angles here for the control mages that are left. So I put the priority on the Victor, but and especially since you do have Trundle too, I feel like it's just so easy of a lock in here for EG.
Well, let's see if they agree with you.
All right,
10 seconds left.
I'm halfway there.
You're getting all right. Is it
over the line? Is it over the finish line?
We're almost there.
Because then if you're looking back at the other side for FlyQuest on picks into it, it gets pretty dangerous. You can go with the Orianna, but you then lose out on the wave control. Or you could go for the Syndra and try and get your kill pressure at level 6, but also then it makes you really vulnerable. Syndra is definitely one of the champions that is actually still even susceptible to Trundle ganks. So let's see what Takui actually digs into here. Either the Ori or the Syndra. Looks like it is going to be edged more towards the Orianna. It doesn't have a great Orianna ball delivery system.
No.
With Volibear and Nautilus, because both of those are kind of slower moving on the engage, not really instantaneous.
Volibear has a cinematic jump with his ulti. Not so much of an action shot, but
quite graceful for such a large bear, but
really. Big boy.
Not the best of shockwave deliveries. And especially when you're playing Orianna into a team that does have Tom Kench on it, you usually want to have pretty snap placement on that to be able to get both of them in it or try and keep one away from the other. Is going to be the blind lock in there for the tank, and there have been so many tank punishers. You know, the Gwen, the Gangplank as well, very popular here for some of these carries that also scale alongside the tanks, but up into more fearsome monsters. Later on into the game, so much zone control with it. Barrel chains can blow up an Aphelios or an Orianna. Gangplank is so effective against Aphelios because Aphelios actually does decently well into champs that dive in onto him, but Gangplank has so much range with the ultimate. Just drop on Aphelios' head. Oftentimes you'll get the flash there or the Gale Force there. Barrel chains, very hard for Aphelios to avoid, so I really like this Gangplank angle, not just into the Scion, but also looking into both of the carries here for FlyQuest. So see if Impact can actually be that tremendous difference in it. In addition, EG have invested early in the Trundle, means they can also shred the Scion resistances and have those options for front to back.
And the big thing I'm looking at here is there's so much engage for FlyQuest. You've got Nautilus, you've got Volibear, you've got Scion. EG's engage feels pretty lackluster, but they're counter-engaged with the Gravity Well, with the Devour, with the Gangplank ulti, with the Pillar. There's a lot there. So we're going to get to see these two go head-to-head in that engage versus counter-engage. Who can do their role and who can do it better?
Yeah, it's EG with more damage and FlyQuest with more structure, more health, more tank, and more engage.
Two set quite a standard in terms of exciting finales. I hope we get to continue to see games like that going forward in this series. FlyQuest and EG head-to-head here again, all tied up.
Games like that, game 2, are what the designers were kind of aiming for with some of those comeback mechanics as well. To have a pick like that and have such an explosive comeback.
So
there is a history to that one. It is actually a very old image that was created out of those Vulcan memes on Tom Kench. And quite a cursed one at that. Honestly, it still haunts my dreams.
I want to see...
It's definitely going to tonight.
I want to see a combo of that one. You know the one that's also Vulcan as, like, the green thing from Monsters, Inc.? I don't know, I never said Mike something, and he's in McDonald's, and he's giving you your Happy Meal. Or I want to see that, but instead of Vulcan as the green thing, I want to see Vulcan Kench at McDonald's. I think that is the perfect combination of meme, but it's only usable if Vulcan does not perform. Otherwise, it needs to be Vulcan Kench in, like... I don't know, a sports car or something. Like he's very successful.
Oh my God, I want to see that skit now. Sports car Kench.
Yes.
come
if
into the
EG
store
wins
soon.
Worlds, that's what Vulcan needs to demand. Sports car Tom Kench. But before you win Worlds, you got to win, you know, your local league and everything like that. Well, you don't have to, but
Vulcan has
think
so many nice memes actually attached to him over the years.
He's a meme lord. I appreciate it. Impact's just trading into Kumo here in the top side. Gangplank, of course, the nerfs to the parlay and grasp that happened a little while back make the laning a little bit less oppressive, but still pretty easy with a point and click as Danny and Vulcan trade back and forth with Johnson and Afro here.
But look at this jungle. Inspired went for the invade, and he placed this ward to see if Jose transitions over. His timing there was trying to punish a full clear Volibear. He was trying to punish a Volibear that also does Krugs, but Jose skips Krugs. So then he comes over instead and actually catches that invade, sniffs it out here, even with the extra ward given over there by Inspired. He loses out in time because of going for that. He tried to skip basically the route there for Jose, cut the Volibear off before Volibear could get to topside, and that was all in the endeavor to help out Gangplank and isolate the Gangplank matchup so that Impact could get the most out of this, you know, Gangplank into tank setup up here, trying to harass him and push the wave in, get his early farm on. So since that early jungle attempt was thwarted, it means Impact's situation is much more dangerous.
And Impact is actually going to not feel that pressure just yet because of a nicely placed ward there in the river. Means he just takes a couple of steps back and Jose can't find an angle.
And he's got that one placed because they know that Jose is up there, even though Inspired had to back off from stealing the blue. They got the preemptive ward that Inspired placed by the Wolves to try and see if he was going to be found out in his attempt. And so in the end, it is going to be Jose and Inspired both looking towards mid.
Well, Jose's coming in, maybe looking for the... Nope, never mind. All right. Inspired's coming around, though. Takui gets caught in the pillar. Laser hits him. Inspired forcing the flash and just clubs him upside the head. Unfortunately for FlyQuest, Takui's second Orianna game starts like the first.
Does everyone underestimate Trundle ganks, Flowers? Everyone underestimates Trundle ganks. There's no respect on the pillar. The pillar of filth, Flowers.
It's
Put some respect on his name. He's the goddamn king of trolls.
All right, you guys, you need to respect Trundle more. Kobe's going to get mad.
I've seen so many people not respect Trundle ganks, but it's actually quite nuanced, especially if you watch Santorin. Santorin is definitely one of the best at it. You run into lane, you use your W speed to run at them. If they don't respect you, you get up towards them, you can get your Q slows on them, and then you pillar them after they flash. In that case, it wasn't even necessary, and Inspired was able to just pillar first and then flash follow afterwards for the bite. Now it's going to be junglers up on top lane. Round 2 here for another 2v2.
All right. Inspired's coming up, but Jose Dioto is also here. Control ward in the brush. They knew that this could be a possibility. They were ready for it. Impact needs to step back. He just gets flash stunned. They were ready for it, and they still got.
Okay, so you know what? Put some respect on Volibear. Put some respect on Volibear here. The junglers are just making these... the hubris of the solo laners punished over and over here. So this time around, Impact flash for fast there as Kumo and Jose both flash on him, and they get paid.
Man, I like the fact that you use hubris there because it's technically defined as arrogance before the gods, and I think Volibear's a god, but I don't actually know 100% because I didn't read his lore.
Looks pretty godlike to me, but yeah, also unsure on lore. I'm not a big lore reader. I'll say if you got a bear with that much lightning around him, though.
And he walks on 2 feet. Normal bears don't walk on 2 feet, so he has to be some special kind of bear because of the feet.
All you need to be a god is a few worshippers, though, so as long as we are the first.
And I think that the entire, like, Tukey time spam, that counts.
Everyone's groaning as 3 members are circling Takui. Everyone's just groaning like, no, not again,
Piranha's in the
please.
water.
Everyone's ganking him all game long. Please, not again.
This poor guy, man, he can't catch a break. They have his number. They're focused in on him. But he won't get found a second time here in the mid lane. Not just yet, at least. Vulcan's going to make his way back. Takui places the ward over the wall, which he will then be aware that there is a control ward placed down by his opponents. And that control ward is placed in such a spot that Takui is not able to auto-attack it over the wall, so he cannot clear it from a safe position over the terrain. Afromu's now going to come up, shadow him a little bit as Takui tries to shove in this wave. Jojo has to know that there are other FlyQuest players nearby. Afromu's not on map. Jose Dioto's not on map, and Takui's walking forward with half a health bar. Impact backing away as Kumo just goes in, slams him into the ground, and Kumo, Lumberjack Scion, just chops Impact down.
Because I like to delve into some of these things, actually, I'll wait until this flash.
Oh, Johnson! He's going to be the focus here at the start, but the counterattack is coming through, and it's 1-for-1 immediately at the very start. Afro and Jose walking off, Inspired and Vulcan doing the same, and the AD carries are traded out. But critically, Danny still has his flash after the scuffle.
So, I love doing some research here on gods in League of Legends.
Okay, what do you got?
Turns out Volibear is one of the spirit gods, just one of them, and is given immense power by the belief of their followers. Let's see if he's got enough followers right now. If he's got enough power to fight off the Troll King and the Kench. Looks like he does.
Yeah, he's cool. It
even says in the lore that Volibear's power waxes and wanes depending on how many followers he has at that moment, how many supporters he has. So
you're saying the more
Tukey,
the more Tukey,
the more power Jose has.
All right,
God ultimate.
The frogs and the bears coming together to bring FlyQuest to play here in the bottom lane. Jose still has the ulti, and the ulti has been delivered. What time is it? It's not Tukey time. Jose Dioto goes down, and Danny goes up a kill.
What I took away from that is that not enough people believed.
Are you trying to turn Jose Dioto's Volibear game into one of them old Christmas movies where Santa doesn't have enough power because the children don't believe in him?
The thunder's roar was not heard there. Let's get back to mid lane though, baby. Inspired was at the top of the charts there for a second. Love seeing junglers up there at the top of the FTX gold advantage. But meanwhile, mid lane here, Jojo back at his old BS in mid lane, honestly, Flowers.
Yep.
He's back on his laning runes on Victor, going so aggressively. Again, this man always goes with the airy, absolute focus, Scorch, Time Warp, Tonic, Minion Dematerializer, pushing in the other control mages, harassing Takui over and over, and with the extra visitations that we've seen from jungle and from support towards mid lane, we get another big CS lead. And off of a mid lane that's pushing so heavily like that, you can take objectives like Dragon. Inspired just heads over. Trundle, very, very good at 1v1ing any of the neutral objectives. Heals a bunch after you take them as well, so can get right back into his normal route.
And now up in top side, you can see FlyQuest is going to look towards that Rift Herald themselves. You can have a ping on that. Control ward in the pit from Evil Geniuses lets them know that something is up. But the problem is, Kumo has control up here. Kumo's feeling great, 2-0 on the Scion. One of those was a complete solo kill against Impact, so he is not struggling in this tank into gangplank matchup whatsoever. EG is able to move enough manpower towards that Herald pit in time to stop the take. FlyQuest cannot grab that that one yet, but Jose Dioto gonna pull Shelly out there again, but instead he just walks back up towards topside, places a control ward in that tri-brush. Vulcan throws out the tongue, but he doesn't find Afro Moo, and we're looking at Impact once again. Here come the tanks. Impact tries to get away. He summons up his own ulti, drops the barrels, can't stay alive long enough. Jose Dioto barely walks away.
That was pretty freakish. Inspired wants to
Come on,
punish him,
everybody
but
gets one. It's Spider-Man rules.
but is not going to find anything, and Volibear strikes again. All right, Jose gets another kill for Kumo. The killer Scion flowers, especially on topside when you get the early Warden's Mail, he upgrades already into the Frozen Heart. This is such an insanely early Frozen Heart. This man is going to be a monster tank for the side of FlyQuest. Only JoJo can put any threat on him already, and they're coming down to the Rift Herald fight.
All right, Inspired's trying to take a bite out of Jose. Jose walking away, ults over the wall for safety. Kumo coming down to help now. Evil Geniuses have forced their opponents back. Will it be enough to earn the entirety of the Herald? Kumo's still ready to try to challenge for this. Vulcan's gonna hit the eyeball there. EG has everybody up here, so FlyQuest should not be able to contest this one. And there it is, Herald over to Evil Geniuses. So full neutral objective control so far here in this game.
And I credit that one to the early recall of the bottom lane for EG. They got there first for the setup. While Kumo is strong, the chunk down onto Jose plus the early arrival of the Evil Geniuses bottom lane means they have the advantage. But now, Hook.
Here we go. Afro Moose setting him up. Takui knocking him down. FlyQuest, 5 kills.
Better late than never, baby. Even though the Evil Geniuses bottom lane went to the objective first, Afro Moo found a new objective, baby. Dead on with that hook, Flowers. Just nails JoJo. Afro Moo back at it again with his roam towards mid, trying to even it up for Takui. And now look, the CS evening back up for Takui as well. All those minions dying at the mid tower, helping out their Orianna here for FlyQuest, getting him back on track and clearing out the vision through the bottom river as well, so that Afro Moo can be opened up for roams in the future.
And I like the fact that FlyQuest tried to steal away the enemy blue while the mid laner was dead. Unfortunately, Jose Dioto did not have a smite to be able to secure that one, so EG was able to go in and reclaim it. But at least for FlyQuest, it ends up on the Jinx instead of on the Victor for the wave clear there in mid lane. Back up in top side. Man, Scion is just having the time of his life up here. Has HP from the Bomby Cinder as well as the W passive. All the armor and the mana from Frozen Heart that allows him to spam spells to his heart's content. Plated steel caps completed. There are a lot of auto attackers on the enemy team. This is the Jinx, this is the Trundle. Gangplank's attacks as well as his Qs. Plated steel cap's gonna get a lot of value there. Kumo's set up to be an absolute menace when we get to the big fights.
Yeah, and he's looking for a big ultimate. Where's he going? Hesitating. They wanted to make an ulti play on bottom side, but you see the minions pushed in at his tower. Means he's got to get back there pretty quickly. Decent amount of gold being lost. Let me see if there's a cannon up there soaking. There is one cannon, so it's delaying, but the cannon's going to die off, and a decent amount of the rest of the minions too. So the attempt at the Scion ultimate play towards the bottom half of the map is definitely going to cost him pretty significantly, as well as a rotation over here for EG. Now Jose's got ult out of there.
I like the idea from Jose to try to stall this Herald, make it so they can't actually get the good use out of it. Unfortunately for him, there's way too many people nearby, so it doesn't work, and he has to ult out to safety.
So in my personal experience, what I have found, if you are a jungler with the Rift Herald, as long as you activate it within the range of the tower to start its charge, you can activate it even if there's one opponent there. But if there are two and one of them is a jungler with smite, they can kill it off before it will get the charge off. Otherwise, it will have enough health even with them proccing the eyeball to finish the charge. Here's the setup on Dragon, though. They clear out that vision, and there we go.
Oh, JoJo Pyun's the target, but he tries to turn it right back around into Johnson. He says, I might be dead, but you're coming with me. That's 1 for 1. Inspired, looking to go head-to-head with Jose Dioto down here in the bottom lane as Takui is still here in the bottom part of the river, seeing if maybe there's anything that he can contribute. Afro Moo with a re-engage, nice throws the ulti down into Danny. Vulcan's gonna be tanking here with the front line. A big 3-man shockwave, but the follow-up isn't there, but Afro Moo is. A dredge line goes in again as Evil Geniuses retreat back to the turret once more. Kumo's coming around. Is Lumberjack Scion going to go
1v3
in
is
1 versus 3?
a little bit of a reach.
Gonna hit Inspired a little bit here. Puts a little bit of pain on him. All right. Hey, he delays him.
They're going to trade the top side, though. So Gangplank, with all this time that Kumo has left lane, Impact has finished off the top tower, takes it down in advance. So that is first turret bonus for Evil Geniuses. Even though FlyQuest will get bottom turret as well as the Dragon, the first turret bonus going over to EG, Impact getting the solo gold on that top turret, as well as continuing to farm up and get the extra gold through his passive.
6-4. FlyQuest's up a couple hundred gold. They're going to tie up the Drake count here by grabbing that second one 15.5 minutes in. Hextech Soul is what we get this time around. Very, very powerful soul if either one of the teams can get it. But of course, the 1-to-1 Drake state means that is still pretty far away, even in a best case scenario for either side. Very, very close game we've got here, my friend.
Definitely a close one. And I really like the Trinity Force on Gangplank. Even if you're facing double health stackers. So this game, I think it would be arguable you could go for Divine Sunder if you wanted to try and fight through the front line and make use of the percentage health. But Trinity Force, I love it because he's looking to barrel chain the back line and just win the game. With Trinity Force and with lethality, he can blow up either Orianna or Aphelios. And we talked in Champ Select about how great of a pick Gangplank is into those two carries, not even looking at the lane matchups and the tanks on the front side. Impact will have the power of the one-shot on his side.
Yup, it turns the explosive barrels from the typical explosive barrel that you would see in a MOBA-style game to the explosive barrels that you would see in old FPS games, where if you stand by them and they explode, you just instantly get knocked out. That's the goal for Impact. Massive 4-digit crits later on in the game. We'll be looking to see if we can get them. But now, let's see. Vulcan, Danny, Inspire, trying to stay alive. Afromu's gonna die, but they did kill Vulcan too. It's 1-for-1. Inspire's gonna die to Jose, but Danny picks one back up onto Johnson. Impact is behind him. JoJo's coming around now too. 2 for 2 so far. Takui tries to get out. He's down to 100 HP and he's dead. Kumo falling back now. Evil Genius is picking up the extra man, picking up the turret. Danny's getting excited. The Chompers don't arm in time. And Jose gets away.
Yeah, and we see the counter engage from EG Flowers. So many possibilities to turn these fights around. When they've got Impact's Gangplank ultimate slowing everyone off that initiation, even though FlyQuest get the flash out of Danny off the initial hook and hook in Vulcan, look at the collapse. They've got Teleport and Gangplank ultimate available from topside, and the mini-map you can see as Victor starts to head up. So here's the initiation. It's all to Tahm Kench though, so even though they burst down Tahm Kench, look at all this damage. It's a 1-for-1, and Jinx loves 1-for-1s because Danny gets excited. That move speed, he gets away from the Scion ultimate, and he gets in range to finish off the kill onto Aphelios. So even though their front line is traded out, then once JoJo walks his way up, he's got the advantage. Impact, barrel chain over the side, gets the slow and the chunk, allowing JoJo to flash forward with his Chaos Storm and finish off that kill.
Nicely done. Evil Geniuses now going to take the very slight gold lead for themselves. Evil Geniuses, however, did not get that second Rift Herald. That's in possession of Jose Dioto and FlyQuest. We'll have 4 minutes to see what they want to do with it.
FlyQuest need to remember, any of these team fights they go for, starting out with a 1-for-1 trade is very detrimental to them because Jinx gets so much power in the passive of this champion. Getting excited turns the champion from honestly a mediocre AD carry into the hard carry that shows up in Arcane. It's like actually like Powder turning into Jinx is what the passive should be renamed to.
Powder turning into Jinx? Dude, that's like old Urgot tier of names. Hyperkinetic position reverser or whatever that crap was called. I hated those names so much. I'm so glad.
Yeah, well, we're workshopping it, you know.
All right. Well, Arcane aside, we got 1 minute until the next Drake spawns. The gold, very close between the teams. Both sides could be able to find a way to win this one. I'm curious who's going to put priority on the setup first. It looks like Evil Geniuses will be the ones shoving out the wave, clearing out some of that vision, maintaining control over this bottom side river. You can see some assist me pings coming out from FlyQuest there in mid lane as Impact crashes the wave into the bot lane tier 1. The minions almost do enough damage to kill the thing.
Look at Kumo's
Not
health,
enough,
though.
35 HP.
But look at Kumo's health. He just blew a barrel up on Kumo. Could you tell me that?
Nope.
What's the diff? What happened there?
I don't know what you're talking
There was
about.
a little bit of corrupting potion damage, I think, left over at the end. Oh, here we go. Ultimate.
Oh, Impact is the target. He flashes away, trying to stay alive and survive this engage. FlyQuest used the Scion ultimate, but not that of the Volley Bear. Impact losing his flash means he'll have to be even more mindful of his positioning in the upcoming fight. Evil Genius is back into the mid lane, clearing out some of the vision from FlyQuest, getting the wave shoved up. Kumo doing the same thing in bottom side, pushing that wave past the river, getting that into Evil Genius's territory as EG heads into the river themselves. Now, they will have first control over the Drake Pit. There's a barrel already placed inside of it. Jose Dioto trying to use the E there to scout a little bit. Afromu gets caught, but he gets away somehow. Impact does not need to finish it because Danny's got the aim.
Danny says, I'll do it myself. Ultimate through on Jinx, finds the kill onto Afromu. The gold is in the correct place, and Dragon is the next target for EG. Should be their reward. FlyQuest starting to bleed here. A lot of objectives now going to get picked up from EG. And remember, Flowers, with the big differences in these teams, when you're the team with the better engage and frontline and health, you generally are going to need more advantages early. The team with the bigger damage here on EG has better scaling because damage does so much for you later on into the game. They have big AoEs, the big zoning ultimates from both the Victor as well as the Gangplank that apply to these team fights. And the threat of the damage from all of these members means that Volibear will eventually turn into paper here. They've actually double stacked on their Frozen Hearts.
That was close.
Shelly got her job done there. With her last breath.
An honorable death.
So double stacking on the Frozen Hearts is kind of interesting too because the aura does not stack. Still decent for the individual, but definitely less efficient. Afromu getting bursted down here, though.
Yeah, Afromu might be caught here again. Impact's going to get the kill, but he will die in return. 1 for 1, but EG have lost their top laner. They'll take that trade. Jose Dioto trying to get away now. Inspired Vulcan, Danny working together. Nice zap. Wanted to Kui there, going to find the slow. Jose Dioto steps up to keep his mid laner safe enough as Kumo runs into the middle of everybody. And now Scion's looking to buy some time. He'll get himself away, but Danny is finding more slows onto Takui, who gets himself out but has to use the flash. EG win the fight.
Yep, they have to be very careful here, FlyQuest, because their frontliners without the Nautilus ultimate are a little bit slow moving on the engage. And so EG, you can see there, all you have to do is spread your carries so that they don't get grouped up and targeted with that ultimate, and they can easily then refocus fire down the front line and the tank. And you can see the advantages of the extra damage coming through. EG, let's see though. Bottom side, they don't have teleport. JoJo's just going to push in one more wave. Should be able to get off his recall. Don't overextend for that greed on the turret. Even though I know, Flowers, you'd love to be there for the local gold. Yep. And local gold on outer turrets is really big. Big part of the deal. It's not worth dying for at this stage in the game because you're going to give up too much for your
is
team.
worth more.
Exactly, the other side of the map. So good job there. EG, they don't greed for the local gold. You still get the little bit of shared team gold for the kill from the minions.
How do we feel about double Frozen Heart as
I talked about it a little bit before.
Here,
I talked about it before a little bit, and the auras don't stack, so it's obviously less efficient for the front line. So.
I mean, obviously, if they're going to be at different points, right? Like if Jose Dioto is protecting his own carries and Kumo's in the back line, like you're able to make sure it's applied to everybody, but it still feels a little bit less efficient than what it could be. But hey, I'm not a pro player. Maybe it's the sauce. Maybe they need to just make sure they've got that debuff applied to everybody and slowing down the attack speed of Inspired, of Danny. And now mid lane, it's FlyQuest pushing up here. What can they find? Not a lot. Barrel hits towards Johnson, but not a ton of power still in those. There's 2 items completed, Trinity Force plus Collector. Collector does have some crit on it. The next crit item being built now. He's got the cloak in the inventory, so maybe we can see some of those huge numbers here, but it's still heavily up to RNG.
Yeah, and you can tell, you know, he's worried about like barrel chains and Gangplank ultimates and long range from Victor, so getting the expensive crit item in a Bloodthirster for the extra safety there because he is a Phelios, I would say is kind of a symptom of the problem that we went over in draft, where there's a lot of good answers that EG actually chose for themselves to be able to have very long range against Aphelios. You know, Victor and Gangplank are very good solo lane picks versus that AD carry, and he's trying to deal with those problems in game by buying the Bloodthirster shield for himself, and we'll see about the Infinity Edge coming through. Maybe he can get some big crits anyway and have some big performances here later on. Does have the Gale Force. I always love to see AD carries investing in Gale Force, looking for those
It lets
plays.
you do flashy stuff. Kraken Slayer is boring. It makes every third bullet blue. That's it. Gale Force lets you do really cool stuff, execute somebody, go for a big play, flash out or something. It's way more exciting. I'm definitely more of a fan of the Gale Force here. Mid laners both having those Luden's Echoes for the maximum amount of damage they can get with their sporadic poke. Oh boy, we've got 40 seconds until our next Drake, Kobe. You think we're gonna get a fight for this one?
I think that we should, because Evil Geniuses are set up to take over right now. If they get this dragon, it becomes really hard, because a Gangplank team with the dragon, the threat of a dragon soul, you know, being on soul points, if you get Gangplank anywhere near there setting up early, then look at those barrel chains. They're already critting for 1,000. It's so scary to ever face check into Gangplank teams, having to walk through the barrel chain possibilities from Fog of War and the ultimate slowing you down. So FlyQuest, I think, have a little bit of pressure on them, even though the gold is even here, because of the zoning, AoE, and damage that EG will have later on. And because Impact was left alone for so long, he's almost level 16 on this Gangplank, is going to be massive.
Yep, scary
FlyQuest,
stuff.
though, they still have some pretty good engage if they can coordinate it. You know, Nautilus ultimate, pinning people in place for the Scion Volley Bear to actually get on.
Yes. Impact dropping a couple of barrels here. Blows him up onto Kumo, who takes a little bit of damage, but again, the Scions...
Gale Force out already.
Plenty of a damage sponge. Evil Genius is backing away. Kumo's ready to go in. Flash coming out from Vulcan. They've found Inspired, who now has to use his own flash to get away. But the FlyQuest engage machine has expired. Nice shockwave, but it's only onto one, so not too nice after all. FlyQuest walking away from this one. Kumo's nearly dead. Evil Genius is still feeling pretty good. The only thing really hurting here is Jinx's mana bar. Hextech Drake aggroed by Evil Geniuses.
Jose can blast going in and try and ult out. He's got ult and flash to get out afterwards. He can just YOLO this, try and go for the steal.
You only live once, Mr. Bear. Nope, it's secured by Inspired. And now we got a TP coming into the pit. Kumo's in there. Now he has to flash over the wall to get away as well. That was both Kumo's summoner spell.
Yeah, I think that was very poor communication on the part of FlyQuest. Because I think everybody else was on the page of, hey, Jose, blast going in, you have to ult out. Maybe you get it, maybe you don't. But just an ult cooldown for Volley Bear is not a big deal.
Right.
But committing both summoner spells, teleport and flash out there, definitely going to be painful for FlyQuest. A little bit too many resources used. Can they recover the situation, though? Attempting with these hooks here. Aframu had found one previously.
Kumo nearly has his ultimate up again. Nice Aphelios ulti there for some damage onto Jojo and Vulcan. And now Jojo has to flash over the wall to get away from Kumo's ulti. Kumo's just saying, all right, see ya. He's going into the wild blue yonder. Danny's at about 500 HP, so he'll need to back away from Johnson, who does have green gun. So the extra range means extra threat. Kumo gets the wave shoved up here in the bottom lane, and Evil Geniuses send Impact to go answer.
I like that we did get to see that Infinity Edge in use, Flowers. Johnson had just completed the Infinity Edge, 3-item power spike for AD carries. He is definitely threatening if you can have the range and if you can hold on to target. So a couple of key flashes. We will definitely be remembering that flash here on the Victor. Vulnerable Victor now. Kumo's ultimate, very valuable through the river and all the way down to those minions. See about punishing that Victor. He has picked up a stopwatch, though. Always have to check inventories to count for these for the next team fights.
They're everywhere, my friend. You got them on both mid laners and both junglers and Afromu. There's going to be a lot of that noise in the next team fight.
So every time you emphasize and on someone else, he's tapping the table with the mouse is on and making it draw crooked.
Oh, my bad. I didn't realize that.
My painting here, Flowers. My canvas.
I'm sorry I messed up your art. It's still perfect to me, damn it.
Oh,
now Impact might just get jumped on by Jose Dioto, but it's Jose who has to try to get out now, using the ulti defensively to make sure he escapes here.
Kind of squeezing in between those barrels, too. Let's see what EG can actually spread to. Because, again, EG have time on their side, Flowers.
Yes, sir.
3 dragons. They're just looking at soul Soul point after soul point after soul point arriving. Every consecutive dragon now should be an opportunity for EG to set up in that bottom river and litter these rush with Gangplank barrels.
All of them barrels all over the place, and they're only going to get scarier and scarier. Third item for Impact is the Lord Dominic's Regards. You see that up in his inventory now, so plenty more threat onto the heavily armored targets like Kumo and Jose Dioto whenever they step within range of him. Him being able to chunk those frontliners down could be very important.
We almost got to see it in that last one, but it's funny because the barrel chain, the Venn diagram didn't overlap over Volibear, and Jose, got to jump out, and so we didn't get to see the big chunk of how much it would do on one of these frontliners. But that is definitely the idea. And the barrels already have their innate penetration, so it's just tons of penetration here. Plus the possibility of blowing up on the backline. So
plus Infinity Edge coming up next.
Yeah, every barrel is going to be critically important here.
Was that a freak tier 1 too?
Is an accident. You did one earlier.
All right, fine.
So
we're even then. Just no judgment. I'm just making sure that it's all getting recorded here.
Fair.
All right.
We are equally suspect.
Okay, 1 minute and 15 seconds before our Soul Drake and
they're going
gets
deep.
it. But now they're really pushing here in mid lane for this tier 1 turret. FlyQuest wanted it, but Gangplank ulti denied.
That's a big ultimate that is out just from threat. FlyQuest threaten that they're going deep. They walk up menacingly and they get the Gangplank ultimate down. That's a huge ultimate. They think that cooldown is big enough for them to force on Baron. Impact does have Unleashed Teleport, could arrive to the fight.
Ooh, this one's gonna get interesting, man. Aphromoo taking a little bit of damage. Jose Dioto here in the front. Aphelios ulti already shot out. It's gonna be inspired. Focus down first, but a nice stopwatch to drop all of that aggro. He'll be able to walk it off. Johnson eats a little bit there from the zap out of Danny. You're gonna see Kumo on the front line trying to keep everybody away with the CC. Evil Geniuses scares him off the Baron.
And EG, they continue to flex this range and damage, burning down the front line. Every chunk on the front line gives them more space, and the dragon arrives in 15 seconds, Flowers. There's chunks off of all the frontline members of FlyQuest. They're recalling now. This is gonna go to Soul for EG.
Exactly, they kept FlyQuest occupied for so long. Jose Dioto is just now running back out of the base. The Drake is spawning. EG can just zerg this down, take it, and guarantee that they're able to have the Soul. There it is. Now Kumo finds himself in the middle of everybody with a Hex Tech Soul heading towards him. Loses a little bit of HP. EG loses no one, Soul for free.
Yep, this is huge. They've got such strong range advantages, and they can melt the front line, as you've already seen, poke out the front line of FlyQuest. EG collapsing there. Now that all that's left for them is to actually get the team fight.
Oh boy, FlyQuest back onto Baron. Evil Geniuses. How are they going to approach this? Impact is going the long way around. Aphromoo already engages, but Vulcan's got the save. Jose Dioto wants to get away, but he's only gotten away right into Impact's waiting arms. Impact picks him up, and there's already 2 dead on FlyQuest. Impact wants more. Double kill over to Gangplank. Make it a triple. He just got paid. Evil Geniuses mops him up.
Kumo's trying to get something back for the team, going for the minions. Some damage on mid, but that's all they can hope for. Flowers, all that was left for them to get the team fight. And FlyQuest pinned themselves in around Baron. That is dream scenario for Evil Geniuses.
What are you guys doing? You gotta help him.
You know, he's chilling. It's just a Baron.
He didn't even have his smite yet, so he actually needed somebody to come back and help him.
I mean, everybody is alive, so
what is this?
They want a longer duration. The only explanation would be that they want it for a longer duration, a couple extra seconds.
That was a poggy-woggy Baron. I love that. I have no idea what in the hell I was looking at, but that was great.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just want to maximize their min-maxing the time that they can wear it while they're pushing. And
I think it's for BM.
And that. Sending the message, baby. Okay, so EG, they just picked up the Hex Soul. They actually want the fight, and so all they have to do is stop FlyQuest on this Baron. They come up. The Tom Kench immediately eats JoJo. He comes back out with a giant shield on his back and quickly finish up on that first kill. It's just a murder over here, Flowers. There's nothing else to say there. They're tracking down every FlyQuest member. Only the Big Daddy tank gets out with Sion going mid and getting nothing for his troubles. Now, Evil Geniuses are on the gates. They're on the steps here of the FlyQuest base.
5 minutes ago, this game was 300 gold apart. It is now 7,000 gold apart, plus a Hex Tech Soul. Evil Genius has got everything they need. They should be able to just send this one home. FlyQuest stuck inside their own base. Going to need a pretty big misplay from EG, quite honestly, if they want to have a chance to come back in this one. EG's still got that Baron for the next minute and 45. They're going to go into the 4-1 split with Impact being mid, everybody else setting up shop here in bot lane, just allowing those cannon minions to get whatever poke they can find. Impact will keep exploding the barrels, forcing the waves into mid, and now Evil Geniuses just have to play it slow, play it cool, and play for these objectives. Looks like we're going to get a recall instead, or are we? Maybe just baiting FlyQuest in a little bit. Nope, FlyQuest have no vision. This map is not very well lit. FlyQuest finally get the chance to come back outside of their base, but EG will return soon.
Yes, they will. And it should be a pretty straightforward siege for them. They've got very, very strong range for themselves with all three of their carries. Both JoJo and Impact, by the way, already level 18. 2-level lead here for JoJo over Takui. Chasing him down mid lane. They might even get a pick early.
You can't get Kumo. That's the one guy on FlyQuest that you really just can't try to burst out and explode. Yeah, maybe you could make the argument for Jose de Odo too, but he doesn't have half the health that Kumo does. He's coming back in, looking maybe for an angle here. EG backing themselves away. They don't have Impact here. He's in top side. He'll just continue putting in the work and dragging FlyQuest back towards their own base, allowing his men to move up in the mid lane.
Yep, easy work there for Impact on the side, pushes the wave up. He's got Baron buff, chunking down Kumo as he passes through. Jose gonna try and 2v1 him, but honestly, that Gangplank likes those odds.
Yup. The barrels are starting to really hurt now. That inbuilt penetration as well as all the raw damage. You just saw it there. Crit for 1,700 on minion waves, and when it hit Kumo with the big crit, it even took off about 1,000 from him thanks to all the armor penetration in the barrels. So Impact is 6 items. He is full build. He is a threat to anybody on FlyQuest no matter what. And Kobe, what is that icon up there in the top left that we got about a minute and 15 seconds till?
That would be Elder Dragon. Can we count? Can we keep counting from the last game?
Yeah, sure, we can do that. Uh-oh. Okay, Jose survived.
I mean, JoJo
wait, nope, never mind. JoJo's coming around. Shockwave's gonna stop him. Oh no, Takui is done for. Johnson is gone. I don't think we're gonna be counting too many more Elder Drakes at this pace. Hold on, wait, we got a...
It's going for the wave.
We got a TP coming in. Kumo's trying to cut the wave. Danny and Inspired gonna try to deal with him here a little bit. He wants to go unstoppable. Run, Sion, run!
He gets another wave!
He's gonna farm!
There's another cannon that got ushered down mid lane as well as bottom lane getting pushed in though, so no stop to the EG train.
Alrighty, EG knows both enemy carries are dead for 20 seconds. They know Sion is in their own base, and they know they got a minion wave through the bottom lane. Kumo will try to defend. Jose de Odo will try to defend. Try as they might, the game is done. Jose de Odo will be the first to die. Kumo's gonna go down second, and the Nexus is next in line. Afromu can't do much to keep it protected, and Evil Geniuses, with a little bit of trundle dance in there at the very end of the game, take game 3.
Nicely played out. Drafting themselves, Trundle armor shred, Gangplank penetration, playing it slowly early on to scale up all of their damage.
That game stayed the closest in gold for the longest time of the 3 that we've seen, but it really just felt like that incredible counter-engage potential, the zone control of EG, was impossible for FlyQuest to penetrate.
And it's just another example in the long line of games that show that gold lies to you sometimes. You really need to take into account those team comps and the structure of those fights. Counter engage is correct. Gangplank ultimates and Tom Kench enough to keep them safe until the overwhelming force from Evil Geniuses gets them game number 2. This means that Evil Geniuses are on series point versus FlyQuest. This is an elimination match of playoffs, and EG already have their sights set on the next series.
I mean, everybody was predicting EG on the desk at the top of the day. Of course, there were a couple 3-0s in there that have already been proved incorrect, but there were some 3-1s as well. Dash unofficially, and then Emily officially.
There was already trash talk between Cloud9 and specifically Vulcan for EG, so they were getting down to it. You know, they already had eyes for
they got
the next
plans.
one moving up.
The geniuses have plans, and they claim the lead in this series. So while they ready up for match point, we're heading over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
He doesn't consider you as real.
Yeah. Well,
You're
wait. I don't think he
fake.
said I'm not
He says you're
real.
fake.
Your
He
predictions
said my
are fake.
opinions was unofficial.
Yeah.
That's an official way of saying you're fake.
Well, to be fair, he didn't
All right,
have a lower
Flowers, we're
third.
gonna have a conversation later about how official.
If you don't have a lower third,
You're right, actually.
How
I didn't.
official.
All right. Challenge to graphics. How quickly can you whip up a solo dash lower third for
Let's do it.
predictions? All right, well, we
my
talk
God.
about draft here because game 1, game 2, we talked about how it was kind of like trading compositions from 1 to 2. This time around, though, I think very different looks ultimately.
I set the mid lane on fire, asking them not to play control mages, and they instantly both take
did.
control mages.
They're
Both
like
opted-
moths to a flame.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
That
So,
was your problem.
both drafted scaling, but it's not just about like how well does something play in the late game, but how do you actually interact? And the Volibear and the Scion and the Nautilus all want to get in close range into a team that has TK and GP and Trundle, which is going to stuff all those engages. And so even though the scaling is like, yeah, it's a little bit more
Even
easy
Victor,
failed,
too, with the
how they
graphics.
actually interact is so
Yeah.
favored for EG.
One thing I was really concerned about, because like looking at the first like 3 picks from the side of Evil Geniuses, you're like, okay, like they are building pretty beefy, straight front to back team fight, right? So we kind of either need to have better options to fight, but you have Volibear, so you're like, I would definitely try and either get range to poke, or I would get range to poke or try and split, right? Jace for me, fantastic pick. I was like, okay, try and set up for it, but they ban Azir and Ornn, and then they final pick like Scion. So they're just straight up like going to headbutt straight into the composition of Evil Geniuses of Tom Kench Trundle, which I feel like is just, and Victor, that is just going to beat you, I think, in most cases. And it's set up for a beautiful GP pick. Now, beautiful in the sense of before the early game.
Yeah, wow, great pick.
Yeah.
Execution left something to be desired, at least in the laning phase. Very impactful once we get to the later stages, of course. But as we roll through some of the highlights, we cannot ignore the fact that while EG got ahead overall in that top lane, there was a misstep or two, which gave a little bit of life to the FlyQuest squad.
It was rough. I mean, yes, it was rough for Evil Geniuses early. It gave me some hope because putting in the resources and kills on towards Scion, have him just straight up run into team fights for the most part was the idea. But FlyQuest kind of just fell behind in a lot of the in the opposite side of the map. And these fights, I think, was too greedy. The idea of trying to commit for the kill over the wall with Volibear, but by the end, you just knew you were in a pretty tough spot. So I thought it was a great game for Danny.
Yeah, and it was also like a great game for GP, right? Even with all of those mistakes that were made on the top side with early ganks, his damage just absolutely took over fights and also took over the zone control that they had. Because again, if you want to be going into a fight against EG, they have range and they have zoning from the GPO.
Yeah, I mean, this game felt pretty doomed for Fly because their comp only does one thing, and that's 5v5. And the enemy team hard countered you, it felt like, in that 5v5. And so, despite some of the things going well for FlyQuest, they never got a monstrous lead, and the game stalled out at a pretty even gold lead until it got to this point where EG's comp is just absolutely running over theirs in the gold graph. You know, you hit that late game team fight situation and it's over.
So we're taking a look at this because this is essentially the game 2 gold graph without the throwback.
Yes.
FlyQuest had similarly built an 8 to 10K gold lead, but unfortunately tossed a lot of it back before barely being able to eke out the win with the backdoor from Kumo. This time around, this is an example of the power of the EG squad when they are ahead, Emily.
Well, yeah, and it's also like, I mean, FlyQuest, I think, had if you're comparing game 2 and game 3, FlyQuest had like a steady rise from the get-go, right? Like they had more of an early game plan, whereas I think they kind of hung around in here due to a few EG mistakes. Sorry, I still keep seeing that topside gank just like flashing through my mind.
It was hard to watch.
But like, if you have a Volibear, like it's actually so important to make plays early, and I really wanted to see something else out of the mid lane where they could, again, like, because I'm looking at this FlyQuest team, I'm looking at what do you want to see from them? I want to see mid jungle doing really well. And I'd love to see something that helps set up Volibear for ganks and early kills, because I felt like they kind of had to snowball that because their 5v5 was not good into what EG picked.
So I'm going to put you in a tough position here, Emily.
Are you?
Because currently we're on series point with EG ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Now the world is aware that you and I both officially.
It's true.
Officially.
You said
Is it really official?
Predicted.
You said
It is
3-1.
written on the board over
Well,
there.
I don't see a lower third.
Oh, I got really excited when that
Yeah.
lower third started to come up. I was like, they did it! And then
Well,
I got
no,
baited.
it's
Okay,
good to know
so
the
but here's
FlyQuest
the tough position I'm going to put you in, Emily, because you said you were looking for a couple other things out of FlyQuest.
Yeah.
But
Well, let's
EG
look at
winning here is what would make you
Whoa.
absolutely
Hey!
correct. Thank you very much. Officially on fire are the predictions over there. So you're looking at the 3-1 as a prediction, but I want to know how FlyQuest ultimately extends it, and then whether or not they can. So what would have been the answer for them?
So I actually don't mind having them scaling 5v5 in their fights, but they just need something to mitigate early pressure and also not pick a team fight composition that gets immediately countered by your opponent.
Okay, so sticking to blue side, though, still 4 games in a row on the same side. Emily, are you sticking with your 3-1?
Yeah, I'm sticking with it.
She's sticking with the 3-1. I'm sticking with the 3-1 as well. So the question becomes whether or not either of you think that FlyQuest is going to pull off 2 in a row and bring it back, flip-flop the predictions.
What do you think,
What do you
Mark?
guys
Still
think?
giving it to EG.
I don't know why you set my 3-0 on fire, to be honest. I still like it.
Okay, actually, you know what? Yeah, Mark's
Alright.
committed.
They were one auto attack away from just 3-0ing on the Nexus, actually. I'm like, it's basically a 3-0. I think FlyQuest, if they want to extend this series, go back to
That
their game.
doesn't work this way.
I appreciate
What
Mark's
about you,
commitment.
Russ?
Oh, that was, you wrote
Well,
that on
apparently you
Raz.
put that on me, so I'm
no.
for this one.
Don't put
You're
that evil
Raz.
on him.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, Raz, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking, you know what?
FlyQuest has showed us some stuff.
I don't recognize the one loss. 3-0. I know you crossed it out. Time to write it back, Emily. That's right.
What on earth?
Write it back.
No.
I'm getting more and more concerned. So up here on the desk.
Okay, you know what? No, I'm gonna have the real answer for this one is 3-1. Yes,
Okay.
I'll do
3-1.
yes.
Okay, so you do think EG closes it?
Yeah.
To answer your question about what FlyQuest should do, I like their Game 2 draft of having a little bit more proactivity in the early game. If EG is just going to go straight scaling and they're also getting some lane counters, if you can't find these, blind picks that are going to work out for you for Kumo and he's just getting countered by Impact, which is going to also outscale you, then I would like to see them have a little bit more agency around mid jungle as well.
Mid champion pool. For me, it is going back to that graphic of shared pools versus unique pools. And not only do I just want to see both mid laners playing unique pools, I do think for FlyQuest that is their best shot if Takui is on one of those champions that he uniquely plays compared to Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, and ultimately I prefer red side here. We saw what happened in the last draft. I think that I would have thought that there's just more value in being last pick for top lane on Kumo there, just so you can have a full view of the draft and play split push. I think we've seen this from him throughout the split. When he was, Tryndamere wasn't nerfed at that time, but I'm assuming he can play other picks here or even the Jace. So it's going to be a tough one. Let's see what they end up going for. We might see a Jinx being picked up on that one. I think it's just going to be an uphill battle.
Well, we just watched the EG huddle break, and they look excited as ever to get back on stage and look to close this one out in 3-1 fashion. On the other side of this commercial break, Good and Evil continue to battle for their playoff lives in game number 4, right after this.
Afromu already engages, but Vulcan's got the save. Josedioto wants to get away, but he's only gotten away right into Impact's waiting arms. Impact picks him up, and there's already 2 dead on FlyQuest. Impact once more. Double kill over to Gangplank. Make it a triple. Try as they might, the game is done. Josedioto will be the first to die. Kumo's gonna go down second, and the Nexus is next in line. Afromu can't do much to keep it protected, and Evil Geniuses, with a little bit of trundle dance in there at the very end of the game, take game 3.
Hey, did your spring finals tickets are on sale?
No way, seriously?
For real. I think we should work on really crack down. The tickets are here!
C9 took down TL this week. They're first alone in the standings.
The tickets are here! The tickets are here! The tickets are here!
The tickets are here!
The tickets are here!
The tickets are here! The tickets are here, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry, but the tickets are here, okay? Okay. The tickets are here!
The tickets are here. The tickets are here!
The tickets are here! Did you get your tickets yet? Yeah. Did you?
FlyQuest, we need to not get too cocky or not too ahead of ourselves, even though I know we should win against them, but we still need to take the game very serious and have a good plan and win, because in the end of the day, they're also pro players. They also know how to like win games. So if we will play lazy or we'll fuck up, maybe they can beat us. So yeah, we need to stay focused for sure.
That's the kind of attitude you want to hear when you're up 2-1 in the series. When the one that you lost was that close.
You can just drop F-bombs like that? I didn't know that.
I don't think we're allowed to, dude. I think I think we'll probably get a talking to.
Okay.
We probably don't want to. I mean, he just used the one. It's like movies, right? PG-13 movies get one. He just used our one. Yeah.
Producer just said, "Don't you dare!"
I didn't get that.
We've used up our one for the broadcast of the weekend.
You just managed to make me the good child. I appreciate that. And now,
just wondering,
we have what could be the last game in our battle between good and evil here, unless FlyQuest can strike back. Their one win was very close. It was chaotic. It was a banger.
It truly was. And it was also the game where they had the most early game success. And they did put the priority on getting to Kui, the assassin in mid lane, the Ahri. So maybe getting him something mobile is the secret here. And getting Jose some early action around mid and around bottom lane, especially after moves. So here we go. Some bans already levied. The Trundle is out. So maybe that
There's
means
the respect.
Yeah, there's
respect on Trundle's name.
There we go. That's what we were looking for. Respect on his name in the form of a ban. Maybe that means that FlyQuest are thinking about the blinds pick for Tank's top already for the side of Kumo, but we will wait pretty far down the draft until we actually see that occur. Further jungle focus, though, the Lee Sin is out. Again, both these junglers are so versatile, though. They both have pretty high Viego as well as Jarvan priorities, so definitely a lot of options still left up for both of them.
Victor banned away, so we are not going to get to see JoJo back on that one here in this game. 2 of the picks.
I mean, it's one of the oldest strategies in the book is start banning what just
ban the stuff you lost to,
and you can kind of pick it apart, but nobody's going to say that is that is a bad strategy because you literally just got destroyed by it, especially if you want to pick similar picks. So Volibear, front line, again, pretty juicy there. Doesn't want to have to play into the Trundle and is worthy of first pick right now. We'll see what Jose can do with it.
Well, let's see if EG just wants to bring back the Danny Jinx. Did pretty good there in our previous game. Was able to get excited, get those resets, make a lot of things
happen.
Doesn't
he look so excited there? Oh my God.
Oh, we're getting excited, baby. Jinx locked in for EG. What are they going to run next to it? I would expect them to put some priority on support pick here. We have no support bans. I mean, I guess you could kind of count Trundle since he's been played as a support before, but it'll be Tom Kench next to the Jinx again for the protection.
I've played with a support LeBlanc before. It was.
Did you report him after?
It was actually an enjoyable experience. It was pretty fun. It was not a dub, but it was still enjoyable. Let's take a look here, though. Are they actually going to run it back here? Adjusting with just the Trundle and Victor bans. Very similar opening here for FlyQuest and EG. Again, as you mentioned, the Jinx TK was picked up, so it looks like FlyQuest, they might be feeling a little bit salty. It's not full salt here, but there's some sprinkles.
Okay, sprinkles run back. All right, let's see if they're going to continue along with this. Still need to see one more pick out of them. Ooh, I'm not going to get excited. I'm vibing. I don't react to hovers. But I do react to lock-ins. Renata Glass picked up for FlyQuest.
I do like it, actually, especially because they're looking for a dive here, and Renata does well when you have other engages. So when FlyQuest in the previous game have both Volibear and Sion frontline engages, you don't really need a third one. And so they were very heavy on beefy, health and tank stats, but not a lot of damage to actually finish kills. But Renata, if you have other engagers, she can apply her steroid to the melees that are on the front lines, getting their takedowns. Also can open up space for actually using that ult, because it's terribly slow. So oftentimes it's pretty hard to use that ult. But when you do have other engagement on your team from jungle and from top lane, then it can actually allow you some pretty nifty uses for zone control and for setting up some more of these opportunities.
Well, remember last game, Azir was banned out in the second phase by FlyQuest. This time around, JoJo will be piloting the Chicken King. If you thought Jinx was some scary scaling.
Chicken Emperor to you, sir?
My bad. The Chicken Emperor, along with the Jinx, 2 of the hardest scaling carries in their roles in League of Legends. Woo.
True. I'm also kind of scared because the Azir does something that the Victor does not do and provides that sweep of peel. JoJo is very aggressive and oftentimes will go for the Azir sweeps offensively.
Yeah, the shuffle.
Especially on his lane opponent in lane phase. But it's a very strong tool. When you have Azir wall as well as TK for peeling for the Jinx on backline, that's one of the reasons like that combo is very difficult to deal with. Gravity field for one thing for Victor is just not quite the safety as Azir. But anyways, the 2 other bans, when you pick Azir, you usually are worried about getting poked out. It's been true for the entire history of this champion. Anything that outranges you and pokes you. Veigar's Cage can outrange you, and Corki's Rockets can outrange you. So 2 good protection bans there from EG. And there's the Viego we were talking about as well. Picked up for Inspired. Remember, this is the one he got a pentakill on in his MVP year in the LEC. So very, very threatening triple carry comp so far for Evil Geniuses.
Orange
and
back.
The tanks will start to come through. We kind of expected that from the early Trundle ban, as well as the pivot to Renata. You know, this time around, just 2 frontline meatballs and tanks to have that engaged. And the layers this time, I think, are much better for FlyQuest. This is basically a better version of last game draft for FlyQuest. So they've made some tweaks.
The audible disappointment from the people in the studio at another Orianna picked up for Takui.
Also, not a great delivery system, so Takui is going to have to do his own shockwave maneuvering this time around. He actually had some pretty good shockwaves, but not much left on the rest of the team. I, too, kind of feel with the crowd there that getting Takui on something with mobility was a lot better of a look for them, you know?
Yeah.
We will see, because he has been the focus of a lot of ganks, and that's probably what the groans are about. The crowd gets God vision and gets to see all the supports and junglers coming towards mid lane, the Shark circling, burning his flash over and over, and I don't expect this game to be any different. Takui should expect a lot of focus there.
Well, we've got 4 very high damage champions plus a Kench on EG. Gwen in the top lane, Azir mid, Jinx bot, Viego in the jungle. Any one of these 4 champions can absolutely take over the game, but all 4 of these champions can also struggle more than others when they fall behind.
Also, this game is going to be a domino effect. This is a race for first blood of every team fight, Flowers. There are revives on both sides. There are resets on both sides. One person goes down and the team fight crumbles for the team that does not get it. So stopwatches are big this game. Guardian Angels are big for both Renata side, for Viego side, for Jinx side. This is going to be a game where a single death will change the entire thing.
And I hope it's a game full of death after death after death after death after death. Alrighty, game number 4. Go big or go home if you're a FlyQuest fan now. They've got to find the win here if they want a chance to take us to Silver Scrapes, take us to game 5. And then we got that. Dread it, run from it. TSM arrives all the same.
All right, let's take a look here. Any early vision going down? Jose does get sight of Inspired, but just the early ward drop in the river recall. As long as you recall from anywhere from 50 seconds to up to 53, you have plenty of time to get your sweeper as a jungler and get right back out before your jungle camp spawn to start your clear. So you can get the maximum out of your yellow trinket ward, which he drops just over there in the river, as well as then being able to get your sweepers. So nothing crazy to start it out. I think EG would rather have it start out very neutral here, with the possibilities that they have set up. Again, we'll see about JoJo specifically, because on Azir, he has also gone for, guess what,
I was going to
Captain
ask
Flowers?
you this.
It is Airy, Scorch, Absolute Focus, Time Warp Tonic, and Biscuits. So this is lane dominant Azir. This is not the old kind of must-scale lethal tempo Azir. And bottom lane is also...
This is turning into a battle very quickly. Stun onto Johnson. Oh, one more! Falcon wants the lick! He got him! It's first blood. Evil Geniuses in the bot lane. 2v2 at level 1. Afro moves slowed down now too. Vulcan is hungry, but he cannot do enough damage in time. FlyQuest lose all 4 summoners and the life on their AD carry.
Nobody cares about the mid lane runes when bottom lane have fire pumping through their blood. Evil Geniuses chase down Johnson. No summoner spells left in the entire bottom lane of this game. Elimination game for FlyQuest. And EG just pound them on the bottom side first here. Blood going down. Honestly, the fight over the vision starts very early. Sweeper goes out, Vulcan's into the lane, and Tom Kent can be very, very aggressive, especially at level 1 there with the Qs coming through. So Danny doesn't back off. He gets good splash damage there with the rockets as well. Once the ignite goes down, Vulcan is much closer to Johnson, has the slow from his tongue too, and flashes forward under tower to finish it. Meanwhile, Danny was able to flash far away from Aframu, so no counter kill on the side of FlyQuest. And this is going to have a tremendous effect on your dragon control as well, because EG getting this money, even though it's onto the Tahm Kench, does make for a much beefier early game for the Tahm Kench. Soak a lot more damage, and you can continue to threaten these all-ins. Even though he is a melee champion, the Q for Tahm Kench is insane harassment. Just makes his lane so much more powerful than many of the other melee champions, especially when you're trying to deal even with double range.
Yo, they got the whole team in the audience with them.
Impact
I like
was
that.
pissed over there. They got a pissed Impact.
He's ready to win, man. He's ready to go. He's tired of laning against this Ornn. He's ready to go. FlyQuest have their jungler hanging out up in the top side, but hey, Vulcan's ready to go in bottom. Remember, there's no summoner spells down here. Vulcan continues walking forward, finds the slow. Chomper's arm in time. Flash stun with a Spectral Maw. Inspired finds a second kill for Evil Geniuses. Meanwhile, top side, Impact will die to the gank from Jose Diodo.
This feels very similar to last game, Flowers, where the early stages, both junglers, successful ganks. Inspired makes 100% sense. There's no summoner spells on bottom side. Mid lane, though, Jojo doesn't have much mana, but Takui doesn't have much life.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. Both mid laners running pretty low on resources here. Both still have teleports up, so they'll be able to just clear out their waves, go back, shop up. But I love how explosive this early game already is.
Yeah, I mean, Inspired well punishes the no summoner spells on bottom side. Vulcan, Tahm Kench, again, the Q is massive for lanes with no summoner spells. You land that slow, and Inspired can run all the way down through lane, gets there in time to flash stun. Beautiful follow-up from him. Flame Chomper's arming in time there for Danny as well, really working in tandem. Honestly, though, the response on the top side from Jose was also very impressive, getting the kill onto the Gwen early. It's still going to be a lot of CS still picked up by Impact, so he actually didn't get hurt too much by the timing of that kill and gets back in time for the entire wave at his turret. Gwen still gets at least the experience and gold necessary to continue scaling.
Yup, that scaling Gwen. We'll see how well that'll work as the game goes forward, but right now, eyes are once again on Takui in the mid lane. Vulcan, always looking for this angle, man, especially against this Orianna. Kumo finding a little bit on the impact here, not a whole lot. Vulcan's gonna walk back towards bottom, but Jose Diodo is here and waiting. Tahm Kench isn't too great at running away. Will be able to get himself over the wall there at least, so he's good enough to escape and live to see another day. FlyQuest now starting up what I believe is our earliest first Drake of the series by a significant margin.
I just want to shout out FlyQuest on using information to their advantage. Let's go over that play real quick. That was position revealed, killing this ward. So what do? Immediately into the fog of war, waiting behind here to set up the trap. And your rewards, even though Vulcan gets away with his life, is the dragon. You chunk him out so heavily, the bottom lane cannot collapse. So very smart usage of the information that they have, even though the wards are getting cleared out by Jose and Aframu there. Definitely props to them, even though it doesn't result in a kill for FlyQuest.
Mid lane, Mercury Treads rush for Jojo, respecting his opponent, respecting the CC across multiple different champions on the FlyQuest squad for later on in the game. Meanwhile, it's a tier plus Darkseal plus Corrupting Pot, and then tier 1 boots for Takui, opting for a lot of those early game laning items to make sure he's in as good a shape as he can be. It's been a pretty rough series for him overall, and he obviously wants to be able to have a good showing here in this fourth game, take us to a game number 5. Kumo going in after Impact. Evil Geniuses under some pressure here in the bottom lane. 2v2, Aframu slamming Vulcan and Danny together, making it so Johnson's able to find some good damage back onto him. Johnson really taking Danny low there.
That was actually beautiful synergy. I like that you're calling it out, because you're referring to Aframu handshaking them together to get the splash on the Infernum Gun from Johnson, but then he actually runs through his Infernum Gun as we got a dive here. Level 6 jungler is about to flash.
Well, there's the Volley Bear Thunder that's going to see Inspired waiting. So now that they know Viego's down here, they don't want to commit to the 3-man dive. Even if Jose Diodo is able to turn off that turret, the best thing you're probably getting is a 1-for-1. And then if the worst case scenario happens, Viego goes to reset city and everybody dies. So
that's definitely a bad thing.
Yeah, if you're FlyQuest at least. If you're Evil Geniuses, you're pretty happy with it.
Pretty
but
terrible.
They're not going to go for that.
It does remind me of something I was talking about in Champ Select about the importance of stopwatches, though. And so that's why I actually really like, in this instance, even though not every Volibear game should be a Zhonya's Volibear game, when both teams are worried about resets because of Viego ultimate, because of Jinx passive, because of Renata in the game as well. So many takedown reset options in these team fights. Those stopwatches are very important, and Volibear does have AP ratios. So you can go with not only a stopwatch early for Volibear, for Jose, but you can also even upgrade it into Zhonya's later on and still get pretty good value out of it.
Yep.
Because of your AP ratios and the ability to continually stasis and combo break those team fights from EG.
FlyQuest are going after the Herald. Super Mega Death Rocket, nice attempt at the steal, but not close enough. FlyQuest secure that one. Jose Dioto will have that in his inventory. All 4 minutes won't take us past the 14 mark, which means as long as they use it in a decent spot, they will be able to get the plate money for it. Evil Geniuses, talking about money though, 1,500 gold ahead of their opponents. Big farm lead in both the jungle and top lane for these guys. Almost freezing the wave though.
Yeah, freeze it down with the ice and then burn it down with your fiery burp as we've...
I'm glad you like the burp so much.
As we've turned it. Gragas is still my favorite burp. The man...
I mean, Gragas is like definitive burp. It's he burps from the diaphragm.
I'm just waiting for one time. Maybe they coded in like a 1 in a million chance that Gragas, a little something extra comes out with that burp, and there's just spittle on the ground.
Dude, are you talking about Gragas puking on his way?
Maybe. You know,
What
the man
is
is constantly drinking alcohol. It's dangerous.
You gotta remember to stay hydrated.
Yeah,
everybody.
exactly. Put some water in that barrel for once. Jeez, man.
Maybe that's what it is the entire time. It's just purple water.
Oh, okay. Yeah, everybody had it wrong.
Kool-Aid. Yes! Oh, I've missed this. Anyway, Evil Geniuses, that gold lead shrank back down to about 1,000 here, but they still have a good lead for themselves. Impact, despite the death early on from Jose Dioto hanging out here in the brushes, making that gank happen, is doing just fine up against the Ornn of Kumo. Down there in the jungle, you can see Inspired still moving forward, working towards that Divine Sunburst. Should be able to find a lot of value on that item against targets like Volibear, targets like the Ornn. Kumo's not too scared of Impact up here either, though. Inspired's gonna make his way down towards bottom. The mist comes out, and that means Johnson and Afromu have to back away until they're reinforced. Topside, Impact finding a lot of damage onto Kumo, but not enough to actually put him within kill range. As Jose Dioto's coming down bottom, Afromu looks for a little bit of damage and CC on Danny, but can't quite get it. Jose Dioto's still running around here. It's a very, very fast bear, but not fast enough to make a play onto Danny or Vulcan just yet. You can see in our picture-in-picture in the bottom left, the pressure remains up there in the top side as Impact wants to get the wave shoved in, but Kumo clears it out. It doesn't look like we're gonna get a whole lot down here in bottom either, but Jose Dioto's presence does allow FlyQuest to shove out that wave.
Yeah, pretty good defense there. Plenty of vision for Evil Geniuses. They see an approach of Volibear well in advance. They're able to hold on to their gold lead while probably giving up more dragons. Topside though, Kumo.
Ooh, nice aim. Ooh, Kumo forcing out the flash in a 1v1, okay.
Beware the brittle flowers. Ornn may look like a nice, forged master over there, but when you've got a grass proc and then brittle on top of your head, the burst damage that comes out of that hammer is enough to get a flash out of Impact.
Hey, that's good stuff. Impact without that extra mobility the next time he needs it for a 1v1 or to join a larger fight. Remember, we are about 2 minutes away from teleports becoming unlocked. FlyQuest already have the first 2 Drakes of the game in their possession. It is a Hextech Soul again. That is absolutely a win condition if they're able to play towards it, get those secured, and Evil Geniuses will have to answer.
This made me think, what was the third word? Because it's Unleash, Ignite, in that ad that we had. What was the third one? Does anybody know? There are random words. There's Unleash, Ignite, and something else.
Teleport.
It's not teleport. I'm pretty sure Twitch chat is probably spamming it right now. I wish we could check.
Sorry, Twitch chat. We're not allowed to talk to you guys during the show because it would distract us from this conversation we're having right now.
Beam it over to me.
Yeah.
Beam it.
Oh, Unleash. Unleash. Producers just told me it's Unleash, which is half of Teleport. I was right.
Didn't I say Unleash? Unleash, Ignite. Those were the 2 that we had.
Oh. Oh, Uprise.
Yes. See, Troll, they're not even listening to us.
Well,
Uprise. Okay.
that means that I was still right because they said it. So anyway, that's what were you trying to think of this for? What was the entire origin of this?
Because you said unlock teleports instead of unleash teleports. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald is used on top side. Plenty of time for those plates. They're all going into Johnson. Even though the entire bottom turret during our crisis here, where we were trying to remember the words in the ad, went over to Evil Geniuses and they increased their lead.
All right, so Evil Geniuses, they got a pretty nice lead right now. And teleports coming into the top lane. Tier 1 turret is Impact's trying to stand and fight against Jose Diodo, but over the wall comes Jojo Pune. Jose Diodo using that stopwatch, keeping himself alive in what otherwise would have been a very dangerous situation. The top lane Tier 1 falls 30 seconds before plating is gone, and we're back to where we started. 1,000 gold lead for EG.
1,000 gold lead, but a 2-dragon lead for FlyQuest. So evening up a decent amount of it with the push, with the Herald on top side, finishing off the turret, not losing anyone in this instance, and setting themselves up. 2.5 minutes on the arrival of the next dragon. Kuma here, just leveling along there on Ornn. Hasn't died to the Gwen yet. Riftmaker's pretty close to getting completed for Impact though. So once Gwen starts to get, one item, it starts to get a little tricky, but 2 items is really where Gwen starts to rip through people.
And Ornn is not going to have a very fun time dealing with Azir down here as the answer to the split push, but Impact will just have to walk it off as he's now got to deal with a ranged threat as well in Johnson, and Afromu being rotated up into the top part of the map. Lots of vision for FlyQuest around this Herald pit right now. You can see wards on the back edge, wards in the tri-brush, wards in the river. They've got a lot of control over this area. Inspired's going to walk up now. EG does have that one ward in the brush on the back part of the red buff pit. Inspired walking forward is going to see both Afro and Jose waiting there. FlyQuest go in and start up the Herald here for themselves.
Interesting. There's a teleport advantage on FlyQuest, but they're calling Azir up. So EG want to contest this one. They're having Jojo walk all the way up. So they commit the resources, but don't get there in time.
Yeah, that was just not enough. Let's see if they can find something on the back end of it. Spectral Maw doesn't hit anything. So EG brings Jojo up for nothing.
Very good for FlyQuest. And they're able to clear the wave as well. Takuya was able to get back in a safe route towards mid lane. They clear out the wave. They didn't have to use Kumo's teleport either, so they had a little bit of a discrepancy in lane assignments, Flowers, as the Azir, the far one away, does cost Evil Geniuses the attempt on the top Herald. And so FlyQuest, all of the neutral objectives in this game, both Heralds and both early Dragons, have gone their way thus far. But really the backbreaker is the next one. 40 seconds left on this Dragon. And this is well in advance of the scaling coming in, and the Ornn items getting handed out. So it really matters if you're able to hit that knockup. Let's see about it. Danny, by far the richest person in this game.
Oh yeah, 6,500 gold there on the Jinx. Gale Force, Berserker Greaves, 2 long swords. No ward in inventory, but it will be Evil Geniuses with first control over the bottom side river. FlyQuest have multiple men in the bottom lane, pushing up towards the Tier 1. Second Herald summoned up, kills the Tier 1 turret from this health threshold. All they need to do is get the charge. Roars back, slams head. Aw, damn it. It was really close. I'm going to give myself that one. Anyway, Evil Geniuses seeing if maybe they can find something else here. Soldiers fly forward. FlyQuest backs away. Need to be careful about the positioning of those soldiers. They don't all want to get scooped in.
All of this time is kind of helping FlyQuest because Kumo has teleport and he's pushed in topside. They go for it.
Jose Diodo trying to make a move, gets thrown back by the soldiers. Afromu's going to take a lot of damage here, throws out the hostile takeover, but it doesn't get much of anything. Jose Diodo is going to be your next target as Impact goes on the chase, and Jose falls to the needlework. Inspired wants to stay alive, but he can't quite do it. Jojo takes one with him, but he finally falls. EG's got a 3v2 now, but Vulcan's going to be taken very low. Takui looking to kite him out and fight him out as Danny's supplying the DPS from downrange. He finds one on Kumo, and Takui is the last man standing. The Orianna tries, but will he get anything? The point-blank zap, and EG takes all 5.
Danny has been crushing it for EG, Flowers. Richest man in the game, and he plays it to perfection there. Finishes the fight with 50 HP. Doesn't allow the Orianna ball to chip him down. Beautiful stuff. This guy has done so much work for Evil Geniuses, and he's been grinding at it. Champions Queue every single day this week. EG here with the series points in their hands. 2.4 thousand gold lead. Dragon's about to be broken here. The string for FlyQuest as EG will take their rewards.
Yep, they weren't able to get the Drake right after the fight, but it's not like FlyQuest were able to rush back out to the map and steal it away from them. So the soul stack is now denied. EG up 2,500 gold. Pretty chaotic fight down there in bottom, and it really sort of highlighted what you were talking about at the very beginning there. Afro Mood dies first. He doesn't get any value out of the bailout, and then EG go on the offensive.
And we'll take a look at it, because what he kind of gets is a little bit of delay on the reset for Inspired. So Afro gets focused down first. He bails himself out from the ultimate, and so then Inspired can immediately pick up his soul, but then he gets killed anyways, like you're saying. And so Inspired then picks up the body, doesn't use his reset quite in time there on top of Johnson, so he goes down. And then the only real carries left up are Impact, Takui, and Danny. So 2v1 on the carries. The front line just gets melted here. And look at this from Danny. The zap hits, so he uses the speed to kite all the way to the outside. And he kind of baits in Takui there. And Takui goes for the flash play onto him. Can't finish it as EG pull over the front line as well, peeling for him. And Danny gets out with 50 HP. Takui's flash is down in addition to the Dragon getting picked up, and they're right back at it.
Ooh, Impact popping his ulti there, forcing Jose to use his own ult defensively to get away from that one, as the rest of Evil Geniuses are set up mid lane. 4-man push under the tier 1 turret. It's a 2-to-1 turret count so far for the side of FlyQuest, but EG is going to tie that one up, bring this gold lead back up to 2,500 yet again.
All right, should be a reset as well. They can catch bottom wave here. I don't think Impact should fight this because they want to push top side. You've got Azir. Jojo is the only one up there. Should be able to get that wave into the turret. And the kind of rotation over towards bottom side here onto Kumo. They get a little bit of time of 2v1, but they should know this is not their side of the map. Good job there. Good communication from EG. They're on too many resets. They've got Jojo top side. They had Tom Kenshin base, so don't try and over chase on a tank.
Especially when you just had a breakout fight that really gave a meaningful lead for the first time in the game. You don't just want to immediately throw that back by inting into an Ornn. Evil Geniuses do not do that. They're up 7-3. Full kill participation on Danny. 2-0 and 5. If it happened, he was a part of it. Very, very important stuff here on this Jinx. Gale Force, Phantom Dancer. Next Crit Cloak is also done. Man, they got to stop him from getting excited. They need to shut Danny down. Otherwise, I don't see how FlyQuest wins a fight.
Well, thankfully, they had the same idea that we did in Champ Select as far as stopping those resets and getting excited. It is going to be the rush for the Zonias for Volibear. So we do get that one. And with the bailout from Afromu, they're going to try and utilize as many of these combo breakers as possible. I will say that's going to get very difficult, though, as Danny continues to increase his weaponry here. He's so rich that he has tremendous burst damage, and he has also gone for the Gale Force. So not only can he try and use it to dodge Ornn ultimates, but he can even offensively use it, and we have seen him do this in order to get the first kill, get excited, and then chain that team fight.
Well, we've got 1 minute and 40 seconds here until our next Drake spawns. EG's gold lead continues going up. Takui is positioned up there in the top side. He's not going to get caught out or anything. Finally just has the opportunity to reset a little bit here. Jose Diodo clearing out some vision, maintaining control over the top side river for the side of FlyQuest. Top laners are just playing their cross-map game here. They're over in the other side. They're doing their own thing. Farm it out, shove up the wave, who cares? Unleash teleports are ready to go for both of them, as well as for Takui, but not for Jojo. His still isn't going to be up for another minute and a half or so, so that's an advantage that FlyQuest will have if anything can happen within that window. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't look like that's really going to be the case just yet. Drake spawning in 1 minute now. 2-1, still the count on those. I'm curious, what does FlyQuest need to change in this next fight besides just not getting blown up immediately?
Yeah, one of the problems here, it's almost going to be a full level or a full item advantage for Danny. If he can complete this Infinity Edge, it is just going to be an overwhelming difference 2 to 3 item AD carry difference is so massive for team fights. And so EG actually trying to focus up on the top side first to draw them away from this setup. Meanwhile, Ornn actually walks all the way up the river, and FlyQuest going to try and get their 5-on-5. This is going to be their last attempt at 5-on-5 before Jinx gets an Infinity Edge. They've got to make it count.
Also worth pointing out that Guardian Angel on Inspired, like you were talking about earlier, saying how stopwatches and Guardian Angels and all the like are going to be so important this game. Inspired with the priority on that, and Kumo having only 40% HP, he's got to get back. He's got to get ready to rejoin the fray. The Drake is already gone. It's already taken. In the time that it would take Kumo to get back and TP back in, ooh, the Super Mega Death Rocket did hit him, but it was during the last quarter second of the recall, which means Kumo goes back anyway despite taking the damage. So that means that, hey, it doesn't cancel, but it doesn't matter. Drake's tied 2-2.
Plus, I agree with the call from FlyQuest not to expend resources down towards that dragon because, well, it would be great for them to get Dragon Soul Point, get their third, hopefully try and work towards Soul. It's so risky with the differences right now to be able to force their way in, especially with a chunk on Kumo. So just give over number 2 to Evil Geniuses. It's not really dangerous in their hands, very far away from actually either team now getting Dragon Soul. So it just really extends that break point that either of the teams is looking for. And Kumo's now level 13 on the Ornn, so he gets to start upgrading Ornn items for people as well. And FlyQuest can try and solidify their 5-on-5.
Right, at this point, the early Drakes that FlyQuest got are no longer an offensive resource to leverage for themselves. Instead, they're saying, okay, this early advantage bought us the opportunity to give these to EG without a real meaningful consequence and without having to throw our faces into an Infinity Edge blender that is now completed for Danny, that is now fully online and ready to go for EG. Takui shoving up the top lane wave, will not be found out in time, gets himself away, gets back to safety. 0, 1, and 2 here on the Orianna, 2 major items completed. Has the Seraph's Embrace, has the Luden's Echo. Inspired just going to continue clearing out some vision, looking around. Kumo level 14 down here, just building up his Ornn items. A Ruby Crystal magically materializes in the inventory, working towards that Fimble winner next. All of his items are cold themed.
It's apt for the champion, and honestly, I'm having a hard time figuring out how FlyQuest are going to kill Danny. Their way into this looks very, very dangerous. It's got to come from a flank on him from a weird angle. They're going for a teleport now, and maybe the numbers advantage will be enough for them to set up. Impact gets chunked out a little bit, even heading over to it, but they can't quite catch Danny. He gets excited off the turret kill, which gives him enough move speed. They get out of there, so EG get the turret. They escape the teleport. They avoid the big cooldown there from FlyQuest, but Impact walks right in.
Impact takes some damage, gets himself back away. Jojo helping him disengage, and it's Jose Diodo, who's nearly dead already, tries to get out! Oh, that was a very important
Sonya,
stasis.
baby, Sonya!
That was a very important stasis, but even more importantly, the jungler's got 100 HP and Baron is alive. That means EG are making the call to go for it. Jose Diodo's back in the enemy base. The Ornn horn's already been sounded. Kumo's trying to tank up here in the front. Afromu's going to be taken very low now as well. Baron down to 1,000 HP. Baron secured by Inspired and Evil Geniuses. Johnson tries to stay alive, but he cannot be bailed out. Kumo might just die to the rockets. Chompers over the wall won't get him, but Impact is chasing after Takui. He's got to be careful as Afromu tries to continue running away now as well. Jojo's found his way back into the mid lane. The Chicken Emperor is ready. Takui falls, and Afromu's going down next. EG just got Baron, they got 3 kills, and they got a fast ticket down the mid lane.
They got a fast ticket out of this series, Flowers. What a push it will be for EG. 5 with Baron buff. They should get an inhibitor off of this, and more. Bottom lane is getting pushed. Look at that teleport from Impact. He's wasting no time, so they're going to get mid as well as bottom resources here off the map.
Evil Geniuses, mid lane inhibitor. They destroyed that one. They take down the bottom lane tier 2 turret. Now they'll have the opportunity to recall, reset, and then re-engage with 2 minutes still ready to go on that Baron buff and an 8,500 gold lead.
Very difficult trying to pick Gwen. It is a good peel here from Jojo, but also the W going down. What a combo. Impact puts the W, and then Azir pushes everybody back out of it. Then, since you've chunked Jose so low in that attempt for the pick, great Zonias, you get to live, but now the enemy knows that you cannot smite steal. So they're willing to flip it and just trust in the smite advantage for Inspired over the damage. I think maybe if Johnson had not gone up around the back, never mind, we're gonna see another death here. EG get a pick, and they've got Baron. This should be them inside the base.
I like how Takui tried to protect him with the shield as his health bar was ticking down from the bailout, but unfortunately that's not the way the ability works. So Afro move fall, 20 seconds. Fortunately for him, because the supports are so much lower than everybody else in terms of level, his death timer is also going to be that much lower, so he'll be back up, but not quite in time to defend this tier 3 turret. Impact still providing the split push threat there in the mid lane. Inspired walking up behind him. The 3-man EG squad, with Danny being the damage source, just continues pressuring this bottom lane tier 3 inhibitor turret. That's already gone. Inhibitor now the target. I don't know what FlyQuest is supposed to do here, Kobe.
Well, they gotta try and kill Danny. He's got no summoner spells. Vulcan has ultimate, so that's the only safety that he's working off of right now. Now, the problem is they don't have great dive. Ornn ultimate is available. That's long range. Maybe they could get 2 of them with it.
Okay. FlyQuest are trying to dig in and defend here. Ornn sounded off. They're looking for Danny. Oh, but Vulcan's immediately ready. This is why you draft the Kench. Jinx stays safe no matter what.
All right, this is going to be Dragon number 3 picked up by Evil Geniuses. They're going to keep FlyQuest pinned inside their own base. Takui going to make a rush for the objective bounty on the top turret, though.
Oh, no. But Gwen's already back there. Tom Kench is already back there.
Hex gates, baby. Here we go.
Evil Geniuses. They're moving towards him. They've got him surrounded, Flowers. Impact's moving up. Vulcan's moving up. Oh, Takui. Are you going to be all right there, buddy? Oh, Shockwave. Nice, nice.
Okay.
I don't think it's nice enough. Oh, Impact's just flashing in. There you go. Just chops him up. Takui is down, and FlyQuest are now 4v5 for 45 seconds. Third Drake win over to EG. FlyQuest shoving up the mid wave. It's about all they can do. Inspired has still not lost that Guardian Angel. He's ready to go. Afromu trying to get away here in mid lane, but Vulcan is coming around. Afro's going to duck into the southern side of the jungle there with the rest of his teammates. FlyQuest trying to regroup. Impact shoving up that top lane wave, setting up Evil Geniuses to make this a 3-inhib game.
EG on a collision course with Cloud9 here. They are looking to end this series right now. 5 members, only 1 inhibitor left standing. Everybody coming top.
Well, for the sake of Vulcan's banter with Fudge on Twitter, Evil Geniuses really wants to win this one, and now Impact's backing up a little bit as Jose moved forward with the stun ready to go. Can't find a whole lot out of that one. Danny still with massive range, massive damage, and everything he needs to carry this game all the way to the end, carry Evil Geniuses to a 3-1 finish in this series against FlyQuest. FlyQuest are gonna need some sort of mistake from Evil Geniuses to capitalize on. This game is so far away from them at this point. Azir turret summoned up in mid lane just to give Evil Geniuses another bastion of defense to fall back to, give them another way to shut down any sort of a chance for FlyQuest to come back into this. Another minion wave coming up the top lane now. Takui does have Shockwave. If nothing else, you can Shockwave the minion wave and just try to delete that to buy yourself a little bit more time. These are not baroned up. Danny gonna step forward, fire off a rocket or 2. Yep, just the 1. Back away yet again. It is a ticking time bomb here. Danny just continuing to get whatever poke he can. Inspired guiding those super minions in the mid lane. Couple super minions walking up bottom now as well. The pressure in mid and bottom lane from those inhibitors being destroyed is taking its toll on the top lane defense. Evil Geniuses have another wave colliding now as Impact and Inspired are providing threat elsewhere. Johnson and Jose Diodo trying to defend at the Nexus while the remaining inhibitor turret dies. Danny gets excited and starts pouring auto attacks into the inhib. Kumo fires out the Ornn ulti, but it only gets a field goal between Vulcan and Danny. FlyQuest trying to hold on, man. Mid lane inhibitor respawn, but as soon as it does, it's dead again. EG spawn camping these things as FlyQuest has nothing left in the base but Nexus turrets. Baron is on the map yet again, and that's where EG is going. Vulcan's flash got used, but that is it.
Do you know the most egregious use of spawn camping, I think, is still to this day in GoldenEye for the Nintendo 64 with proximity mines. You know the spawn points of every single character. Jose's going in YOLO. He can steal it.
Okay, what? Nope.
Oh my God. Okay. Aside from that, proximity mines.
I was gonna say you were on a nice little tangent there, and then all of a sudden we have to go from 100 to 0.
Yeah. I was thinking it was done and dusted, but I love the YOLO attempt there for Jose, and he even gets out with his life.
I mean, at this point in the game, you just got to go for whatever you might be able to find. He does make his way out with the Hex Gates there, so JoJo's not going to catch him. But Evil Geniuses now have 2.5 minutes of Baron. This is more than enough to end the game with. If for some reason they can't just walk into FlyQuest's base and end the game here in 70 seconds, they can just walk over and grab themselves a Hex Tech Soul. JoJo's gonna lead the charge, shoving up the wave here in mid. Rest of the team coming up behind him. Baron means these minion waves are incredibly hard to deal with. Double supers in every lane on every wave. Impact approaching from the southeast flank. At least I think, as long as north is top.
Yeah, sure. I'm here for it.
All right, I'm ready to go. Let's see it, FlyQuest. This is it. The last stand for the good guys here in this series. Impact leading that wave in, crashing multiple super minions. Impact's gonna survive the 3-man attempt on his own life while Johnson's trying to do the same. Tries to stay alive. Impact goes on a killing spree. They cannot deal with the Evil Geniuses top laner. EG's already found themselves a fighter, have they? JoJo's gonna die now, but Danny's still free firing. Afro's taken low, Takui is taken low. Hosodioto in half. Shut down onto JoJo's all they got so far. Johnson's dead now. Takui is gone. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. It's done. Evil Geniuses win the series 3-1.
EG move on to their date with Cloud9. The lower bracket continues.
EG had a 5-game series against Team Liquid, came into this series against FlyQuest, started off strong. Game number 2 was the one that looked really rough for them, but even in that one, they managed to claw their way back, turn it into an absolutely insane game, and then they finish out the next 2. EG earned their win today.
Valiant effort from FlyQuest, pushing them a bit in that second game, and yet EG bouncing right back here, Flowers, picking up business as usual. They've got a lot to look forward to with this playoffs actually really heating up. Our top 4 teams trading blows here. The early season, anybody's game. Cloud9 taking over for points, Team Liquid taking over, but strong resurgence here. EG, I'm excited to see how high they can climb.
Next week's matches are going to be a lot of fun because we get TL versus 100 Thieves to decide who gets the fast pass into the final itself. And then we get EG versus Cloud9 to find out who's the third team who gets to go to Houston at all. You lose that match, you're watching it from the couch. That's not where you want to be.
That's a terrible feeling. As a player, not as a fan.
Right, as a fan, it feels fine, but as a player, you really want to you're that close. You're one step away for both EG and for Cloud9. For Cloud9, an org that is one of the few that has a banner here in our arena, they've done it time and time again. EG still very new, very young players. They're the ones where the pressure is on, and I'm excited to see how they perform and if they can make it.
And they have been one of the teams thriving in that pressure, really feeding off the energy of the crowd thus far. So definitely shout outs to the Evil Geniuses as well as the crowd here. Big pop-offs. Danny deathless in this game. I want to see his series long KDA as well. Honestly, really, really big stuff from a lot of these EG members at different points in the game. Our MVP is going to be difficult.
Oh, yeah, we still have to vote on that, don't we? Yep.
We might need a replay or two.
Yeah, something like that. Evil reigns supreme today, though, which means we're joining the Tigress alongside Danny and Vulcan both for a Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. Welcome to the Verizon post-game interview. I've got the entirety of the bot lane here. Danny, we haven't gotten to speak to you yet since fans have arrived in the studio. What is it like seeing all the faces out there?
I think it's so great. Like before that the fans were able to come here, it felt kind of empty, felt kind of just like it was just ourselves and the other team. So with the fans here now, it feels a lot more energistic, I guess. It just feels great.
coming into an empty stadium during your rookie year, really building up towards this moment. EG looked really great in the wins during the series. Vulcan, that game 2 though, 51 minutes, 12 seconds going into that. What was that like?
Well, honestly, I've erased that game from my memory.
Scott.
It's just, I don't remember at all what I was playing, what happened in that game. Something about a Nexus, maybe. But yeah, honestly, that's kind of the thing that happens in a series is you're going to have these kind of games where you're one hit from hitting a Nexus, and you need to make sure that doesn't affect you going forward. So I just decided to gone.
Yeah, memes aside with that, how much is erasing that from a team perspective? Like, what do you do to gear up for the next game when things are such a nail-biter like that?
Well, it's not focusing on what could have happened and like more think about what we want to do for next game, what we want to change in draft, because we made a few changes after that game because we felt like maybe it wasn't the best for us against FlyQuest in that draft. So just making adjustments, talking about how we want to play the next game, and yeah, like I said, just focus on the next ones.
Finishing all with an overall W for the series. And Danny, while not all of the series have been series victories, we've still had so much to praise about your play. The Penta from Tristana in Game 4 last summer, highest DPM of the split in Ezreal Game 4 during Team Liquid, and then now a Jinx to really close things out. Do you believe in the playoff clutch factor, and that's something that you may possess yourself?
Yeah, I do think the playoff clutch factor is present within playoffs, and maybe I do have it, but I haven't really played enough to know for sure.
But it is still something to showcase that in this early stage of your career, that's for sure. Yeah. And looking at the holistic vision of EG, Vulcan, I know you have been taking to Twitter, going against other players, talking to Fudge a lot. Did you catch his post-game interview yesterday by chance?
I did.
And what were your thoughts?
Aren't they trash these days, C9?
I mean, they won their series, so...
Against GG. I mean, he wasn't wrong when he said they sucked, but I don't know, because I was going to trash talk today, but I don't think we had our best series against FlyQuest, even though it was like overall a convincing series. It was like long, boring games. Not too happy with how we played, so I'm going to be looking to review those games, but yeah, I think C9 got kind of exposed, and after you camp summit, kill him a few times, I think, especially with Isles coming in, I don't know what's going on. They're like swapping things a bit. Seems like they might be having some internal problems. So we can, send them home, and they can think about next season and stuff next weekend.
Looking to end their run. You mentioned the swapping of the support. Danny, how do you feel that affects that you're approaching the lane? It looks like they were trying to be pretty proactive in that series from bot lane.
I'm not sure. I didn't watch the series.
Something to do this week, right?
Yeah.
Now, Vulcan, I know that you have some thoughts about the chants that are coming through. You want some good chants from the crowd. Do you have any guidelines for the fans out there in the way that they should be cheering on EG in the next series?
Well, something that Connor, our performance coach, talked about is we could do a thing where somebody screams, "Live!" and then someone else goes, "Evil!" And then you can have one person in front of the crowd, and he just goes, "Live!" and then everyone answers "Evil." And that could go very on brand with the team. You guys ready?
Keep that
Live! Evil! Live! Evil! Live! Evil! That works.
Yeah!
Looks like we've got them all set up for your next series. Thank you to both of you for joining me for this Verizon post-game interview.
Thanks.
Thank you.
More coverage to come, everyone. We're sending things on over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Evil.
Live.
Evil.
Mark, come on, Mark.
It's
You're
too
next.
complicated.
Emily, come on. I need the two of you get in there.
I'm
It's
the
not too
last. I thought Mark
complicated.
was going next.
You know what?
That is the low-hanging
Wow,
fruit.
we're
that
through
I
them.
hope the LCS.
It's about us now.
I can only do TSM
I
chants.
can get on board with that.
That's a good
You can only Mark is limited to TSM chants. I absolutely love that. First of all, I'm just gonna say I want more team personalized chants to come be a part of the LCS now that we have fans back. So that's my challenge to you. If you attend the show live, come prepared with team-specific chants.
I also want players hyping up their own crowd. That was great.
Yeah.
Good job, Vulcan.
That was dope as hell and much deserved off of a 3-1 victory for Evil Geniuses here in this best of 5. An auto attack away from a 3-0. But Emily, it feels so good to be officially right.
You were officially right.
Doesn't it feel good to be official
I'm with
and
Vulcan.
right?
I'm with Vulcan. You just throw that game out of your mind and you say, yep, we 3-0'd him.
I don't acknowledge it. Yeah, exactly.
We were talking about whether Renata Glask, like kind of her laning prowess. Mark and Raz were having a little bit of an argument over her prowess here. I want to point out how the TK, wow, how the TK was able to take over that bot side. I know Vulcan has shared some of his opinions about him playing Tom Kench, but it was another solid Kench game from him today.
This was another game where it just kind of felt like EG was in the driver's seat the whole time, and I was never worried about them letting this game get away from them. The only time that they looked like they were really struggling this series was in game 2, when they, had this comp that needed to scale up, and even though they clawed back into the game, like we said, they're one hit away. They did drop that one, but they look like hands down the better team.
Raz, I want to pull you in on the Renata point only because you and I discussed it briefly. Anecdotally, and then we checked the stats. In the LCS, it has not performed well by any stretch of the imagination. However, we hopped on over to the LEC to take a look at stats, and it's performed phenomenally. So there's a disconnect there.
Yeah, quite successfully. I know that with in the LEC, a lot of it's based off of G2 and Fnatic games, so it always comes down to the team. And I do think with this pick, if you do fall behind, it's really difficult to come back into the game with the pick. But if you are in a considerable advantage, it actually reminds me of 100 Thieves game. When 100 Thieves had the pick, wow, Closer just dives straight in, and he does not give a damn because even if he dies, revives right back. And it feels more of like a win more champion. And of course, if you can get that Tom Kench lane, you can abuse it a little bit. We stand by the 3-0.
So, okay, it's a win more or a lose fast champion. Mark and Raz, predictions on fire
No,
for the
they're
day.
accurate. Ask Vulcan.
Vulcan is not the arbiter of LCS stats.
He's the winner today.
He is the winner,
He's
yes.
in my heart.
Accurate statement. Emily.
One last thing I want to point out that's a draft point that kind of has gone quietly unnoticed for 2 series now is that in the beginning, we kind of worried, is JoJo going to be able to perform on some of these control mages? He's coming over. He's an Akali player. He's a Zed player. We saw the Zed hover. I still would have liked to see it because it would have been more interesting. But the point is, I'm not going to say his Azir or his Ryze are perfect, but he has performed well with the team on these champions, and that's actually massive for EG going forward.
Absolutely massive for them. Who else came up massive today? Our player of the series. It's one. Kyle Danny.
Ow.
Danny!
Kyle Danny.
Kyle Danny. That's not going to make sense to anybody not us.
Yeah.
Well, it is his first name.
It is his first name, but I don't think many people know that.
It's definitely a weird, he has 2 first names.
Either way.
Great.
Yeah.
He played incredible today. When there were all these struggles going on, a lot of late game focused team comps, he was kind of the backbone that you can rely on to get his gold, get farmed up, and be ready to carry you.
Yeah, even in the loss that they had, he had performed incredibly well. And that's something that the interview that we heard talking about that playoffs clutch factor.
I was about to ask you guys that question because he said he believes it exists.
Yes, it's in there.
In the playoffs, which is good. That's where you'd expect to find it. But he's not sure if he has it yet, But I want to know from you 3, where do you land on that? Do you think Danny has shown us a playoff clutch factor? Or do you need more evidence? Or do you feel like, no, that's too much of an accolade to hand over to him?
For me, I want to see the C9 game first.
Okay, you want to wait.
Because when it comes to those moments, I'm not going to call it on a FlyQuest series where they had a considerable amount of control throughout this series. And so I'm ready. I'm ready to wait for this series. What about you guys?
Has he been clutching up? Maybe let's compare his regular season to his postseason.
Well, I would say he's got symptoms of it, but he hasn't played a finals yet.
Okay,
and
one half of the doctors.
That's a very doctorly approach.
The stages haven't progressed enough to be able to identify it with certainty.
Mark. Yeah.
Because he hasn't gone out in front of a crowd of 15,000 people. That's when you're in that moment and you're crushing it in game 4 or game 5. That's just wow, that guy's clutch.
All right, so make it to Houston, then show us clutch.
But he does have some good moments.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so would you say he's showing symptoms? We need to find a better word than symptoms. We've been this before, because symptoms is such a negative connotation.
He's a
but
doctor.
of a clutch
He can
factor.
say it.
Yeah, there you
Symptoms
go.
of the clutch.
Because I know everyone goes back to that Tristana game previously, but he has shown that he has a very cool head under pressure, especially when it does come to late game team fights. Dash, stop laughing at me.
I'm sorry. In the most unimpressed voice ever, our producer just jumped into our ear and just goes, signs as opposed to symptoms. Just guys, it's such an easy word to get in front of you.
Sorry, Big
and you
G.
did, so that was,
There's heavy foreshadowing.
That's on us, Big G. Sorry about that,
my
man.
bad, Big G.
And I'm sorry for completely derailing
He's
your
gonna
point.
murder all of us. No, that's good context, because that's hilarious.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I don't know how we got to where we are, but I'm going to go ahead and push us forward. Samsung SSD Fast 5. We had 2 victorious teams this weekend, so we took a look at specifically the statistics picks, of the 4 teams that played this week. Cloud9, Fudge up there as always with the mythic items. That's something we've come to expect
Can
now.
anyone dethrone Fudge from the mid lane mythic item?
And
I don't think anyone can.
Exactly. And here's the thing. I like the look at Inspired first when it comes to just level 6 timing. You talked about it coming into this when you hit your Telestrator segment of just like overall the efficiency that Inspired has. And it's something to look forward to in the next series when it goes up against Blabber. At the end of the day, 2 powerhouse junglers going up against each other, and it's junglers that want to be able to get their own advantage ahead first before they look to the lanes. So something that it's going to be the most interesting part of that series.
Well, you're already there, so let's dive into it. A little bracketology.
Brackets?
A little bracketeering, if you will.
I am a bracketeer.
Who's
Bracketeering voice,
Who here
guys,
is a
let's go.
bracketologist and who's a bracketeer?
I think Raz has the bracketology and bracketology.
Yeah,
I am
it's
all
all
of
Raz.
that.
He's
all
everything.
of the
Everything
above.
in one. All right. Cloud9, Evil Geniuses, they'll duke it out in the lower bracket to see who moves on to those losers finals. Meanwhile, Team Liquid 100 Thieves have to play to see who will drop down and who will book their tickets straight to the grand final in Houston. A quick reminder to everybody at home, the tickets on sale for spring finals still. You can go ahead and check out lolesports.com for some info. That finals weekend takes place the 23rd and 24th of April. So once again, lolesports.com as well as Ticketmaster to get your tickets to meet us all out there in Houston. I got some of Raz's thoughts, but I do want to touch base with the 2 of you on the matchups that we have ahead of us. TL 100 Thieves, EG versus Cloud9. Let's start with the team that we just saw, EG Cloud9, because while they did come away with the victory today, and it very well could have been a 3-0 mark, did this series inspire in some ways as much confidence as the tough loss to TL did? Where are you on how strong this team actually is? Because we seem to continue to waffle on where they can compete.
I feel like
past that.
They are about what
Just
they
so
looked
on.
like in the TL series. I think for the TL series, they went for some more aggressive looks. We talked about their level 1s being more aggressive, some of their drafts being a little crazier. Here, it was late game scaling 3 out of the 4 games. And I think, the one time they lost, they still could have won that game. I don't feel too differently about them.
Okay.
I think FlyQuest showed up a little bit more than Golden Guardians did, who just ran that Nocturne draft 3 times in a row. And if this doesn't work, we're out of here. And I think FlyQuest put up a better fight, which is why C9 EG could be pretty close, actually.
Right, I was going to say, so what about the C9 side of things, though, where we watch them get hard smashed and then they do some hard smashing? Do you feel like they've shorn up the weaknesses properly? Or no?
I'm not convinced because the problem was always against top 4 teams, other opponents, and Golden Guardians just had their one strat that didn't work and felt like that was it. So I'm not convinced that they have fixed all the other issues potentially.
Any other thoughts there, Emily, or do you want me to give you a TL 100
I was
Thieves?
going to say, I want to start hyping up TL 100
Get
Thieves.
in there.
Because let's go. 100 Thieves have been steadily, you could actually, I will make the argument. They are the team that has just steadily been on the upturn, right? Nothing has stopped them from the back half of the season going forward into just continuing to improve and look better and better with each week. I am curious to see how that lines up with TL, who I've always credited as a team that has much stronger side lane control, but even then, in their series against EG pointed out a lot of early game weaknesses that they have in terms of their drafts and also just their setups. So that is going to be a super interesting series because another thing that 100 Thieves like to do is attack early, lanes early. So
I'm very excited to see what all 4 of the remaining teams have left to bring out onto the stage. We won't have to wait long. 2 more matches take place next weekend, but for now, that's it for us here in the LCS postseason. So on behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you next week for more LCS playoffs. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other.
Whoa.
Good night. That was an errant
I feel like that was
shot.
gonna
That
hit
was
someone.
just absolutely wild.
Control yourself.
Well, so I have to miss now.
At least everybody just got. At least
So
everybody got.
are you ready for what I am hoping is not a 3-0 today?
Yes, I am. The battle of good versus evil, FlyQuest versus evil geniuses.
This is lower
Do or
bracket
die!
weekend. You either stand up here or you fall down till summer. Ain't no more second chances. Never mind, there's no time for numbers on the mini-map.
Got it!
Because we got charms, and the charms hit their marks. FlyQuest trying to get away now, but Takoya's already dead. Kumo's gonna be taken low. Inspired is tanking up everybody, and he's doing it for a damn long time. FlyQuest have collapsed under the might of evil geniuses. Game number 2. Let's do it. FlyQuest want to strike back here. Danny has arrived. He's going to evil Geniuses, but can they keep fighting? Inspired by good luck, buddy. I'm going out to the Nexus. Over the other one, body block, and the Nexus will survive. Kumo is in the enemy base. A teleport coming back. Will it arrive in time? Impact is there, but Kumo does not concern himself. FlyQuest take game 2. Aframu already engages, but Vulcan's got the save. Hosadiono wants to get away, but he's only gotten away right into Impact's waiting arms. Impact picks him up, and there's already 2 dead on FlyQuest. Impact wants more. Double kill over to Gangplank. Make it a triple. He just got paid. Evil Geniuses mops him up.
Yeah. Or no flash and no E. Yeah, I'm looking over. I'm looking over. Or no flash and no E. Or I'm fine. No way he can kill me. He gonna look. Jinx. Flash.
Oh, whoa. Kukui.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Diodo in half. Shut down onto JoJo's all they got so far. Johnson's dead now. Takui is gone. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. It's done. Evil Geniuses win the series 3-1.